That's your chapter debentures. And starting with the chapter Board of Directors. Now this Board of Directors, keep your books close. Let me complete some concepts. We'll write it later. Board of Directors chapter will be ranging from section number 149 to 172. Chapter ranges from 149 to 172. Our syllabus covers section number 149 to 169, leaving section 165, leaving section 150. Leaving these two sections, rest of the sections will be covered in our syllabus, section number 149 to 169. Not all of them are part of our syllabus. So actually speaking, chapter ranges from 149 to 172. Our syllabus covers from section number 149 to 169. Between the process, we have few sections which have been left out. Not all of them are given. So we'll directly start with the word first, Board of Director. Before we start with the section, what do you mean by Board of Director? Remember the first class we had, the company has divided the process of finance and skill into multiple parts here. Usually what happens in a sole proprietor or in case of partnership, the finance and skill, both of them have been brought in by the owners. The person who are owners, either the sole proprietor or the partner. They have brought in finance as well as skill. They manage their own business activities. But now understand this, if you are the owner, sole proprietor, and you are managing your own finances, are you accountable to any person? Are you required to report to any person? Are you responsible to any person? You have your own will, you can implement it in any way you want. But the problem arises when the amount of investment put in is by different set of people, members, and the amount of management, the skill brought in by different set of people conceptually called as experts. Now because there's a gap between the amount of finance and the skill, the person managing these finances, these board of directors are now responsible, the experts are now responsible to report it back to the members. They have to report whatever they have done in the last 1 year, whatever the finances they have used in the last 1 year, and how to manage these board of directors is your next 3 chapters. Next 3 chapters, chapter 11, 12 and 13 of the Companies Act, called as Board of Directors, Board Meetings and Procedures, Key Managerial Personnel. We have next 3 chapters, which will be first what? Board of Directors. Chapter number 11, ranging from section number 149 to 172. The second chapter we have is Board Meetings and Procedures. First chapter will understand what are the different kind of directors we have in our syllabus. We have multiple kind of directors on our syllabus. We'll understand all the kind of directors, who is what, who is going to be appointed by what procedure, what are they being appointed for, and how a director is appointed, how a director is removed, how a director is vacating from their office. All the basics of directors are understood. Once we understand directors, then we'll jump into the next chapter where we'll understand how the directors will carry on business. To carry on business, they'll conduct meetings. The entire chapter will be depending upon how the board of directors will run the business. The first chapter, 149 to 172, will introduce to you who a director is first. Then once you have understood who a director is, then we'll understand what a director does. Under the next chapter, board meetings, ranging from section number 173 to 195. A huge chapter, but our syllabus ends at 188. Actually speaking, chapter goes till 195, but our syllabus ends till 188. Then after that, we'll understand a special category of people called as Key Managerial Personnel, ranging from section numbers 196 to 205. Our syllabus ends at 203. So that is the next 3 chapters we have to tackle. One is called as Board of Directors. We'll understand who the directors are. Second, we'll understand what the directors do, board meetings. And the last category is special kind of people in the company other than directors, called as Key Managerial Personnel under section number 196 to 205. Any doubt in these 2 categories are fine. Now we are starting with what? Board of Directors, ranging from section numbers 149 to 172. Now section numbers will be very, very important. I can definitely say out of these 3 chapters, especially the 2 chapters, you will definitely get 15 to 20 to 25 marks at least from the 2 chapters itself, Board of Directors and board meeting. KMP has not been that favorite for the ICMA, but Board of Directors and board meetings have been always regularly asked. At least out of the 50 marks or 60 marks of weightage you'll get from Companies Act, at least 25 to 30 marks, close to 20 to 30 marks will be from these two chapters itself. Very important, but to understand board of directors and board meetings, you have to have complete holistic knowledge of both the chapters. Both the chapters entirely must be understood to have a proper conceptual clarity upon them. So we'll take the chapters very slow, each section one by one. Make sure that we have section numbers also done by the end of the chapters. I'll probably give you a piece of paper which contains all the section numbers in our syllabus. By probably Monday I'll give the document. I have it ready, but I'll send it to print. This piece of paper has all the section numbers entirely for your CMA syllabus from Companies Act. It will make you guys revise in a single place so that you can revise it multiple times. So coming to this chapter, first of all, who will run the business activities? Board of Directors. We have already come to this conclusion based on section 179. What is section 179? Powers. Powers of... We are not giving powers to the director, we are giving powers to the... Because each director brings in one set of skill to the business. A set of skill will not be able to run the business in a optimum manner. We have to combine all the different kind of skills. Hence, we have added the process. Only power is given to the board of directors. Given the basics here, who has the ultimate control? Shareholders, members. But these shareholders have, through section number 179, delegated their powers to the board of directors. Now, who will run the business? On behalf of the shareholders, the board of directors have power or directors have power? Board of directors. Now, these board of directors are appointed under section number 152. What is section 152? Appointment of directors. Who is appointing directors? Who is appointing directors? Company with the help of shareholder. Who is appointing the board of directors? Appointed under section number 152, appointed by the, with the help of the. What is section 152? Appointment. Appointment of what? Board of directors. Before we start with the logic of appointment, we start with section number 149, company to have board of directors. Before we start the process stating that we have to appoint, now the first section states that we should have directors in the first place. Having directors is mandatory or optional? Mandatory, because the shareholders have no skill, they are not in a position to come and run the business. We must mandatorily have directors. The mandation to have directors is given under section number 149. Once we understood the importance of directors under 149, then we'll go appoint them under section number 152. So the first section will be called as 149. What is section 149? Company to have board of directors. What is section 152? Appointment of directors, board of directors, and section 149 is company to have board of directors. And this entire section 149 will also have to learn the subsections. Very important for exam. Section number 140. Of everything or what? Chalo. Give me the section number heading here. Section number. Right. Lakshya. Shall I start? Section number 149. What is section 149? Company to have board of directors, out of which we are starting with section number 149, subsection 1, number of directors. Number of directors is been again divided into two concepts, minimum and maximum. I've already seen this subsection, so I'll be a little quick on this. Whether the company must have directors. And whenever we study section 149 subsection 1, we have to remember the companies in the same order. OPC, private and public. What's the minimum number of directors? 1, 2 and 3. OPC must have a minimum of 1. Private company must have a minimum of. And a public company shall have minimum of 3 directors. We have also seen this same logic under section 3 of the Companies Act, formation of company with the number of members. What's the minimum number of members in the same order? OPC, private and public. 1, 2 and 7. Under section 149 subsection 1, 1, 2 and 3. And the maximum number of directors. 15. 15 for which company? Across the entire board it is 15. 15 for which company? All the companies will have a maximum of 15 directors. Can we appoint more than 15 directors? Yes or no? No. We are not allowed to appoint more than 15 directors because logic is simple. If you have a large group of people, can I indirectly say you'll also have large group of thoughts in the process, different opinions, and the very reason why we have appointed experts is to make sure that business activities are taken in a rightful manner. Understand this. If there are 100 board of directors, say 100 board of directors in the class, are you all having skill? Yes. Knowledge. You understand the business activities, but are you having brain? Do you have different thought process? Yes. Everybody has their own opinion. Now, can I say there are 100 different opinions in the class? There are 100 different possibilities of discussions in the class. It will take a lot of time to come to a specific conclusion about a specific activity. Then decision making process will be lot elongated, lot difficult if there are more number of shareholders, more number of directors. Hence, the Companies Act has put a restriction that we should have a maximum of 15 directors. Now, draft in the chart first, we will expand it. Quick, guys. Put in the heading. First, write this. Write somewhere in the corner. Board of Directors, Board Meetings and KMP. Board of Directors ranging from section number 149 to 172. Board meetings 173 to 195. Then KMP 196 to 205. Now we are starting with the chapter. Done? You're writing section numbers or all the sections? Done? Next heading. Board of Directors. Start with the section 149. What is section 149? Company to have board of directors. Underneath that, subsection 1. Number of directors. Quick. What are the three type of companies and give me the order? OPC, private company and public company. Minimum and maximum. Minimum 1, 2, 3. Maximum 15. Can we have more than 15 directors? Yes or no? No. Appointing more than 15 directors is allowed or not allowed? But assume we are doing business at a global level. We are doing business in multiple countries. Whether actually speaking 15 directors are enough. Can we appoint more than 15? Yes or no? But there is an by passing which resolution? Special resolution. What do you mean by special resolution? Shareholders approval or board of directors? Shareholders. We are not allowed to appoint more than 15 directors, but it can be done by passing a special resolution. What do you mean by special resolution? How much percentage? More than equal to 75. But stop writing. Put your pens down, close the books. We'll come back and write at a time. This passing of special resolution. We have to pass special resolution, but passing of special resolution has an exception. What do you mean by this exception here? These are the companies to which the logic of more than 15 directors does not apply. Can they appoint more than 15 directly? There is no requirement of passing a special resolution. Understand this? They don't have a requirement to pass a special resolution. They can directly appoint more than 15 directors. If it is a normal company, if it doesn't fall under exception, can I appoint 14 directors? Answer is yes or no. 15. 16. No, but by passing a special resolution. But if I fall under exception, can I appoint 16? Yes, there is no requirement of special resolution. But this special power is given only to two type of companies. One is government company and Section 8 company. What are two companies? Government and Section 8 company. But this exception is given only if they have complied with two sections. 137 and 92. What is 137? Filing of financial statements. What is 92? Annual return. If both the sections have been complied, both the documents have been filed with the ROC, then the government company is given a exception. Now, for example, if they have not complied, with section number 137 or section number 92, I'm a government company who has not filed my financial statements. I'm a government company who has not filed financial statements under section number 137. I want to appoint 14 directors. Yes, 15 directors, 16 directors. No, but by passing a, it is not restricting me to appoint 16 directors, but it is not giving me a power to appoint more than 15 without passing a special resolution. Can I appoint 16 directors? Answer is still no, but by passing a special resolution. If the same case, I have filed 137 and 92, the answer would have been yes. There is no requirement to pass a special resolution. That's your section number 149 subsection 1. Any doubt in that? Quickly write. Done? If you're done, close the books. Is it done? What amount? You want the AC to be on? Chalo, concentrate guys. That's your section number 149 subsection 1. Now the second category. Okay, listen carefully. Separate category now. We have something called as women director. There is no men director topic. Only women director under section number 149 subsection 1. Subsection 1 covers both number of directors and women director, right? So subsection 1 talks about same logic, number of directors as well as women director. What do you mean by women director? What do you mean by this logic, women director? At least. So come to the logic here. Come to the logic in this process. Now, biologically, male and female brains are drafted in a different manner. Yes or no? Yes. The thinking process of a male and thinking process of a female are completely different, and because of the fact that now women empowerment has become so popular in this last 15-20 years, women are able to do everything that a man can do except the masculine works. Other than that, every brain involved work can also be done by women equally, if not better than men. Hence the process started that we should also have involvement of a woman director at the board level to understand their perspective, to make sure that women are also given equal opportunities in the process and they are also given a rightful amount of voice to raise at the board level, so that this will not only gonna help the board but also help the entire company's business activities. So wherever woman is involved in the entire business activities, to make sure that they are properly protected, will involving one woman director at the board level. Now the concept, listen carefully on this logic. The wording start with the process stating that a company must have how many? At least one woman director. Now give me different scenarios if it is right or wrong. What is it? Board meeting. Okay. What is this? Black magic, not black magic. Snacks will be given. Wait. These are not snacks. These are documents given for meeting. Okay. Okay. Water bottle also. Okay, fine. Chal. How many directors are there? How many? 8 directors. The law states that we must have at least one woman director. So out of the 8 directors, assuming we have one woman director, is it fine? Does it fulfill the provisions of 149 subsection 1 if I have 2 directors? 2 women directors. 3. Can I have all the women directors except Sundar? Allowed? Allowed? All the directors are women directors. Is it allowed? Now we want another section now here. We must have at least one men director in the company. Now, is this compliance of Companies Act? Yes or no? Is it discrimination? What's the logic here? We must have at least. Can we have all the directors as women director? Yes. Is it required to be having at least one woman director? Can we have 2 women director? Can we have all the directors as women director? But we must have at least one. But this concept was not existing under Companies Act 1956. This was introduced under Companies Act 2013 to make sure that the women's ideology is also brought into the board's level. Now the logic is that whenever Companies Act makes an experiment about a new procedure, they don't apply it on everybody right away. Now this concept is very much required to be on a serious note. This logic is very much required at the board's level. This has to be done. Should have been done a couple of years back itself, before 2013 itself. But now once it is introduced, it is not introduced to all the companies. It is introduced to only few companies to begin with. They'll do an experiment whether it is useful or not, whether you should make tweaking into the provisions, whether to make changes in the provision for the future. They'll introduce for few companies first. Once it is satisfactorily implemented, they'll slowly expand the scope and they'll start implementing it for more and more companies in the future. Should have been amended by this time already, should have been applicable to all the companies. But one problem the Companies Act faces here is women directors are in shortage. People are not ready to come and act as a director because it takes a lot of hectic time limits and hectic amount of pressure to follow. So there is a shortage of women directors, hence they have not expanded the scope yet. But conceptually speaking, should it be applicable to one company or every company? Every company, but even today it is applicable only to few companies. It is not mandatory on all the companies, it is applicable only to few companies. Now give me the answer. Which company must have director? Every company. Which company must have women director? They have given a applicability. It is not applicable to all the companies, it is applicable only to few companies as of now, but expect this to increase in the near future. In the coming years, it might increase its scope, but as of now, it is applicable only to few companies or all companies. And whenever the Companies Act wants to make an experiment, the first person will be listed company. The first thing they'll obviously impose it on a listed company. The applicability is divided into 2 categories here. How many? 2. First, it is applicable to a listed company. Every single listed company has to appoint at least one woman director at their board level. The second category they'll do experiments is on other class of prescribed public companies. They'll leave the private companies in the process. We cannot come and regulate every single private company out there, but we'll regulate the public companies. Not all public companies will regulate only such class of public companies which fulfills the limits. So what will be the wordings this time for me? The logic of women director is applicable to every listed company and every other class of prescribed public companies or prescribed class of public companies which are having two limits. In this particular case, they have given two conditions here. Give me the wordings here. First category was listed company. Second category is other class of public companies. What do you mean by other class of public companies? They have to fulfill certain conditions, and they have given two conditions for us this time: paid up share capital and turnover. The usual conditions they typically give the two things: paid up share capital and turnover. If the company has a paid up share capital of more than 100 CR, 100 crores, or that means we have to satisfy any one of them or both of them, any one, or a turnover of more than equal to 300 crores. If any one of these two limits are satisfied by a public company, they have to appoint at least one women director. Now give me the process here. I'm a listed entity. I'm not done with the question. I'm a listed entity having paid up share capital of 50 crores, turnover of 150 crores. Should I appoint? Which listed company? Every listed company and other class of public companies having either paid up share capital or turnover 100 crores or 300 crores. If any one of these limits are met, I have to appoint at least one woman director. Can I exclude private company from the concept? Private company is not required to appoint. Can they appoint woman director? Yes, they are not required. They are not mandated to appoint a woman director, but they can appoint a woman director. Is that fine for you as of now? Now, if you are a company for which any of these limits are met, you have to appoint at least which listed company? When should I appoint? When should I appoint? If at all you are a company who is meeting these limits from the very incorporation, which is highly unlikely to happen. From the very incorporation, can you be listed company? We have already seen this. To be listed, we must have how many years of track record? 3 years. So from the beginning, I cannot be a listed company. From the beginning, I can have this amount of capital. Practically, no. But on paper, can we have it? If I incorporate a company and from the very beginning, I have a capital of, then I have to fulfill the provisions of section 149 subsection 1 by appointing at least one woman director within 6 months from the date of incorporation. If it is fulfilled from the date of incorporation, make sure that you appoint a woman director within 6 months. 6 months from where? From the date of incorporation. Any doubt in this? Now, who will appoint this woman director? The same process. Go back to section 152. Who will appoint? Company with the help of shareholders. Wrong. We have a special process. General rule is that the director is appointed in the AGM by the company with the help of the shareholders by passing a ordinary resolution. This is a usual process we have, but there are exceptional cases where the directors are not appointed by shareholders, they are appointed by the existing board of directors. So who will pass the resolution? So we'll be passing ordinary resolution or board resolution. So woman director is someone who is appointed by the board of directors, but who has the ultimate control. Shareholders, once it is appointed by board of directors, it has to be approved, ratified by the shareholders in the next general meeting. First appointed by board of directors, ratified by the shareholders, approved by shareholders in the next general meeting. Any general meeting, that's fine. Not AGM, any general meeting. But if I ask the answer, who will appoint director? If I ask the answer, who appoint directors? Company. Under section number 152 in the AGM with the help of the shareholders by passing a ordinary resolution. This is your, this is kind of a maple food for you. This is everywhere applicable. Unless otherwise a special provision is given. One of those special provision for you is a woman director, where woman director is appointed by the existing board of directors by passing a board resolution, but once appointed, it must be approved, ratified by the shareholders in the next AGM, next general meeting. Any doubt in that? Clear on this process? Now the question is, we have how many women directors? Say assuming 8 directors. Say this is woman director. Is that clear? Is that clear at least? Chalo. We have one woman director. Is that fine? Yes or no? Yes. If there is one woman director, am I fulfilling the provisions of Companies Act? This woman director resigned from the office. What shall be done? Appoint? Okay, fine. We had 2 women director in the company. One of them resigned. Am I still fulfilling the provisions? Because the provision didn't ask me to have more than one. It was only stated to have. I have appointed 2 women directors and one of them resigned from the office. Can I still continue and I'm still complying with the provisions? But if at all there is any vacancy in the women director, the number of women directors fall below the requirement of 1. Then I have to fill the vacancy. And vacancy will happen at what point of time? Just before AGM? No. Woman director died. Okay, done. 2 minutes silence completed. Then what? We have to move on, right? We have to continue our business. Then what? Well, if the woman director does not die before the AGM, it's her fault. She should have planned her death properly so that shareholders will come and appoint it. It's whose fault? Should have died properly. Then, but we cannot blame her now because she's already dead. Now what will do? The logic is that in case of vacancy, the vacancy might arise at any point of time. We'll not wait till AGM for the shareholders to come back and appoint. Hence, the vacancy whenever arises for any kind of director, it will be filled by the board of directors itself. Because we cannot wait till the AGM. We have to fill the office, otherwise we'll not be able to do business activities. So whenever vacancy arises, this logic is not only for women director, this logic applies for any kind of director you have under Companies Act. Whenever vacancy arises, it doesn't arise at specifically before the AGM for the shareholders to come and fill it up. Hence, if there is vacancy, who will always show up and fill the vacancy? Board of directors. The same logic is applied here also. If the number of women directors have fallen below the requirement, the vacancy shall be filled by the board of directors. Now, don't write, just listen. Vacancy shall be, is that correct? Vacancy shall be filled by whom? What do you mean by board of directors? How do they fill? They'll conduct a board meeting, they'll pass a law states that go fill it up within 3 months. Don't write. Within how many months? 3 months from such vacancy. Whenever the vacancy has happened, you have a time limit of 3 months. Now understand this. When will I conduct board meeting? Every day in the morning? No. No. Every day morning we'll conduct a board meeting? No. Okay, fine. Every day at 10 o'clock, as soon as we come to the office, we'll conduct a board meeting. Will you do that? When will you work if you sit in the meeting every single day? You have to also implement the activities you have done in the meeting. Meetings are conducted every day. Meetings are conducted every week. Meetings are conducted every month. Meetings are conducted every quarter. Meetings are conducted every year. That's sure. Every year we have to conduct meetings, we have to run the business. But when to conduct the meeting, Companies Act cannot come and preach the experts when to conduct a meeting. They know better when to run the business, how to run the business, and when to take a decision. If it is shareholders, because they don't have knowledge, I'll specifically mention when should you conduct an AGM. But when it comes to board meetings, who chooses when to conduct? they know that specific business better than everybody else. Why would I indulge in a process where there are experts already involved? Then the Companies Act states that I'm giving you a free hand. Whenever you want to conduct, how many ever you want to conduct, it's up to you. But people might misuse this logic. If entire free hand is given, then the law states that you have to conduct at least 4 board meetings in the year. When will you conduct? At what time will you conduct? At what place will you conduct? At what interval will you conduct? It's up to you. I'm not going to come and disturb them into the specifications, but I want at least 4 meetings to make sure that business is actually run. We'll discuss this. This 4 meetings topic comes from section number 173. States that we must conduct how many meetings? At least 4 board meetings. But how and when the board meetings are to be conducted will be depending upon the Board of Directors. With that knowledge, come back to this process. If the vacancy arises today, what's the date today? One of the women director have not died. That was just an example to understand the vacancy concept. She say resigned or removed or vacated from the office. What's the date today? 13th of March. Now on 13th of March, one of the women director resigned from the office. I should fill the vacancy within 3 months. So what will be the last date for me to fill the vacancy? June 13th of Listen carefully. What happens if I don't conduct a meeting within 13th June? It's not mandated that I should conduct a meeting. When to conduct a meeting is depending upon the Board of Directors. What happens if you don't feel the need of a meeting in this 3 months? I will not be conducting a meeting just to fill this vacancy. Conducting a meeting involves a huge cost because we have to give you snacks. Not even that, but also a lot of procedure has to be followed. A lot of expenditure will be incurred. A lot of back-end process has to be taken care of if you conduct a meeting. At least sending the notice itself takes a lot of cost for me. Preparing the notice itself takes a lot of time into the procedure, which will indirectly hinder my implementation process. So conducting meeting every now and then is not practically possible, nor it is viable for the business activities. Hence, what happens if I don't conduct a meeting within 3 months? To fill the vacancy, I have to appoint a woman director. To appoint a woman director, I have to conduct a board meeting. To conduct a board meeting, it is not mandatory to be conducted within 3 months. If I don't conduct a board meeting within 3 months, now give me an answer. Is it practically possible to appoint within 3 months? Now the question again. What happens if I conduct a meeting? I'll appoint. What happens if I don't conduct a meeting? When will I appoint then? Forget about the wordings I have given. Give me a logical answer. If within those 3 months I have never conducted a board meeting, I have never felt the need of board meeting, when can I appoint? Whenever the board meeting is conducted. Then the law states that the vacancy of a woman director shall be filled by the Board of Directors from the date of such or in the immediately next board meeting, whichever is. What happens if I conduct board meeting here? I should go out and search for a woman director. I cannot randomly pick a person and appoint her as a board of director. I have to go search for a person. I have to make sure that the person meets the ideology of the other board of directors. I have to make sure that they meet the expertise and knowledge. It's not going to happen right away. So give me the wordings again. Vacancy of woman director shall be filled by within from the date of such or in the in the next board meeting, whichever is later. If it happens within 3 months, appoint it within 3 months. If it doesn't happen 3 months, appoint it after 3 months. That's fine, but appoint it in the next board meeting whenever you conduct it. So what will be the wordings here? In the next board meeting, whichever is earlier or later. Are you guys comfortable with this word later? Very few cases under Companies Act they use the word later. Any doubt in this word? Conceptually got it? Why we are using the word later? So what will be the wordings here? Give me the entire concept. That's your section number 149 subsection 1 completely done. Number as well as woman director. Give me the entire process, guys. Section number What is section 149 to begin with? Company to have board of directors. Subsection 1 talks about two aspects. One, number of directors and women director. Number of directors. Who has to appoint director? Which company? Every company. Give me the number, minimum and maximum. 1, 2 and 3. Giving in the order OPC, private and public. Maximum is always. Can we appoint more than 15? No, but there is an. By passing a. But passing of special resolution is an exception not required for two companies. Government company and a Section 8 company, if they have complied with the provisions of 137 and 92. If both of them have been complied, they can appoint more than 15 without passing a special resolution. Then the second part of your section 149 subsection 1, women director, must have at least one woman director. Applicable to all the companies? Applicable to every listed company and other class of public companies having paid up share capital of more than equal to 100 crores or more than equal to 300 crores. Any one of them or both of them. If any one of these limits are met, or you are a listed company, you have to appoint at least one woman director. And if you are applicable with these limits from the date of incorporation, appoint within 6 months. 6 months from where? Date of incorporation. But in the future, if any vacancy arises, this vacancy will be filled by the board of directors within 3 months from the date of such vacancy, or in the next board meeting, whichever is later. Any doubt? Clear on this logic? That's your section number 149 subsection 1. Quickly write. First complete the applicability quick. At least one woman director. Applicability. Every listed company and other class of public companies having paid up. You guys are using shortcuts. Quick. Paid up share capital of more than equal to 100 or and turnover more than equal to 300. Chalo, write a sentence. Company must appoint done. Company must appoint a woman director. Use shortcuts. Company must appoint a woman director within how many months? Within how many months? 6 months. This is vacancy. This is altogether different. Appointment. Appointment shall be done within 6 months from the date of incorporation. Next point. This is just for your knowledge. Next point. Women directors are appointed. The second point you are writing is just for your knowledge. Women directors are appointed by whom? Board of directors, but later ratified, approved by the shareholders. Women directors are appointed by board of directors, but later approved or ratified, anything is fine, approved by the shareholders. Next, a small subheading. In case of vacancy, In case of vacancy, filled by whom? Within 3 months from such vacancy, or in the next board meeting 3 months from such vacancy, or in the next board meeting, whichever is later or earlier. Done. Close. A small little concept. What's the next section? 149 subsection 2 is a transition period. I have not intentionally skipped it. It is not there in the syllabus. 149 subsection 2 is a transition provision which is not required to be learned. It is also already obsoleted and not even part of a syllabus. Subsection 3. Shall we? Concept is very simple, but there's a small little modification in the amendment in the process. So listen carefully. Where is the company incorporated? Where is the company incorporated? In India or outside India? It will fall under 220. But what happens if the company is incorporated outside India? Incorporated outside India, it will fall under section number 242. What is 242? Incorporated outside India but having a. Now let's focus on our company here. The company, if it is located in India, they'll also have to follow the Companies Act. And chapter 11 happens to be part of your Companies Act, section number 149. You have to have directors. Now listen carefully. A company must have, say assuming we'll simplify that, we are a private company. We must have a minimum of 2 directors. Now you guys give me the conceptual clarity. What does a director do? What does a director do? I don't want a specific answer. There is no definition as such for it. What does a director do? Manage the business. Okay, fine. Conduct meetings. Declaration of dividend. Recommendation of dividend. Recommendation of dividend. Does the shareholder Prashant appointment of okay, then maybe alterations, idea to run the business. Who runs the business on a day-to-day basis? Who comes and meets on a yearly once? Are the shareholders working with the company? Who is associated with the company on a regular basis? What happens if they are not residing in India? Where is the business located? In India. We must have how many directors? 2 directors. We have appointed 2 directors. But if all the directors are located outside India, who will take care of the formalities and compliances and business activities on a day-to-day management in India? Officers are any which ways there, but officers are not having managerial skill to run the business. They'll implement the directions which are given by board of directors. But I should have board of directors in India in order to run the business activities. If I don't have shareholders in India, if all the shareholders of the company are located outside India, I don't care about it. They're not even concerned about business activities. They don't know how to run the business. They're not concerned for it. But the business entity, will be affected if board of directors are outside India. And if all the board of directors are outside India, who will run the business in India? Then the Companies Act stated that we'll have to have at least 1 director present in India called as a resident director. Name itself gives you of the process, resident director. What do you mean by resident director? Where is he staying? Staying in India. Don't directly copy paste your income tax. Copy, not directly income tax, but a part of it. 6.1 point number 1. Only copy paste the first category. Give me the process. A person who has stayed in India for 182 or more days. In which year? in the previous year as per your income tax act, but for us we'll use the financial year. So if say the financial year, where are we standing? 24. So the previous financial year, you were in India 365 days in 23-24. Are you a resident? You left India on 1st of April. Are you still resident? But what will I do if you have stayed in 365 days last year? I want the business to be run this year. For the business to be run this year, you should be staying in India this year. If you are staying in India last year, what would I do with this? I want my business to be running. To run the business, you should be present in India where? Which year? During the financial year, they made an amendment. It used to be the previous financial year, now it is during the financial year. During the financial year, I must have at least one director who has stayed in India for 182 or more, at least 182 days. Now, if he has not stayed in 182 days in India, we'll also have penalties to be imposed. Now, give me the process here. Sir, is it practically possible to estimate a director's stay in India beforehand? Because I have to fulfill this during the financial year. There's a chance the director might go out of India. But how can I fulfill it? Companies had stated it's your headache. It's your headache. I'm not concerned about it. Do whatever you want to do. End of the day, end of the financial year, I want at least one director who has stayed in India for at least 182 days. Which year? During the year or previous year? During the financial year. And this logic of resident director is required for which company? Think and answer. Which company needs a resident director? Every company. Subsection 3 starts with the wording every company. So give me the wordings quick. That's your section done. Very small section, but I want the wordings clear here. Which company? Every company must have at least one resident director who has stayed in India for 182 or more days, or otherwise at least 182 days during the financial year. Then he is called as a resident, and we have fulfilled the requirements of section number 149 subsection 3. But COVID. I know COVID came to India in 2020, but it started at the global level in 2019. Now think about it. One of the director, for example, what's her name, Mama? What's her name, Mama? Backside. November. White shirt. Karthikeya. And you are adjacent to you? Chaitanya. Now, Karthikeya and Chaitanya, two directors of the company. Okay. Karthikeya and Chaitanya, both the directors, they went to where? Outside India. Maldives, it is banned. Okay, fine. Thailand. What will they go? They are going on a business trip, Amma. Who? Karthikeya and Karthikeya, don't blush, Amma. They'll think otherwise. Karthikeya and Chaitanya are going to, I mean, they went to Thailand in the year 2019 for a business, not personal trip. What will they do going personal there? It is a business trip. But unfortunately, COVID has hit and all the boundaries got closed. Now, forcefully, not intentionally, they had to stay back in Thailand. They had no other option. They had no option to come back to India. They had to stay back in Thailand together. I mean, in quarantine they will be, right? So they were in actual concept. I cannot do anything here. So they went to Thailand for business trip, but by the time they were coming back, entire country got locked down. They were put in quarantine. They were not allowed to come back to India. Now in this situation, can you come and ask, can the company side come and ask, where is your resident director? So this is an emergency situation where I cannot fulfill the logic of resident director. Then the company side gave an exception for the year 1920 and 2021. Couple of years we have given exception where even though you did not have a resident director, it is still fine. There is no penalties. Rest of the years after 2021, this exception is given for which years? 1920 and 2021. Should I have resident director for 21-22 again? Yes, I have to apply for it. Any doubt in this? So a resident means a person who has stayed in India for how many days? 182 days. Why is this 182 days? Basically half of the year. Half of the year, right? 182 is nothing but half of your year. Half of the year he must have stayed in India. At least half of the year he must have stayed in India so that he might have run the business activities in a proper manner. Now understand this process. Last example, guys. Sairam was for the financial year 1st April to 31st March. He was outside India till January. He was in Uganda till what? 1st of January, and he came back to India on 1st of January. From 1st January till 31st March he was in India. Is his stay more than equal to 182? Will he be called as resident director? Yes or no? He has stayed in India for how many days? How many? 90 days. But will this be enough to run the business activities? I'm expecting a resident director. Understand the wordings properly. It is not that he has to be resident of India. The concept is that he should be resident in order to make sure that at least half of the business activities will be run in his supervision. Now, what happens if the company is incorporated here itself? He was with the company for the entire period. Does he fulfill the logic of resident? Yes. I don't require him to be resident of India. I want him to be resident for making sure that at least half of the business is run in his supervision as a director in India. If the business itself is been incorporated for 90 days and he was in India for 90 days, that's fulfilling the logic. Then the law states that if the company is incorporated during the financial year and the company is incorporated only for assuming 200 days, we'll take a proportion. He must be there in India for 100 days to be called as resident. If the company is incorporated for 300 days, proportion 150. If the company is incorporated for 100 days, proportion of 50 will classify him as a resident. It need not be exactly 182 every single time. If the company is incorporated for less than 365 days, I'll calculate on a proportionate basis. Any doubt in that? So understand the logic behind them. They're not asking you to be resident of India. They're asking you to be resident for the company so that you'll run the business in a proper manner. That's your section number 149 subsection 3. Any doubt? Give me the keywords in this. Which company? Not able to hear, guys. Which company? Every company must have at least one resident director who has stayed in India for at least 182 days. Which year? During the financial year. But this is not required in case of two financial years, 1920 and 2021. But if the company is incorporated for less than 365 days, we'll calculate it on a proportionate basis. Any doubt? That's your section number 149 subsection 3. Quick, put in the heading. Guys, be little quick on the writing part. Section 149 subsection 3. Put the heading resident. Which director? Resident director. Start. Every company must have how many? At least one resident director who has stayed in India who has stayed in India for at least 182 days for at least 182 days. Which year? During the financial year. Highlight the word during the financial year. Next point. The above concept is not required for the financial years. What are the two financial years? 19, 20, 20, 21. The above concept is not required for the financial year 1920, 2021. Next point. If the company is incorporated, I hope you are using shortcuts, company incorporated. If you're able to understand, make sure that you're using shortcuts. If the company is incorporated during the financial year, resident directors stay. If the company is incorporated during the financial year, the resident directors stay must be calculated. The resident directors stay must be calculated on a proportionate basis. Calculated on what basis? Next, section number 149 subsection 4. Close the books. Shall we? Now, what have we done as of now? Give me the basics. I'll run through the rest of section 149 for you. What is section 149? Company to have board of directors. Subsection 1 talks about number of directors and woman director. Subsection 3 talks about resident director. Subsection 4 talks about subsection 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 talks about independent director. Out of which subsection 4 talks about applicability of independent director. So we have multiple categories from here on regarding a independent director. Subsection 4, 5, 6, 7, all of them are there, but our syllabus covers only couple of them. We will cover subsection 4 and subsection 6. Rest of it is not part of our syllabus, but rest of the entire section 149 is dedicated for a independent director. Very, very important, not only for exam but also for your Companies Act on a conceptual basis. This person is very, very vital under Companies Act today. So section 149 subsection 4 talks about applicability of our independent director. Before that, who is an independent director? Let me give you an understanding of what is independent director, then we'll go to the applicability part. We have to complete at least the applicability part today properly. Quick guys, what do you mean by independent director? What do you mean by independent? Not dependent, not influenced. If he's not influenced by any person, that means he's going to take a proper judgment, a judgment which is not influenced, it is not fabricated. If it is not influenced by any person, he'll take a decision for the benefits of the business at the end. So independent director, having an independent director is vital for a company to make sure that the decisions at the board level are not taken for personal benefits. What was the logic here is, now understand this, imagine the situation correctly here. As a director, if I'm a director, I'll take lot of decisions in the company. Yes or no? Imagine yourself as a director of a company and start imagining in the positions of a director. If you have been put in a situation where you have two options, very simple decision making answer, give me answers here. We have two products, either product A or product B for our raw material. Both of them are homogeneous products, exactly same. The quality, the quantity which we are receiving, the size or measurement which we are receiving, the wastage that is going to happen, everything is same with each other except the price. I'm going to simplify this for you. One is rupees 10, one is rupees 8. Which product will you choose? A or B? Obvious question. Obviously you'll go for product A, which will cost you less. Which will cost you less or the company less? Any doubt in that? Now, product A is sold by one of your relative. Say this is a director Sundar and his wife. Now, now if this director Sundar rejects the offer given by his wife, will he go back home today evening? No. He'll have to sit in the footpath. Now give me the options. Given the circumstances, choose the options again. Not for him, he'll choose the option. Now which option will he choose? Obviously. Okay. This is a profit for him at the personal level, but it is a loss for the company. So every single time a director takes a decision, there's a high chance that the decision taken by him is actually detrimental for the company, but might be getting him personal benefit. So there are two aspects of every single decision he takes: company's interest, company's benefit, or personal benefit, personal interest. So we'll talk it as two things here: company interest and personal interest. Which should you choose? On paper, give me the answer. Which should have been chosen? Company's interest or personal interest? Forget about the example, give me the conceptual clarity here. We have two aspects. One, thinking from the company's point of view, company's interest. Second, from the personal point of view, called as personal interest. If you have two possibilities, company's interest and personal interest, which should have been chosen? Company's interest, but which will be chosen by director? It's a loss for the. Then how to tackle this? Loss states it. Okay, fine. If you have given two options to him, company's interest, personal interest, he'll always lean towards personal interest. That's a human tendency. What happens if he doesn't even have personal interest? I'll appoint such director who doesn't even have a personal interest, no connections with the company. He'll always look for the company's interest. Now, board of directors, listen carefully. The powers are in the hands of director or board of director. If one of the board of director has personal interest, the independent director will stop the transaction. He'll still be thinking only for the benefits of company, but because he doesn't even have any personal interest. Now, having this person at the board's level becomes very important to take a rightful decision. If the company doesn't have an independent director, there's a chance that company might take a decision which is for personal benefit of a director. Company will be losing money. Then appointing this independent director under section number 149 subsection 4 becomes very important. So he is influenced or not influenced? His decision making is always involving whose interest? Does he even have personal interest? So we have to now go and select a person. We have to go identify a person who doesn't even have any. How will I classify whether he is having personal interest or not? I'll have certain qualification criteria. What will be mentioned? Qualifications. If at all he meets all the qualifications given, that means I assume that he doesn't have a personal interest. I'll not assume, I'll come to the conclusion that he is not having a personal interest. If he is not having a personal interest, then he is eligible to be appointed as a. But this eligibility qualification is given under section number 149 subsection 6. For a person to be classified, categorized as having no personal interest, he should fulfill all the conditions mentioned under section number 149 subsection 6. Now what about section 149 subsection 4? It only states that which are the companies for which independent director is applicable. Now conceptually speaking, which company should have independent director? Which company should have independent director? Every company. But do you expect a private company to have independent director? Private company itself is run by family, friends and relative. Don't you expect that every director will be family, friend and relative itself? So you cannot expect independence in case of private company. Leave them alone. will categorize the companies again same as your women director concept. Give me headings, I'll give you the limits later part. Give me the headings here. The logic of independent director under section number 149 subsection 4 is applicable to every listed company and other class of public companies. Hence, indirectly, it is not applicable to a private company. So, it is applicable to every listed company and other class of. This time they have given 3 limits. If you satisfy any one of the limit, you are applicable with independent director. If you are applicable with independent director, you have to appoint a person who meets all the qualifications given under section number. All that is good, sir, but independent director end of the day is a director first. To be called as director, we have seen this in inter level already. We have certain disqualifications. A person is not allowed to act as director if he fulfills any of the disqualifications given under section number 1. Will any which ways learn them in detail again. 164. I want you guys to understand the difference here properly. To be acting as a director, I should not be disqualified under section number. Later, to be acting as a independent director, I should fulfill all the qualifications given under section number. As a director, am I concerned about this part? As a director, I'm a normal director of the company, not an independent director. Am I required to fulfill anything about 149.6? I don't care about 149.6, only concern for me is. But as an independent director, because end of the day I am also a director, I should not be. And I should be qualified. So I'll be applying 2 sections. First I'll apply section number 164 to be acting as a. Once I am eligible to act as director, now I'll think about acting as a independent director, for which I have to fulfill the qualifications given under section number. Now understand the difference between them. Section number 164 is qualification or disqualification? 164 is disqualification if I don't meet any of those conditions given under section number 164, then I am allowed to act as a director. But independent director, section 149 subsection 6 is not disqualification, they are. If I meet all the points given under section 149 subsection 6, then I am allowed to act as a. Got the logic? If I meet any one of the points under section number, I am not allowed to act as. If I meet all the points under section 149 subsection 6, then only I am allowed to act as. Got the process? That is 164 is disqualification, 149.6 is qualification. To act as independent director, I should fulfill what? One of them or both of them? Disqualification of a director as well as qualification of a independent director. Any doubt? Qualification is given under section number 149 subsection 6. Applicability is given under section number 149 subsection 4, and disqualification of director given under section number. But where is the director appointed? 150. This is another exception. This is another exception as your woman director. Independent directors are appointed by the board of directors, but later approved by the shareholders in the next general meeting. So same as your woman director logic, independent director is also appointed by the board of director. After appointment, it will be approved by the shareholders. How will they approve is actually a very good concept, but it is given under section number 150. What will be the process of appointing an independent director is given under section number, but unfortunately not part of a syllabus. So we will not go depth into the topic. Section 150 talks about manner of maintenance and selection of a independent director. Database process is there. A good concept but not part of a syllabus. I'll not go in detail. I'll give you a basic introduction of it. Any doubt on the section numbers as of now? Clear with all the section numbers? 149, 149.1, 149.3, 149.4, 149.6, 164 and 152. What is 152? If I use the word appointment or director, will always jump into section number 152 unless otherwise a special provision is drafted. And one of those special provisions comes under 149 for women director as well as independent director. Start with the applicability then. Put in the heading. Section number 149 subsection 4. Put in the heading applicability of independent director. What will we write for 149 subsection 6? Qualifications of a independent director. Done with the heading? Close it off. Let me complete the chart, then you will come back and write. Let me complete the chart for applicability, then you guys write it. I'll not show it, it's very important. I'll write it and close it off. You guys write it on your own. Very important topic, must be remembered. Shall we? Applicability is as usual divided in how many parts? 2 parts. And just a small reminder, unless we are done with section 149 subsection 4 in all aspects, we are not going to leave for the class. It might be more than 6. Be mentally prepared for it. I'm not asking, I'm saying it will be more than 6. Be mentally prepared for it. First, which company? Every listed company. Then the second category is other. Class of which companies? Indirectly it is not applicable to private companies. Now, other class of public companies, they have to fulfill any one of the 3 conditions. How many conditions are given? But they have to fulfill any one of them or all 3 of them. So should I be using the word or and? So the 3 categories we have here is, as usual, the 2 categories copy pasted, paid up share capital and turnover, and we have outstanding borrowings. This word borrowings here includes everything, deposits, loans, everything accepted by the company there. Now, paid up share capital. If the company has a paid up share capital of more than equal to 10 CR, how much? It is trying to make it applicable for as many companies as possible. In the future, this will also be increasing its scope, but as of now, more than equal to 10. Turnover of more than equal to 100 CR and outstanding borrowings of 50. How much? More than 50. Exceeding 50 crores. Start. That's your applicability done. Give me the, not completely done obviously. So let's start. Section number 149 subsection 4. Which companies? Other class of public companies. Every listed company and other class of public companies. Other class of public companies, if they have more than equal to 10 crores or more than equal to 100 or more than exceeding 50 crores. If any one of these limits are met as per your latest audited financial statements, you have to appoint. So that is fine, but how many? We have not discussed on how many. We have discussed only on applicability, that it is applicable. Yes, it is applicable. If it is applicable, how many should I appoint? How many should I appoint? Now think about it. Think about it. If all the directors in the company are having influence, they are having personal interest, and only one independent director is present, Though conceptually he is independent, he'll not be able to influence, he'll not be able to raise his voice properly. Then the law states that we must have not a single independent director, we must have a bunch of them, so that they'll be able to properly implement the concept of independence in the board level. We are not expecting them to be a single person, we must have at least a bunch of directors who are independent. Then the law starts stating that we will categorize the logic of applicability of independent director into two categories, and once it is applicable, the number of independent directors to be appointed is also to be separately learnt for listed company and other class of public companies. Listed company has to appoint a different number of independent directors, other class of public companies have to appoint a different number of independent directors. A listed company must appoint at least, am I using the word? At least how many? 1/3 of your total directors as independent directors. How many? At least 1/3 of your total directors must be independent directors. At least 33% should be your independent directors in the process. If say the company has 9 directors, if required, take your calculators. If required, take your calculators. I mean that take your calculators. I don't trust your brain. If the company, you don't have to calculate for this question, but coming questions I'll require it. Sundar, ready? Ready? If the company has 3 directors, if the company has 9 directors, if the company has 15 directors, if the company has 18, can I have 18? Can I have 18 in the first place? But by passing fine, I have 18 directors. How many directors should be independent? I have 12 directors, 15 directors, 18 directors, 21 directors, 10 directors. 3.33. 3 independent directors. Another director who is half independent, who is half influenced. Can you appoint 3.33? If there is a fraction number. Now give me the concept again. I must have at least give me the logic on that particular question. I must have at least 3.33 directors acting as independent. So if I appoint 3 directors, that is not going to fulfill the logic. I should appoint. So whenever there is fraction number, always rounding off to the next number or the nearest number. Next number. So give me the answers quickly on that basis. We have 17 directors. 5.67 will be rounded off to my mistake. I'm wrong question. We have 24 directors. Use your calculator. 24 directors. 22 directors. So in the exam your answer wouldn't be directly 8. You have to show the calculations properly. So 22 divided by 3, 7.33, rounded off to the next number. So we must have at least 8 independent directors, and this logic is for whom? Which company? So can I say we must have how much? What's the wordings here? At least 1/3 of total directors as independent directors, but if there is any fraction, shall be rounded off as. Nearest or next? Remember this concept. Companies Act always uses the logic next number. It's a hard and fast and rule. Wherever we have fractions in Companies Act, always round it off to the next number. Then coming to this category. What is this? Other class of which companies? Public companies must have how many directors? How many independent directors? At least, give me 1/3 or 2/3? At least 2 directors. At least 2 independent directors. Now do the calculation. I have 10 directors. Do the calculation and properly answer. I have 10 directors, 15 directors, 5 directors, 2 directors? I have 3 directors. Can I have 3? Wait. I have 5 directors. Can I have 4 directors as independent directors? Any doubt in this? Then write. First. Don't wait, I am not going to be generous here, right? Don't copy from your friends. Chalo, quickly check the answers. 149 subsection 4. The first category, every listed company, how many? At least 1/3 of the total directors, but if there is any fractions, it will always be rounded off to the. And in case of other class of public companies, how many conditions, how many limits are there? We have to meet any one of them or all of them. Should be using the word or and. First, paid up share capital, how much? More than equal to or more than equal to 100, or outstanding borrowings of more than 50. If any one of these limits are met, we have to appoint at least 2 independent directors. Any doubt? Clear? Close your books. Woman director? Fine. Yes. What's the logic in that? Can the woman director be meeting all the qualifications in 149(6) and act as an independent director? That will be 2 concepts with a single person. She'll also be fulfilling the provisions of 149 subsection 1, but also 149 subsection 4. She'll also be classified as woman director, but also independent director. That can happen. Chalo. Come to this. This is a logic. Close your books. Concentrate on the topic. This is a logic which I'll be using again in the future topics. I'm not going to explain that in detail in the future logic. I'm just going to brush the topic when it comes in the future. Understand the process correctly here. Say this is the panel of BOD directors we have. Each BOD director brings in a different skill. Now, for example, a cost accountant. You are a BOD director. Do you have skill as a cost accountant? But you are not having skill in all the aspects. You have expertise in one area of a business. You understand the cost better. You understand cost reduction. You do decision making processes. You do the financial aspect of the company, a cost accountant. Now I also have a lawyer, LLB or LLM, in the board of directors. Okay. Either LLB or LLM. He is more focused on compliances, legal compliances, or the legal suits which have been filed on the company. Rather, does he understand any finance? He is not an expert in the field of finance. And then I have another director, say Akash. He is a second class fail, or otherwise, to be more positive, first class pass. He's a first class passed out. Now understand this. Can he be appointed as a director first of all? Sure. Director doesn't have any, but there are certain given under section number. Can he be appointed? Akash, what is 2 plus 3? So he doesn't understand finances. If you give this person a first class field, he understands business. He knows how to run the business. He has experience in it. But if I give him the financial statements, if I give Akash financial statements, what will he do? He'll not be able to understand the financial statements. Okay. He'll not be able to understand the financial statements. Now give me the logic. Say this is a board meeting. Okay. This is a board meeting. We're discussing about financial statements or financial projections of the company. Unless other than for eating snacks, what is there in the meeting? If you are discussing about financial aspect, does he provide any insights about it? Does he actively participate in the process? But he's actively participating in the. He's eating all the snacks of all the members. We were active in discussing about the financial aspect, but he is roaming around the table, collecting snacks from every plate he finds. Now, actually speaking, is he required in the meeting? Now, repeat the question. Is he a director? Does he have skill? Yes or no? Yes, he doesn't have skill regarding finance. If he doesn't have a skill regarding finance, there are two perspectives. His time waste, snacks are wasted, we are disturbed in the process. We were seriously discussing about financials, but he is disturbing us in the business activities. So what should we do? We'll throw him out of the meeting. But yes, we want to do that, but we cannot legally do that in the meeting. He's also a board director. He also has a right to come and attend. Then the law stated that there are certain aspects in the business which are very specific in nature where all the directors might not have knowledge about it. Hence, we have formed something called as a committee where the specific set of directors who have knowledge in the specific area will conduct their own separate meeting called as committee meetings. It is a formal way of asking Akash to get out. It's a logic here. It's a formal way where we don't want this person to attend this meeting. We want it to be more specific for those particular directors who understands finance better. We'll appoint a committee. Committee is nothing outside the company. It is a part of the board of directors, but only such directors who are specialized in a specific area. One of the major committees we have is our audit committee. Audit committee is, now understand the logic here. First of all, majority of the committees we have, not even in our syllabus, but basically in Companies Act, majority of the committees, 99% of the committees are always constituted with board of directors. That means committees also having board of directors. Now a question, think about it properly. This audit committee assuming has 3 directors. Company has how many directors? 6. Audit committee has how many directors? Does the audit committee have powers? No. Powers are given to, and these 3 people separately cannot be called as board of directors. Powers are still in the hands of, but the specialized discussions will happen in a separate meeting which will be more specific for the financials, where each and every person in the meeting will make more sense in the meeting. Once they have done their meeting, they'll recommend it to the board of directors. They don't have powers to take action on their own. They're not board of directors. They're only part of the directors. Who has been given powers in the Companies Act? Board of directors. Hence, all 6 of them combined together have power. These 3 set of people don't have power in the company. They are only having a option to recommend it to the board of directors. Who will take the action ultimately? Board of directors. But if I start discussing it on a board level, can I say all the other directors who have no knowledge about financing will be wasting their time? I'm unrequiredly I'm calling them to the meeting. They have to attend the meeting. There's a lot of time waste that has happened for the other directors without any knowledge. Then to be more specific and more intense discussion to happen, we'll separate the group of people called as a committee. One of those committees we have is audit committee. Audit committee, first of all, to understand audit, you should understand finance first. Audit is nothing but to give an opinion on the financial statements. To understand audit, you first should understand financial statements. Then the law states that this audit committee will be constituted with at least 3 directors. How many? At least 3 directors. Listen carefully and inform you. Any doubt in this word audit committee first? Clear on the logic audit committee? Audit committee will be constituted with how many directors? This logic of audit committee is given under section number 177. I hope you are able to brush the concepts. So what is an audit committee? It is also a part of Board of directors, not all the directors, but at least 3 directors will be appointed into a separate group of people called as audit committee. This audit committee will have knowledge on finance, obviously. Now this audit committee, end of the day, audit itself is an independent process. You have learned this SA 700 audit report. If you don't remember the number, that's fine, but you know the audit report, right? The heading of auditor's report. Look at it. Whether you're independent or not, I don't know, but you will start the audit report with the wordings. Independent auditor's report. That means audit procedure itself is. The very reason we are conducting audit is to make sure that whatever done by the management has to be properly verified. If management has done something wrong, the independent auditor will make sure that shareholders will get the right information. If audit is such pure in nature, can I say people who are going to overview the audit must also be genuine in nature? A lot of genuinity is required in the audit committee to make sure that audit is done properly. Who will conduct the audit? Auditor. Who will make sure that audit is conducted properly? Audit committee. This audit committee should also be very independent in nature. Then the law stated that the audit committee must be constituted with how many directors? Out of these directors, majority of them must be independent directors. So, what is majority there? 2. Can I appoint 4 directors as an audit committee? If it is 4, how many of them must be independent? 3. If I appoint 5 of them as audit committee, 5 as audit committee. 3. If I appoint 10 of them as audit committee. Now, that's your section number 177. Now let's combine both 149.4 and 177 combined together. Are you guys with me? What is section 177? Audit committee we must have how many? Out of which majority shall be independent directors. Majority means 50 or more than 50. My company has a total of 20 directors. I didn't ask the question yet. Can I have 20 directors? Yes or no? No, but by passing up. Fine, I can have 20 directors. Now, I am a company who is unlisted. Unlisted or listed? Unlisted public company. And these are my financial information for the last year. Paid up share capital of 10. Turnover of 90 crores. Outstanding borrowings of 50 CR. One word answer. Am I applicable with 149 subsection 4? Sure? Yes. How? Paid up share capital is how much? Is it meeting the limit? Turnover. Outstanding borrowings. Borrowings 50 crores. Okay, fine. End of the day, I am meeting one limit. Am I applicable with 149 subsection 4? If yes, I have to appoint how many independent directors? At least. Any doubt? The same applicability as we have learned under 149 subsection 4 is also applicable for section 177. Exactly copy pasted. So if you are applicable with independent director, you are also applicable with audit committee. Got the logic right? Audit committee also has applicability under section number 177, which is exactly copy pasted from section number 149 subsection 4. That means if you are applicable with independent director here, that means you are automatically also applicable with. And we have to appoint how many? How many? I appointed 3. Can I appoint 3? Out of these 3, how many shall be majority? How many shall be independent? This is given under section number. This is given under section number. Any doubt? Shall get to the concept now. I have appointed 8 members as independent director. Audit committee. Now give me the entire holistic answer, entire company side for me. I'll repeat the facts. I'm a unlisted public company having paid up share capital of 10 crores, turnover of 90 and outstanding borrowings of exactly 50, and I have a total of 20 directors in me, and I have appointed 8 directors as a part of audit committee. How many independent directors should I appoint? Think and answer. How many? How many? 5? 5 or 2? Sure. This number 5 comes from where? 177 or 149? Let's answer them separately first. As per 149, how many should I appoint? Irrespective of the total number of directors, I have to appoint at least 2. The total directors may be 100 also, I'll still appoint. So as per the section 149, subsection 4, appointing 2 independent directors is fulfilling the provision. But as per section 177, as per section 177, I have to appoint at least 5. Majority of the independent directors majority of the audit committee must be a. Now applying both the concepts. If there is a conflict, which should I follow? 177 or 149.4? 170? Answer is I have to follow both. If there is a conflict, I have to harmonize between the sections and I have to try and apply both of them. Now can I say if I appoint 5 directors, I am fulfilling both the sections? Got the logic right? I am not departing from section 149 subsection 4. Appointing 5 is indirectly fulfilling the provisions of 149.4 as well as. But if I appoint only 2, I am fulfilling the provisions of 149.4 but not. Then 149.4 has a small note point stating that if you are required to appoint higher number of independent directors as per section number 177, please go follow 177. I'm not going to disturb you. Go follow 177. That means indirectly you're going to be required to appoint how many directors in the process? 5. What will the wordings here? If you are required to appoint higher number of independent directors as per section number 177 audit committee, then follow the provisions of section number 177 and appoint such number of directors as given by section 177. We are not going to follow 149 subsection 4. Can I complicate this? Concept is clear, right? I'll complicate this for you. Chalo, answer. Use your calculator, not your brains. Start. Simple guys. Calculation as per 149.4, calculation as per 177, then we'll compare it. Do it separately first. 7 is the final answer? Chalo. Give me the calculation. 149 subsection 4. Wait. Did everybody do that? Done? Chalo. 149 subsection 4. I have to appoint how many? 1/3 of my total directors, 20. How much? Give me the calculation properly. Will be rounded off to the next number, that is 7. As per section number 149 subsection 4, I have to appoint 7 independent directors. Coming back, section 177, I have to appoint 5. Now the provisions again. If any higher number of independent directors are required as per section number, not required, ignore the point, we'll appoint 7. If higher number of independent directors are required as per 177, we'll follow section number. If higher number is not required, we'll still follow. So we'll appoint how many independent directors there. That's your linking between section number 149 subsection 4 and 177. Any doubt? What's the time? 6:30, 6:40. Any doubt in the process? No. Give me the section numbers, we'll close it off. Section number 149. What is 149? What, am I exhausted or what? Exhausted? Do I care? Then answer. What is section 149? I am not able to hear, guys. 149, applicability of independent director. What is section 149? Company to have board of directors. 149 subsection 1. Number of directors and woman director. Section 149 subsection 3. Resident director. Section 149 subsection 6. Qualification of a independent director. Section 164. Disqualification of a director. 152. 177. 149 subsection 4. Applicability of a independent director. Right, the last point. If a company is required to appoint, higher number of independent directors, if a company is required to appoint higher number of independent directors as per section number 177, then follow section number 177, then follow section number 177 and appoint such higher number. Then follow section number 177 and appoint such higher number. Next heading, only heading, don't worry. Section number. Subsection 5 is again transition period, not part of a syllabus. Again transition, not required for conceptual part also. Put in section 149 subsection 6. What should be the heading? Qualification of a fine. We'll continue tomorrow. Tomorrow is? Who told you? Who should declare holidays? The college, not you. Might not be a holiday, so we'll continue whenever the next session is. Maybe tomorrow, maybe day after tomorrow, whatever it is. Shall we start? Voice is clear? Good morning. Is the voice clear? Chalo, close the books, materials, everything. I hope you have revised everything about board of directors. Yes? Chalo, start. We have a weekend exam this Saturday or Monday? You have exam today. Law exam was done on Saturday or Monday? You have written? Yes. Yes or no? Okay, fine. We'll do the auditing. We'll check whether you have written or not. Next Saturday exam, whatever exam for law syllabus will be probably our board of directors. We'll try and finish the chapter by this Saturday. Not gonna rush it, but at the same point of time, we'll take some extra time if possible. We'll try and finish by this Saturday. We'll have exam on Saturday or Monday regarding board of directors. For the last couple of weekend exam, I was not that serious because those were small topics which are already known. Except the dividend topic, every other topic is known to you. If at all you are not writing the board of directors weekend exam the next week, you are not allowed to the class next time. I'll check whether whosoever is writing exams. If you are not writing, I don't care about the marks. If you even get 0, that's fine for me. But if you are not attending the exam, You're not allowed into my specific class. It's up to you to decide whether you want to attend the class or not. Is that warning fine? Chalo, start. Start. Close the books fast. Fast. Section number. What's the chapter? Board of Directors. The chapter Board of Directors will be ranging from section numbers. Good morning. I'm not able to hear, guys. First, Board of Directors chapter ranges from section numbers 149 to 172. Followed by this chapter, we have a concept called as board meetings, which will be continued from section number 173 to 195. Then followed this board meetings, we will have special category of people called as key managerial personnel, ranging from section numbers 196 to 205. But our syllabus obviously doesn't cover everything. Most of the sections are existing. Coming to the Board of Directors, chapter number 11. Chapter number 11 of the Companies Act, ranging from section numbers 149 to 172. We started with section number 149. First of all, Board of Directors must appoint Board of Directors or may appoint Board of Directors. Hence, the section 149 talks about company to have Board of Directors. Company to have Board of Directors has been again subdivided into multiple subsections. We started with section number 149, subsection 1. What is section 149 to begin with? Company. What is 149? Company to have Board of Directors. Then we started section number 149, subsection 1. What is subsection 1? Number of directors and women director. Give me the logic of number of directors. We'll always remember the companies in same order. OPC, private company and public company. Minimum number of directors 1, 2, 3 maximum. Can it be more than 15? 15. Okay. Thank you, Ma. After 15, fine. Can we appoint more than 15? No, but there is an. We can appoint more than 15 by passing a. But passing of special resolution is not required for government company and section 8 company if they have complied with the provisions of section number 137 and 92. What is 137? Filing of financial statements. What is 92? Annual return. If both the sections have been complied with, the government company can appoint 17 directors without. I'm a government company, not filed 92. I have filed 137. Question. Let me complete the question first. I am a government company who has filed section 137 financial statements but have failed to file my annual returns 92. I want to appoint 14 directors. 15. 16. No, but by passing a. It is not prohibiting me to appoint more than 15, but it is not giving me a special status not to pass a special resolution. Can I appoint 16 directors? Yes, but I have to pass a special resolution. That was your subsection 1 regarding the number of directors. Then the same subsection 1 also talks about discrimination, gender discrimination, but logic of women director. How many women directors must be appointed? At least one woman director must be appointed at the board level for all the company. All companies or only certain companies? Give me the applicability here. Applicability divided into how many parts? 3. 2 or 3? What is the first part? Every listed company. Second part? Other class of public companies. That means it is not applicable to private companies. It is applicable to such class of public companies fulfilling how many conditions? 2 conditions. Any one of the 2 conditions. What are the 2 conditions given? Paid up share capital and should I be using the word and or? Paid up share capital how much? More than equal to 100 crores or turnover more than equal to 300 crores. If any one of these limits are satisfied, the company shall appoint at least one woman director. If the concept of woman director is applicable to you from the very incorporation, you would appoint them within 6 months. 6 months from the date of incorporation. We have 3 women directors in the company. One of them, we will not kill them. One of them vacated, resigned from the office. How many are still there? We have four. We'll start the example again. We have four women directors in the company. Out of the four women directors, one of them resigned. Can the company continue with three women directors? Company had only one woman director, and the one woman director unfortunately resigned. Now, should the company appoint a woman director? Give me the logic. Women director. Normally, directors are appointed by. Excellent, Amma. Board of directors are appointed by company with the help of shareholders in the annual general meeting by passing a ordinary resolution. Sure? Under section number 152. What is section 152? Appointment of board of directors appointed by the company in the AGM with the help of shareholders by passing a ordinary resolution. But there are special kind of cases where the directors are appointed by board of directors. One of those special cases is a woman director. Woman director is appointed by, but it has to be approved by the shareholders in the next general meeting, not AGM, next general meeting. Appointed by BOD, approved by the shareholders. Now, once a vacancy creates, the vacancy should also be filled. Filled by whom? Board of directors within how many months? Or within the next board meeting, whichever is. Earlier or later? Later. That's your women director under subsection 1. Then subsection 2. 149 subsection 2. Sorry, 3. Fine. Subsection 3. Which company? Which company? Every company must have at least one resident director. What do you mean by resident director? His stay in India was how many days? 182 or more days in the preceding financial year, right? Don't get angry, Amma. During the financial year. Now, this resident director concept was not applicable for 2 financial years. 1920, 2021. If the company is incorporated during the financial year, we don't require you to be appointed for 182 days. We'll calculate on a proportionate basis. If the company is incorporated for 100 days, you have to stay in India for 50 days. We'll calculate on a proportionate basis. Then we started with our section 149, subsection 4. From subsection 4 to subsection 13, everything talks about independent director. Subsection 4 specifically talks about applicability of independent director. Draw in the chart for me. Applicability of independent director divided into how many parts? First, every listed company and other class of public companies. Every listed company shall appoint how many? 1/3 of the total directors as independent directors. If there is a fraction, we have 10 directors, 1/3, 3.33. 3 directors independent, 4th director half independent, half influenced. We'll always round it off. Round it off to the nearest number, next number. 3.33 rounded off to 3. Sure? Always round off to the next number. Come to the second category, other class of. Fulfilling how many conditions? Any one of the 3 conditions. What are 3 conditions we have? Paid up share capital, turnover, outstanding borrowings. Paid up share capital more than equal to. Turnover more than equal to. Outstanding borrowings more than equal to. More than. If any one of them or all of them. I'll be using the word or and. If any one of those conditions are fulfilled, then the public company should also appoint how many? At least 2 independent directors. I have 10 total directors. 11. At least 2. 15. At least 16. At least. Can I have 16 directors? But by passing. So the logic was that how many ever total directors you have, I don't care, you have to appoint at least 2 independent directors. Then we link it with the section 149 subsection 4 with section number 177. What is section 177? Audit committee. Audit committee also has the same applicability as section 149 subsection 4. 149 subsection 4, 177 subsection 1. Both of them are exactly same. So if you are applicable with the 149.4, that means you are automatically applicable with audit committee 177 also. If audit committee is applicable, the company should constitute an audit committee with how many directors? At least out of these 3 directors, majority shall be independent directors. If as per provisions of section 177, you are required to appoint higher number of independent directors, we'll follow section number 177. Quickly answer for this. Are you guys ready? Calculators. Calculators. What is 1 plus 1? What is 2 plus? What is 3 plus 1? So you should never trust your brain. You should only trust your. Shall we start? We are a public company having paid up share capital of say 8 crores, turnover of. I'll make sure that none of my class has number 2 from here on. 89 crores, outstanding borrowings of 48 crores. Chalo, start. Oh, fine. I forgot to mention one thing. We are listed entity. Start. We have total directors 22. No. Wait. We have total 18 directors. And out of these 18 directors, we have appointed audit committee with a total of 9 directors. Start. 5 or 5.5 or 6, 9 now. Okay, let's separately answer. Give me answer for 149 subsection 4 first. 1/3 of total directors. What will the answer? 6. Then give me answer for 177. 9 in majority of 9. As per section 177, we have to appoint 5. As per 149.4, we have to appoint. We'll appoint how many independent directors? If higher number is required as per 177, we'll follow 177. If the same question, if I say, we have audit committee with 15 directors. How many? So we'll apply section 177 or 149.4? 177. That's your provisions of section number 149 subsection 4. First, then come to this word, independent director. What do you mean by independent director? He's already here. He's actually a director who is having independence. We have discussed this logic that a director can have 2 things, personal interest and the company interest. If he has 2 things, personal interest and company interest, he'll always lean towards personal interest. There's a chance that company might incur loss. Then the Companies Act has introduced a new concept called as independent director, where he doesn't have any personal interest. Only thing he has is, so he'll always be working with influence or without any influence. He'll be taking the best decisions possible for the company. So now this independent director has to fulfill certain qualifications under section number 149 subsection 6, and he has disqualifications as a director under section number 164. First of all, give me the logics here. Independent director is also a director. To be appointed as director, he must not be disqualified under section number 164. Once appointed as a director, to be acting as independent director, he should fulfill all the qualifications given under section number. He should fulfill one qualification or all the qualifications? All the qualifications given under section number. He should not meet any of the disqualifications given under section number. As a director, what section will be applicable to me? As a director, 164. As an independent director, 164 and 149 subsection 6. So put in the words. Start. You'll write each point. Section number 149 subsection 6, qualification of independent director. Now the logic of qualification of independent director starts with the wording that independent director means a director other than. That means certain people are not allowed to act as independent director. They are expected to be influenced by the company, hence they cannot avail the title, avail the privilege to be called as a independent director. Always remember the logic that independent director means a person who has personal interest or no personal interest, but starts with the wording that independent director means a director other than. Now start the first category. He is not allowed to become a managing director. What do you mean by managing director? No, I'll any which ways explain this word managing director. We have this definition under the KMP chapter. We'll closely spend an hour of time to discuss managing director, manager, whole-time director. I'll give you a just hint about it. What is the difference between managing director and director? Other than the word managing, what's the difference between managing director and director? Director also manages. Director also is taking part in the affairs of the business. Managing director and director are apart from each other by a concept called as some special power, substantial power, some extra powers are given to a person. Director, he'll be called as a managing director. These special powers are not usually available with the director. If I have something extra powers in my hand as a director, I'll be called as. So first of all, the word managing director is also a, but having special power. That special power is called as substantial powers of management of affairs of the company. You remember the keyword substantial power as of now. If you have substantial powers which are not available with the director, then you are called as a managing director, and this person, managing director, is expected to take care of the day-to-day affairs of the company. If he's connected with the company on a daily basis, he'll lose his independence. He's deriving salary from the company. He's deriving his remuneration from the company. He's connected with the company on a day-to-day basis. He'll be connected emotionally with the company also. Will he be losing his independence? Can he act as an independent director? So the concept straight away starts with the wording independent director means a person who is other than a. Managing director is not allowed to act as a independent director or a whole-time director. What do you mean by this whole-time director? A person who is in full-time employment. Full-time employment means he is working elsewhere. No, I'm devoting my entire time and efforts into a single company. I'm called as a whole-time director. I'm responsible for the day-to-day management. If I'm devoting my entire time and efforts into a single company, can I indirectly from the other aspect say that entire income, bread and butter for me is receiving from this company? Got the logic, right? If I'm spending entire time with a single company, entire income for me as an individual is received from only one company. If this company is affected, I'll also be affected. I'll again be connected with the company. I'm deriving money from company, and the only source of my income is this specific company. I'm connected with the company and influenced by the company. I'm not allowed to act as a independent director. Who is not allowed to act? First, managing director. Second, whole-time director, or the last category, a person who is classified as a nominee director. What about this nominee director? This concept of nominee director, guys, are you able to understand the section numbers? Remember them? You're comfortable with section numbers, right? I'm actually giving more section numbers than usual to you guys. If you're comfortable, we will continue the same, right? Sure. Nominee director, we'll explain a little more about this point here. What is nominee director here? Here is basically section. I have not discussed one point of 149 subsection 1, especially for connecting into this logic. Listen carefully. What are we expecting from a director? Finance. What are we expecting from a shareholder? Finance. We are not expecting him to come and run the business activities, but we are expecting the board of directors to come and run business activities. Now this board of director to come and run business activities, to manage the business, manage the affairs of the company, he must be possessing skill. Do you have skill? Do you have brain? Yes or no? Does it work? We'll start again. Do you have brain? Does it work? Do you have skill? Do you have knowledge? Yes or no? At least say yes. Okay. If you don't, also say yes. Be confident while saying it. Chaitanya, okay? We have yes. Do you have brain? Do you have skill? Do you know how to manage? Now, can you be appointed as a director? Yes. Whether company will prosper or not, that's a secondary thing. But can you be appointed as a director? Can a body corporate be appointed as a director? Can a body corporate be appointed as a director? Why? Body corporate is an artificial person. Doesn't have brain. Forget about skill. Doesn't even have a. Can a body corporate act as a director? Yes or no? Who can act as a director? Only a person who is a individual. Hence, section 149 subsection 1 starts with the wording, company must have directors who are individuals. That means who is not allowed to act as director? Body corporate. A company is not allowed to act as a director. Who can act as director? Only a individual, because we are expecting what from the director? Skill. Now look at it. If say there are two companies, A Limited, B Limited. A Limited has invested into B Limited amounting to 70%. Think an answer. A Limited is holding or subsidiary? B Limited is. Forget about holding subsidiary, sir. A Limited is a shareholder. Shareholder of. Can A Limited come and attend general meetings? A Limited, the artificial person, will come and attend the. But at least they'll send a proxy or representative. Now understand the process here. This A Limited can control B Limited through its 70% shareholding in the general meeting. But can A Limited be appointed as board of director? Because it is a doesn't have. We allow only whom to act as director? Individuals. Can this A Limited act as a board of director? That means A Limited, even though it's holding majority of the shares of a company, it is only able to control the general meeting, but is not able to control the board meeting. Then comes a logic stating that we will nominate a person to be appointed as a board of director. This person so nominated will be acting in favor of A Limited, called as a nominee director. Who has nominated? Get the wordings clear. Who has nominated? But end of the day, who will appoint? B Limited. We are not allowing A Limited to come and appoint a director. We are only asking them to give a nomination. Basically select a person whom you want to be appointing as a director. I'll appoint it. Give me the process. Who appoints? B Limited, but nominated by the person is called as a nominee director. He is be working for whose benefit? A Limited. He is be working for whose benefit and whose directions or whose instructions? A Limited. Now if anything is against A Limited, will he raise his voice? Can I say he's influenced? Yes, because he's working for a specific body corporate. If he's a nominee director, that means he's working for a specific entity, specific body corporate. He's indirectly influenced towards such body corporate. That means he's not allowed to act as a independent director. So give me the wordings of independent director. Section number 149 subsection 6, qualifications of a independent director. Independent director means a person other than managing director, whole-time director, nominee director. These three category of directors are not allowed to act as a independent director. This logic of nominee director is given under section number 161. Section number 161. We'll give the subsection later. We'll come back and fill it up. It is given under section 161 as of now. I'll give the subsection. There are subsections. I'll give it later. As of now, just remember section number 161. Give me the wordings, guys, quick. Independent director means a director other than a managing director, whole-time director, nominee director. Now again the special point. Go to section 152. What is section 152? Appointment of a board of director. Who appoints the board of director? Company in the AGM with the help of bypassing ordinary. But there are special cases. In case of special circumstances, the board of directors are appointed by directors are appointed by the board of directors. One of those special cases again is Independent director. Independent directors are appointed by, same as your woman director logic guys. Independent director is appointed by, and once appointed it has to be approved. Approved by whom? Shareholders. Don't write it. We'll expand this chart itself. Don't write. Just otherwise write somewhere else. Don't expand the chart here yet. Appointed by whom? Appointed by board of directors. Then after appointment it will be approved by shareholders in the next general meeting. How will the board of directors appoint? Board of directors have to make sure that this person is independent. So can I say everything that is mentioned under 149 subsection 6 has to be verified by the board of directors. Board of directors have to believe that this person is good enough to be acting as a independent director. This person is having integrity. Even though nobody is watching, he's going to do the right thing. Integrity is nothing but doing the right thing even though you know that nobody is watching you. As an auditor, are you having integrity? Yes or no? Even though nobody is watching you, whether you're going to still perform your audit procedures. Yes. Even though nobody is watching you, whether you're going to still provide a proper report. Even though there is no CCTV cameras, you'll still write the exam with genuinity. Whether we have integrity. The independent director is expected to have integrity because we are not in a position to come and monitor him every single day. Even though nobody is monitoring, he must be taking decisions for company's interest or personal interest. Now the logic starts with the wording that in the opinion of board of director, he is a person of integrity. In the opinion of? Why did they use the word in the opinion of board of director? Because he is appointed by board of director. Board of directors will check whether he has integrity or not. If he has integrity, the board of directors will appoint it, but who will ratify it later? Is it possible for the shareholders to come and check every single person? Because shareholders don't know who is to trust and who not to trust, the power to appoint independent director is given to the board of directors. Now give me the wordings here. Section 149 subsection 6 starts with the logic. Just listen and just concentrate on the wordings clearly. Independent director means a director other than a managing director, full-time director or nominee director, and he in the opinion of board of directors is a person of integrity. Any doubt? Now continue the point. Prashant, a first class field. Prashant is one of the proposed candidate to be appointed as a independent director. Okay, let's take some assumptions here. Assuming we are the board of directors, we have to decide whether we'll appoint this person or not as a independent director. Prashant is a person of integrity. He's a genuine person. I hope the spelling is correct. If not, also we cannot do anything. Prashant, assuming, we know he is not, but just take an assumption, he is a person of integrity. Okay. But is that enough to be appointed as director? Yes. He should also come and run the business. He should also have skill set. He should also have knowledge about the business activities. So having integrity is not enough. As a board of directors, we'll check for integrity obviously, but along with integrity, I also want him to have experience. I also want him to have expertise in the business. So I want you guys to remember 3 keywords here. In the opinion of board of director, he is a person of integrity and possesses the relevant expertise and experience. I want him to be experienced. I want him to know the business activities. I want him to be an expert in the field. I want him to be maintaining his integrity. Who will check all this? Board of directors. Give me the wordings. In the opinion of board of director, he is a person of integrity and possesses the relevant expertise and experience. Any doubt in this? Who is appointing? Then ratified by the. That's your first qualification criteria. The first qualification criteria in the opinion of board of directors. 3 keywords. Give me the keywords, that's it. Integrity, experience and expertise. This will be verified by whom? If the board of directors believe in their opinion that this person possesses all 3, then I'll propose him to be appointed. I'll appoint him as a. Where will I check? How will I find a person? How will I find a person to be acting as independent director? we have something called as database of independent directors. A database which will provide, similar to your LinkedIn and similar to your Naukri, etc. They'll have the profiles of all the persons who are willing to act as a independent director. I'll go on to this database. I'll verify which particular director suits my company's position as independent director, and I'll go and select such person who is feasible for my business activities and appoint him as a independent director. So who appoints? Board of director. Who will select board of directors? After appointment, who will verify? Shareholders. Any doubt in this? Selection is done by board. I'll select from the database who is suitable for me. After selecting, I will appoint. After appointing, it will be approved by the shareholders. Is the 3 stages clear for you? First, selection, appointment, approval. If wrong selection is done, whose default? Board of directors. Just remember that point. We'll come back to it. Shall I write the first sentence for me? Other than managing director, whole-time director, nominee director. First point. In the opinion of, otherwise these are all there in the book. Will you highlight in the book? Will not waste time. We'll highlight in the book directly. Highlight in the book. If you want, you can write. Otherwise, you can highlight in the book. Every word is there in the book already for you. There's nothing new we are going to chart. It is not possible for us to draw any chart here. We are just writing the words. If you are comfortable, you can go through the material. In the opinion of whom? Board of director. He has 3 things. One, he must be a person of integrity. He must be possessing relevant expertise and experience. RIMO. Second point. Okay, guys, do one thing. Close the books. Close the materials. Once we are done with couple of points, I'll make you guys read in the material. Otherwise, you're gonna already read it from the material. You'll lose the conceptual clarity. First point is what? Quick. In the opinion of, he's a person who is having integrity, possesses relevant expertise and experience. Second point, if you are the promoter of the company, you are the person who started the company, it is your idea to incorporate the company, even though you might not have financial impact, financial burden on the company, you might have exited the company, but you will always have this soft corner for the company. This is your company, you started this, you will always have that soft corners towards the company, whether you will be influenced. Can you act as independent director? A person who is a promoter, or carefully observe the wordings, a person who is a promoter or who was a promoter. Even though I'm not promoted today, I still have this soft corner because I have incorporated this company. I have created this company, either is a promoter or was a promoter of the company. He is not allowed to act as a independent director. Now, because you guys are matured enough to understand, I'll directly draft an example direct. On the concept based, a holding company and a subsidiary company, you are a promoter of subsidiary company. You are a promoter of this subsidiary company. Now you have been asked to act as a independent director of the holding company. Holding company's future is again depending upon the subsidiary company, whether you will be influenced again. Can you act as a independent director? Now give me the wordings. A person who is or was a promoter. Promoter of what? Either company or all the group companies. What are the group companies we have? Holding company, subsidiary company, associate company. So from here on we'll refer that as a group company, but from the exam perspective you write all the four categories: company, holding company, subsidiary company, associate company. So give me the entire wordings for point number B. A person who is or was a promoter of the company or holding company, subsidiary company or associate company is not allowed to act as a. But sir, we are discussing qualifications, not disqualifications. So what should be the wordings? A person who is or was not a promoter. Got the conceptual clarity? We have discussed from the point of view that he shouldn't be a director, independent director. Now we are adding it for qualifications. So what will be the wordings for me? A person who is or was not a promoter of the group companies is allowed to act as a independent director. Got the sentence clear? Any doubt in this? Who is or was not a promoter. That's your point number B, sub point 1. If you add in the section numbers correctly, section number 149, subsection 6, clause B, subclause 1. Section number 149, subsection 6, clause B, subclause 1 states that if you are not a promoter, is not a promoter, was not a promoter of any of the group companies, you are allowed to qualify to be acting as a. Second point within that, listen the wordings. He is a relative of a promoter. First point, you shouldn't be a promoter. Second point, he is. But to add the qualification criteria, I will be using the word he is not a relative, not a relative of either promoter or director. Because end of the day, can I add the word director here? He is or was not a promoter is the wordings given by law. Can I add the word director? Yes, sir. What are you appointed as? What are you proposed to be appointed as? Can you be director? Obviously, you are a director, right? So, can I use the word director? But he shouldn't be a relative of a existing director. So, what will be the second wordings here? Clause B, subclause 1. Subclause 2. He is not a relative. Not a relative of what? Promoter or director of the group companies. Any doubt as of now? Give me the two qualifications you have learned. First qualification. Give me the wordings proper, guys. He, in the opinion of board of directors, he is a person of integrity, possesses relevant expertise and experience. Point number 1 done. Point number 2, he is or was not promoter of the group companies. Next point, he is not a relative of promoter or of the group companies. He is allowed to act as a independent director. Any doubt in them? Point number C. Point number C states that if he is not a director, he is not a promoter, he is not a relative of promoter director, he has experience, expertise and integrity, but if at all he is having any kind of a money relationship with the company, you have seen this word already. Pecuniary relationship. Good. If at all the independent director is having pecuniary money relationship with the company, is always be influenced by the money. Money is one of the worst things which can influence you. So based on this money, there's a chance that he might be integrated. He must be having integrated today, but he'll lose his independence in the future. He's not allowed to act as a. So what will the qualification? He is a person who is not having a pecuniary relationship with the company. But sir, if I'm not having pecuniary relationship, I have to receive my remuneration at least. Will you call this remuneration also as pecuniary? No. So what will be the wordings? A person who does not have any pecuniary relationship with the company except the remuneration to be received as a director. Except that remuneration, I shouldn't be receiving anything else from the company. If I receive any other benefit from the company other than my remuneration, I am having a pecuniary relation, which is allowed or not allowed. If I have any pecuniary relationship, I am not allowed to act as a independent director. Now give me the wordings. He does not possess any pecuniary relationship other than the remuneration received as a independent director and having any kind of transaction with the company. If you are having any kind of transaction, say we have seen this already. Can you sell raw material to the company? If you are selling raw material to the company, can you act as an independent director? No. The logic states that if you are a person selling goods or having any kind of a transaction with the company and this transaction is deriving you Look at it, guys. Look at it carefully. This is bringing you income. A transaction with the company is bringing you some kind of a income. Is this your only income? You are receiving remuneration as a director, and you're also receiving any kind of a consideration from the transactions so entered. Clearly observe this. If this consideration is amounting to say rupees 10 lakhs, how much will it be called as material? Will it influence me for decision making? Yes or no? Okay, fine. 1 lakh. Will it influence my decision making? It is 10,000. It is 10 rupees. If it is 10 rupees, will it influence my decision making? Because of this 10 rupees, I'll make a wrong decision. Will happen? Okay, fine. 1,000 rupees. Now, how will you be deciding whether it is going to influence that particular director or not? The law states that what is material for the director, I'll define it. The logic of depository trustee did not define exactly how much is material pecuniary relationship, but the 149.6 doesn't want to take any chance. I'll exactly define when I'm expecting the director to be materially influenced. Then the law states that if the consideration from the transaction with the company is amounting to 10% of his total income, I'll assume that he is affected. Now, if his total income itself is 10,000 and he receives 1,000 rupees from the company, that's a huge amount for him. Even though 1,000 might sound small for the company, but this 1,000 rupees for the independent director's perspective is a huge income for him. He will be influenced. If he's influenced, he's not allowed to act as a same case. The transaction is 10 lakhs. How much? 10 lakhs, but his yearly income is 10 crores. Will it influence him? No, he'll not be taking wrongful decisions for a small amount. For him, that is a small amount. Will he take any wrongful decisions? So whether it is pecuniary relationship affecting your influence, affecting your independence or not, will be depending upon your total income. If the transaction is having an amount of more than 10% of your total income, I'll assume that you are influenced. But I have to draft in qualifications. So what will the wording? Listen. Point number, section number 149, subsection 6, clause C. A person who is having no pecuniary relationship with the company other than the remuneration received as a director, and having transactions not exceeding 10% of his total income. If it is exceeding 10% of total income, he is not allowed to act as a. So what will the wordings used by here? Not exceeding 10% of his total income. Any doubt? That's your first 3 points done. We have total 6 disqualifications. How many? Don't get excited. Point number, qualifications. How many qualifications are there? 6 qualifications. Out of it, we are done now with the 3 easy points. Point number 4 is again subdivided into 4 subpoints. Point number 5 is again subdivided into 4 subpoints, and point number 6. We have a lot of disqualifications. Understand the intensity of Companies Act here. Companies Act wants to make sure that he is not influenced by any corner. We'll check every single aspect. After checking everything, then he'll be appointed as a independent director. Any doubt as of now? Chalo, close the 3 points for me, then we'll have a small discussion about point number 4. Point number 4 is again very important and also easy for you. You already know the concept of point number 4. Quick guys. First, other than managing director, whole-time director, nominee director. And first point, clause number A, is a person in the opinion of board of directors having integrity, possessing relevant expertise and experience. Second point, clause B, subclause 1, who is or was not a promoter of the group companies. Next point, subclause 2, he is not a relative of and director of the group companies. Then clause number C. He is not having any pecuniary relationship other than the remuneration and having transactions, not having transactions or having transactions not exceeding 10% of his total income. Remember carefully, I'll have a alternative for this point later. Having transactions not exceeding how much? 10% of his total income. Any doubt in that? Clear? That's your clause number. See, then clause number D. Clause number D focuses on his relatives. Starts with the wording, none of his relatives. The concept is clear. If your relative is influenced, there is a chance that he might influence you. Hence, you are not allowed to act as a independent director. Hence, indirectly speaking, the relative should also maintain independence. If the relative is influenced, there is a chance the relative might also come and influence the director. He loses his independence. So, what will be the wordings here? None of his relatives. Give me the hierarchy of section number there. Section number 149, subsection clause D, subclause 1. None of his relatives must be holding any securities in the group companies. Holding any? If he is holding any securities, you are not allowed to act as a. Who is holding securities? Your relative. None of your relatives must be holding securities. If they hold one share, for that one share, they will be influenced and they will come and force you to be influenced and you will take a wrong decision for that one share. So they have given a exception. Concepts remains the same, wordings remain the same. Point number 1 talks that none of his relatives shall hold securities in any of the group companies, but we have an exception where the relative is allowed to hold up to rupees 50 lakhs in face value. A huge amount. But this is not for each relative, this is on an aggregate basis for all the relatives combined together in all the group companies combined together. How much? 50 lakhs. In face value or market value? What happens if the logic was market value? It is fluctuating on daily basis. Say the limit 50 lakhs. You have invested 49 lakhs 99,000. This is the 50 lakhs limit. As on today, your shares are here. Tomorrow morning, you are qualified or not qualified? Next day morning. Next. Is it possible to check? And they have used the word face value. It is static. We can define it easily. So face value is what they have used it. How much? 50 lakhs in. Sir, 50 lakhs is a very huge amount. 50 lakhs is a huge amount. They can actually get benefit out of this 50 lakhs. The company has a total capital of 1000 crores. 50 lakhs is a small or big amount. That means it is a relative term. Depending upon the amount of investment company has, your investment might be huge or less. In the same case, if your investment is, this company's total investment is 1 CR, you have a huge chunk of the capital, you have a huge control over the company now. So the law states that either you are holding 50 lakhs in face value or 2% of the paid up share capital, whichever is. Think lower or higher? Lower or higher? Think guys, lower or higher? Think I'll strike off whatever the wrong answer is. Lower or higher? It is. How do you compare face value and paid up share capital? There is no comparison at all first place. Either 50 lakhs in face value or 2% of paid up share capital separately checked. There is no higher, there is no lower logic there. That's the first subclause. Give me the answers. Start. None of us is holding any securities in the group companies, but there is an exception. Relative can hold securities up to 50 lakhs in face value or 2% of paid up share capital, whichever is nothing. Do you compare them? If you are holding say 60 lakhs in face value, wait 60 lakhs in face value, but this is only 1.5% of paid up share capital, can you hold it? No, you have to fulfill both of them. You should have face value 50,000 and you should also fulfill 2%. If you have 40 lakhs in face value, but it is say 3% of the paid up share capital, can you hold it? No. What happens if you at any point of time increase this 50 lakhs? Till yesterday you had 49 lakhs. Are you qualified? Your relatives were holding 49 lakhs. Till yesterday you are qualified. You were appointed as an independent director. After being appointed, your relatives have summed up another 3 lakh shares. You are qualified or disqualified? What shall be done? Remember, we had this logic in the auditor's topic. The relative of an auditor can hold shares up to rupees 1 lakh in face value. If at any point of time this exception exceeds, shall we vacate immediately? We have been given a time to rectify that default for a period of 60 days. How much period is given? So here also, if at all they say, assuming your amount of investment is say 52 lakhs here, will you have to vacate immediately? You have been given a time to rectify within how many days? No, vacate immediately. There is no logic of rectification this time. Vacate immediately. I don't want you to take any wrongful decision in the company. Vacate immediately as an independent director. I know you will basically, there are questions on this. I've asked specific question on this. Will the independent director have a rectification time? Absolutely no. As soon as the investment exceeds 50 lakhs, already is a huge amount. If that exceeds, vacate the company immediately. You are not allowed to act as a independent director. That's your first point under point number D. Any doubt as of now? Clear? Open the book set list. We'll fresh up all these points. We'll come back. Section number 149, subsection 6. Section number. Independent director means a director other than whom? Managing director, whole-time director, or a nominee director. A managing director, whole-time director, nominee director is not allowed to act as a independent director. Then the qualification starts. A person in the opinion of board of directors is a person of integrity, possesses what? Relevant expertise and experience. Next point. Point number, these should be point A, B as per the law. Who is or was not a promoter? Promoter of what? Company, holding, subsidiary and associate. All the group companies. Then next point. Who is not a relative? Relative of whom? Promoter or director of all its group companies. Has pecuniary relation or no pecuniary relationship? He has no pecuniary relationship other than the remuneration, and he has transactions not exceeding or not exceeding? Not exceeding how much? 10% of his total income. Any doubt in that? Now, next category. None of his relatives. None of his relatives are holding any securities, but there is an. They can hold securities up to how much? 50 lakhs in face value or 2% of paid up share capital. Face value or market value? Face value. Up to that amount, is it fine? Exceeding that we have to. Is there any chance of rectification? We have to vacate immediately. That's your first 4 points. Will you write or is it fine from the material? Sure. Continuing the security point, you have seen this already in deposit, so I'll be quick on these 2 points. The company must not have, the person must not be indebted. Indebted to whom? To whom? Company or group companies? Listen carefully, guys. A special point here. He is a person who is not indebted to the company or the group companies or even the promoter or directors of the company. If he is having any loan from the promoter will influence him and he'll be indirectly influenced by the company, hence he is not allowed to act as a independent director. So the wordings are a person who is not indebted to whom? Either the company or the group companies or even the promoter or director of an amount exceeding 50 lakhs. So can I have indebtedness up to 50 lakhs? Having more than 50 lakhs, I will be not qualified to be appointed as a independent director. How much amount? How much? Exceeding 50 lakhs will be qualified or not qualified. So what will the wordings I have used? Not indebted. So give me the entire sentence here. Person who is not indebted to the group companies or to the promoter or director of an amount exceeding. So can I say I've used the word not exceeding 50 lakhs? Because I've started the sentence itself with a negative framing, not indebted. So if it is exceeding 50 lakhs, is not allowed to act as a independent director. The same logic is given for the point number 3, a person who has given a guarantee. Guarantee for the indebtedness taken by a third party to the company. Who is giving guarantee? Who is giving guarantee? We are giving guarantee for the indebtedness, loan taken by a third party from the company. So give me the basics here. Who is giving the loan? Company is giving loan to whom? Third party, and we are giving a guarantee to the company. So give me the wordings. A person who has not given a guarantee to the company for the indebtedness of a third party, either to the company or any of the group companies or the promoter or the director, in excess of 50 lakhs. Previous case, point number 2. Indebtedness, directly taking a loan. Guarantee, indirectly taking a loan. Indirectly giving a loan to the companies here, guarantee category. Then point number 4. Guarantee also how much amount? Has not given any guarantee in excess of 50 lakhs. Point number 4. Point number 4 under clause number B, we are still under those wordings. None of his relatives. None of his relatives hold securities. None of his relatives have given indebtedness. None of his relatives are having guarantee. Having a pecuniary relationship. So we have already covered this under point C. Point C already had pecuniary relationship. There was a pecuniary relationship of the director himself. This point covers pecuniary relationship of his relatives. Can the relative have any pecuniary relationship with the company? No, but the relatives can have pecuniary relationship amounting to 2% of the company's total income or company's gross turnover. Anything is fine. How much? Now give me the differentiation between the director point and the relative point. For the director, we had limit there. How much was the limit for director? 10% of his total income. But in case of relative, we have used the income of the company. The company with which they are having a pecuniary relationship shall not be more than 2% of the company's total income or the company's gross turnover. If it is exceeding 2% with all the relatives combined together, is not qualified to act as a independent director. That's your point number. I know point number clause number E is also there. I don't think your brain cells can accept right now. We'll have a new concept. I know this is a very dry topic, but we have to remember all of them. Everything is important for exam. We'll do one thing. We'll stop the qualifications here. We'll come back and do the rest of the qualifications next class. We'll obviously time is. We have one more hour of time. We'll do section 152. We'll do section. Maybe we'll start section number 151 also. We'll start another interesting topic. Revise me till here. We'll close the qualification. We'll start another topic. Quick guys, be a little active. Section number 1. Subsection 6. What is section 149.6? Qualification of a independent director, which has been divided into 6 subclauses. Section number 149, subsection 6, and having 6 sub clauses. Start the process. Clause number, sub clause A, or otherwise start from the bottom for me. Sub clause D. Start with clause D here. We'll be starting with the wordings. None of his relatives. None of his relatives are having 4 points underneath that. First is, give me the keywords, then we'll expand them. Securities, indebtedness, guarantee, pecuniary relationship. None of the relatives are holding any securities in the group companies. In the group companies, allowed or not allowed? But there are certain. There is one exception where the relatives on an aggregate basis can hold securities up to 50 lakhs in face value or 2% of paid up share capital, whichever is. Then the next point was, none of his relatives are having indebtedness with the company or the group companies or even with the promoter or directors exceeding rupees 50 lakhs. If it is not exceeding 50 lakhs, fine, you are qualified. If it is exceeding 50 lakhs, not allowed. Then guarantee point. Same logic, he has given a. Who has given guarantee? Relative has given a guarantee for the indebtedness taken by a third party, either to the company or group companies or the promoter or director, an amount exceeding 50 lakhs. If he is less than 50 lakhs, who is given guarantee here? Think about it. Who is given guarantee? Relative has given guarantee for the indebtedness, loan taken by a third party. Loan taken from whom? Either company or group companies or promoter or director. Then if the guarantee amount is more than 50 lakhs, the person will be disqualified. And the last category, a person who is having a pecuniary relationship either with the company, the relative is having pecuniary relationship either with the company or the group companies of an amount excess of 2%. 2% of what? Company's turnover, gross turnover or the total income. But the same logic of pecuniary relationship under point number C were regarding whom? The director himself. Relative shall not have pecuniary relationship under point number sub point 4 here, but director shall not have pecuniary relationship under point number C. Give me the wordings here. Give me the point number C. That's your point number D done. Give me the points C. Start. Who has no pecuniary relationship other than the remuneration. Remuneration is fine. Other than remuneration, he does not have any pecuniary relationship and having a transaction not exceeding 10% of his total income. Then point number B. Point number B was divided into 2 parts for us. One, who is or was not a promoter of the group companies. Second point was, who is not a relative to promoter or director of the group companies. And point clause A. In the opinion of board of directors, he is a person of integrity, having possesses with what? Relevant expertise and experience. But he should not be a managing director, whole-time director, nominee director. Any doubt? So as of now, we to only learn and understand what are the qualifications. It took us so much time. I started it close to like 45-50 minutes ago. We have started it and we have done only 4 points. We have point number 5 and point number 6. Point number 6 is easy. What is point number 6? Such other qualifications as may be prescribed. Point number 6 is done. We just left with point number 5. But still, it's a lot of qualifications to check. Now you are the board of directors. Think and answer, guys. Think and answer. Very important logic. You are the board of directors. How will you check whether his relatives are holding shares or not? Not only in the company, in the group companies. Not only with the group companies, with the directors or promoters of every group company. How will you be able to check whether he is having independence or not? How will you check whether he was a director or promoter of the company in the past or not? How will you check whether relatives are holding these investments or not? Possible? Is it possible for you, the board of directors, to go check everything? If you are not in a position to check everything, what will you do? You will ask him to give declaration. You declare, because we cannot check it by ourselves. We'll ask you to give a declaration stating that you are meeting all the qualifications given under section number 149 subsection 6. This declaration has to be given by the person who is proposed to be appointed as a independent director. He has to give a declaration stating that he is fulfilling all the qualifications given under section number. This declaration is given under section number 149 subsection 7. Got the logic? Who is giving declaration? Independent director. Giving declaration under section number 149 subsection 7. Giving declaration stating that he is qualified, meeting all the qualifications under section number 149 subsection 6. Any doubt? Now, how will he give declaration? It is not part of our syllabus. We'll discuss this when the future sections comes in. Simply remember 149.7 as declaration. Declaration by independent director regarding the qualifications under section number 149 subsection 6. Is that fine? Clear? Then the person to be called as independent director, he must have influence or no influence. After meeting all the qualifications under 149 subsection 6, I'll come to a conclusion that he actually doesn't have any personal interest. He will not be influenced. He can be appointed as a. Now, for example, what's your name, Emma? Last bench. Deva was appointed as a independent. Deva was appointed as a independent director. He has met all the qualifications under 149.6. He gave declaration. We were satisfied that he has expertise and experience. We appointed him as a independent director. We appointed him as an independent director for 40 years. If he is connected with the company for such long period, some other day he'll lose his independence. Even though at the time of joining he was not having any personal interest, if he is connected with the company on a regular basis for a very long period of time, will some other day get this connections with the company, there's a chance that he will indulge in fraud along with the other directors. Can I continue him for a long period of time? Then the law states that we must put a tenure. We must put a tenure on a board of director. Listen carefully, the tenure on board of directors is very uncommon in nature. There are tenures for auditors, but tenure for a director. What's the tenure of director? No tenure. There is no specific tenure for a director, unless otherwise there is a special point for you. If you are an independent director, you have a tenure. For a director, do you have a tenure? No. There are special circumstances, special type of directors where they have a tenure. Woman director, resident director, no tenure. A normal director of the company, no tenures are there. He can act as a director for any number of years, but for the specific logic of 149 subsection 4, an independent director might lose his independence if he is associated with the company for very long period of time. Then we'll do one thing, we'll put a tenure for whom? Independent director. Now, as same as your auditors, you have learned already, tenures are always counted number of years or number of terms. He will be appointed for the first term. First term not exceeding 5 years. After the expiry of the first term, can he be reappointed? After the first term, can he be reappointed? Is he maintaining his independence? Okay, cooling period is there, but can he be reappointed? Should he go through cooling period? No. He will be reappointed. Now guys, listen. Who appointed the independent director? I want the concept clear because I'm going to use this logic of reappointment later. Who appointed? Who approved it? He's been already working for 5 years. First term is done. Second term will reappoint. Shareholders. Board of directors don't have a power to reappoint. The shareholders know how much benefit did this person bring into the company for the last 5 years. We will assess now. We will assess whether this person is good enough for the company for the next term or not, and he will be able to be reappointed for the second term only when it is approved by the Shareholders. So reappointment is done by whom? Shareholders. But sir, end of the day, 5 years itself is a long time. If I am appointing him for the second term also, there is a high risk involved that he might lose his independence. Then the law states that if there is risk involved in the process, we'll do one thing. The reappointment is done by shareholders, not by a ordinary resolution. We'll have to pass a. Unless otherwise the shareholders see something so special in the person, will not reappoint him. If at all that person is very much vital for the business operations, then go pass a special resolution. Passing special resolution is not that easy in the general meeting. If you're able to pass special resolution, that means majority of my members believe that this person's existence in the company is beneficial for the company. I'll appoint him. Give me the answer. Who appoints? Who appoints? Board of Directors. After appointment, it will be approved by the shareholders in the next general meeting. He'll be appointed for how many terms? 1 term, not exceeding 5 years. After the expiry of the first term, he can be, will be reappointed or can be reappointed? Can be reappointed by an approval of the shareholders by passing a special resolution, appointed for the second term, not exceeding. After the second term, then he can be reappointed for the cooling period. Cooling period will be applicable after first term or the second term? After the second term, he'll go through the cooling period. Cooling period for how many years? It will be for 3 years. Special point, Sama. I know you are coming from auditor's topic. Auditor's cooling period is 5, but in case of independent director, cooling period is 3 years. In this 3 years, he shall not be associated with the company. Can he continue as independent director? Can he act as a director in this 3 years? No. He should not be associated with the company either in any capacity, either directly or indirectly. For how many years? 3 years. If he is completely disconnected with the company for 3 years, then I'll believe that he's going to maintain his independence, come back and be appointed. For 3 years. Shall be associated or shall not be associated? Shall not be associated either directly or indirectly in any other capacity. Either as an employee, not allowed. Director, not allowed. Independent director, not allowed. Any position, not allowed. For how many years? After 3 years, everything will be refreshed back to 0. He can be appointed again for how many terms? 2 terms. The first term again appointed by the Board of Directors. Then reappointed by passing up. After second term, they'll again go for. After 3 years of cooling period, refresh everything, come back to the original concept. So once the cooling period is completed, the process starts back from the original logics, come back to square one. Start from the beginning again. This is a tenure. Tenure of whom? Independent director. Any doubt in that? Clear? How many terms? Each term shall not exceed. For the second term, he will be reappointed, but reappointed by passing a special resolution. If the special resolution is not passed, can he be reappointed? After the second term, he has to go through for a period of. In this 3 years, he shall not be associated with the company either directly or indirectly in any other capacity. After 3 years, can he be appointed again? He can be appointed for again how many terms? 2 terms. Each term shall not exceed. Same process will continue. Any doubt in this? There's a tenure of a independent director. Give me the process then. We don't have section 150. We'll come back to 151 after 152 is done. What is section 152? Appointment of a Board of Directors. Who will appoint Board of Directors? Who will appoint Board of Directors? Company. Company will appoint Board of Directors with the help of shareholders in the AGM annual general meeting by passing a ordinary. Sure? Chalo then answer this. Where's the what's the financial year we're in? 20? So fine, we'll take 25, 26. So give me the answers. We are in the financial year 25, 26. We got incorporated as a company. We got the certificate of incorporation on, say, assuming, say, 10th of April. When did the company come into existence? 10th of April. In which financial year? 25, 26. Company should have directors. Company should have directors. Who will appoint the directors? Company in the AGM. When will the AGM be conducted? After the end of financially, after preparing the financial statements. Go back to our dividend chapter. During the year we'll prepare. Then we'll summarize them into. Then we'll conduct a board meeting. But to conduct board meeting we must have. But to call for a AGM we must. Who will call for the AGM? Board of directors. But to conduct an AGM we must have. But to appoint board of directors we must conduct. It is not practically possible to conduct an AGM and appoint the first board of directors. The cycle will be easier to complete in the second meeting. But for the first directors, we'll have a different concept. So the logic is simple. We'll have two kind of appointments. First director, subsequent director. Whatever concept we have learned from the very beginning is always for the subsequent director. Subsequent directors are appointed by company with the help of in the AGM by passing. But that is not practically possible for the first directors. Who will act as first directors? We have also learned this already. Who will act as first director? A person whose name is mentioned in the AOA. We have seen this in the incorporation of documents. The first director, a person whose name is mentioned in the AOA, he is not a director but he is proposing to be acting as a director once the company is incorporated. So as on the date of incorporation, who will act as a director? The person whose name appears in the. So section 152, I'll divide them into two parts regarding first director and regarding the subsequent director. The first director, give me the logic of subsequent first. Appointed by the. Directors are appointed by with the help of in the by passing with the first directors. Is it possible to appoint in the AGM? Appointed by the. By whom? Directly by whom? Articles of association. Articles of association mention your name. You will be called as a. What happens if articles does not mention your name? No, it is not mandatory. It is not mandatory for the articles to mention your name as a first director. What happens if articles doesn't mention your name? The concept is clear. If your name is mentioned in the articles, you will act as a first director. But my question here is, what happens if the articles doesn't mention any name? Promoters, no. ROC will appoint, no. The subscribers to memorandum, because there is no other option, will act as an first director until the directors are duly appointed. They are not experts, but we have no other option. We'll ask them to act as directors until the directors are appointed. But practically speaking, will this situation arise? If you already know the process, you will always directly mention a name. But the concept has on paper that if it is not mentioned in the AOA, the subscribers to memorandum will automatically act as a first director until the directors are duly appointed. That means as soon as the directors are appointed, the subscribers will vacate. But until the directors are appointed, the responsibility of managing the company is in the hands of subscribers to memorandum. So give me the chart for this. Section number 152. What is section 152? Appointment of board of directors divided into two parts. First director and subsequent director. Subsequent directors are always appointed by the company with the help of by passing. The first directors, because AGM is not possible to be conducted, shareholders are not available, appointed as per the AOA. If your name is mentioned in the AOA, you will be called as a. If the names are not mentioned by AOA, thus the subscribers to memorandum will act as a first director until the directors are duly appointed. Any doubt in this? But to appoint the directors, continue the process. We'll write at a time. Once, but still, there must be some other person who is responsible for business management. Until the directors are appointed, we have lot of things which a director does. For example, for appointing directors, we have to conduct a general meeting. to conduct general meeting, who will call? Board of directors. If you don't have first directors, who will call for it? You have to establish registered office. You have to file declaration of commencement of business with ROC. If you don't file these formalities, what will happen? Company will be stricken off. Company's name will be removed from the registered office, register of companies. Now what happens here is, if the first directors are not mentioned in the articles, and yes, we agree that the subscribers to memorandum might not be having knowledge of the business activities, do we have any other option? Then the last resort, they have to act as a director, and if at all they have no skill and they do something wrong, they will be held liable and punishable for that also. If they fail to follow the compliances, they will be punishable. So better to do what? Mention the names. This is practically done. Everybody mentions the names in the articles, but on paper they have given the concept that if it is not mentioned, subscribers will act as a backup. For a person to be acting as a director, section number 152 states that there are certain preconditions. What do you mean by preconditions? These are to be satisfied at what point of time? Before appointment or after appointment? Only if you are satisfied with these three preconditions, I'll allow you to be acting as a director given under section number 152. The first precondition states that he is not. First of all, he must be possessing. You know this already. Something called as DIN. What is DIN? Director Identification Number. What is Director Identification Number? As your Aadhaar card, director has a DIN. Aadhaar card, but Aadhaar card for specifically business activities called as DIN. Any activity done by the director in the position and the capacity as director, everything will be monitored through this number called as Director Identification Number. Before you are appointed as a director under the Companies Act 2013, you must have DIN. DIN was not existing under Companies Act 1956. This was a new concept introduced under Companies Act 2013. Back in the day in 1956 law, what contracts were entered by director, what transactions were entered by director, in which companies is he acting as director, the central government did not have a clue. Couldn't control the board of directors, couldn't properly supervise the board of directors. Board of directors had a lot of gray area where the government could not come and control and supervise everything. They had a lot of options to do a fraud. But now the Companies Act decided that we'll establish something called as Director Identification Number, where I'll supervise everything you have done as a director for your lifelong identification number. DIN is not given for a year, it is given for a lifetime. For your lifetime, whenever you act as director, wherever you transact as a director, everything will be monitored by this number, DIN. Now the government can get your entire background with a single number. Government has every single information about you as a director now, which makes difficult for the director to conduct a fraud. Now more amount of transparency is created. You must be possessing a DIN. The second thing states that you must not be disqualified. Not be disqualified under section number. We are talking only about a normal director, not disqualified under section number 164. What is section 164? Disqualifications of a director. A person is disqualified under section 164. Can he act as a director? But section 164 has close to 12-13 points. Is it possible for the company to check? Then the director has to give a declaration. He has to give a declaration that he is not disqualified under section number 164. Give me the two preconditions. First, he possesses a. Then he has given a declaration that he is not disqualified to act as a director under section number 164. And the third point. End of the day, the director being appointed is for providing his skill. Can I simply say providing his service, for which the company has agreed to pay some kind of a remuneration to him? Basically a contract is entered. Contract is entered between company and a director. A contract is entered. Contract is always with free consent. Yes or no? Yes. Should be forced or with free consent? Who should agree for it? One party or both the parties? Who are both the parties? One is a director, one is a company. The company. How did the company agree? How would the company consent? By passing ordinary resolution. Company is consenting, but company being an artificial person, its consent is derived through a ordinary resolution. That means I have to conduct a AGM. In the AGM, I'll have to pass a ordinary resolution. Passing ordinary resolution means that company has given its consent for this person to be acting as a director. Now, this person's consent should also be obtained. Now start the logic. Company, for calling that general meeting, will have to send a notice. Give me the process quick, guys. Who will send the notice? Board of Directors will send a notice of general meeting along with the explanatory statement with a length of how many days? At least 21 clear days to the shareholders. Once it is sent to all the shareholders will come and meet in the AGM. They'll pass resolutions. If ordinary resolution is passed, we have gotten a consent from the company, shareholders. Now, after getting the consent from company, if you go to the director and director simply states that I don't want to act as director, all the efforts you have put in as a company has gone into waste. Yes or no? The board of directors' time, the shareholders' time, the general meetings' time has been wasted because the director didn't want to act as a. Can you force him to act as director? It is voluntary. Now, we should get his consent also. Now, which is better? Conducting AGM and getting shareholders approval, or first getting the approval of director? If I first get the consent of director, he is ready to act as a director, then it will be easy for me to get the consent from the. I'll shortlist the number of people. So what should be done first? Get the consent of the. When should I get the consent of director? Before appointment, before the AGM, or after the AGM? Before the AGM. Now, unless otherwise he gives me his consent, I'm not going to propose him to be acting as a director. So he should give his consent. And the company side always believes in written document, oral documents. So he should give his what? Written consent. Written consent to act as. This written consent to act as director will be given in form number DIR2. Form number. Who is giving this? Can I call him as director right away? Proposed director gives a document called as written consent in form number DIR2 to the company. Once we have received this consent, the company will conduct its AGM in which they will pass a ordinary resolution. Once the resolution is passed, can I say we have got the consent from director as well as the company? That means on the date of passing of this ordinary resolution, I have received consent from both the parties. That means agreement is entered. Yes or no? If agreement is entered, can I say he's been appointed? When is he appointed? On the date of AGM. Once he is appointed, we have to go inform it to the ROC. Who is going to inform this? Company is going to inform it to the ROC under form number DIR12. Everything regarding director, company to ROC will be filed under DIR12. Company to ROC, form number DIR12, it has to be filed within 30 days. 30 days from the date of appointment. What is the date of appointment? Date of the AGM itself is basically your date of appointment. From there, file it to the ROC within 30 days. Give me the entire process now. Appointment of director divided into how many parts? First director and the subsequent director. Subsequent director appointed by the with the help of by passing. First director can we appoint in the AGM? Then the first director logic is divided into two parts. If mentioned by the AOA, if not mentioned by AOA. If it is mentioned by AOA, the person so mentioned will act as a first director. If it is not mentioned by AOA, subscribers to memorandum will act as a first director until directors are appointed. Then the director to be appointed, he must fulfill three things. First, he must possess a DIN. What is DIN? Director Identification Number. This is a step taken by the central government to make sure that everything done by you as a director is done in the rightful manner. The central government will basically supervise, monitor everything. Possess DIN. Second, he should give a declaration that he is not disqualified under section number 164. And the third point, he gives his written consent to act as a director. This written consent is given in form number DIR2. Who gives it? Imagine this, proposed director to the company, DIR 2, company to the ROC, form number, DIR 12 within, from the date of appointment. Any doubt? That is your section number 152, subsection 1 to subsection 5. Subsection 6 is again your rotation concept. You already know the logic of rotation. This is your initial part of section 152. Any doubts in that? Shall we start writing? Chalo. Leave half a page for this 149 subsection 6 to be completed. You have not written anything, so you are highlighted. Better leave a page. We'll come back and write it tomorrow. Leave a page for 149.6. Put in heading 152. And these points, 149.7. Declaration. Who has to give declaration? Declaration given by whom? Independent director, that he is qualified or disqualified? Qualified under section number 149 subsection 6. This is only for your reference. This is not part of a syllabus. Not even the tenure is part of your syllabus. This is just for reference, so that I'll use it in the next provisions. I'll make use of the logic, but not part of your syllabus. Shall I put in the heading section 152? What is section 152? Quick guys. Appointment of Board of Directors. Divide them into how many parts? 2. One is first director and the subsequent director. First director again divided into how many points? 2. If mentioned by whom? If mentioned by who? Or the second category, if not mentioned. If not mentioned by AOA. If it is mentioned by AOA, write the sentence, the persons so mentioned, the persons, are you guys with me? The persons so mentioned shall act as first directors. Second category, if not mentioned by AOA, subscribers to memorandum shall act as first directors until the directors are duly appointed. Subscribers to memorandum shall act as first directors until directors are duly appointed. That's your first director concept. But this rarely is required for conceptual clarity. What is more required for concept? Subsequent. For every year after the first director, we'll go for the subsequent directors appointed by. Give me the sentence. Appointed by company with the help of shareholders, where in the AGM, by passing what resolution again? Ordinary or special? Remember all these specific words, guys. We'll have to use them in the future sections. We'll be passing ordinary resolution. It will be done in the AGM. But for any person to be acting as a director, he must fulfill how many conditions? Precondition or post conditions? Preconditions means those which are required to be satisfied before appointment or after appointment. So put in the subheading preconditions. How many preconditions are there? First, must possess what? DIN. DIN, is it existing under Companies Act 1956? This concept of DIN was introduced under Companies Act to make sure that the central government has a supervision, control over the directors. Hence, this logic of DIN is also given by the central government. Central government states that I'll take care of everything myself. If any person wants to act as director, listen guys, we'll connect with the future sections here. If at all any person who is wanting to act as director today, first can he directly go to the company? No, he has to go to the central government. He goes to the central government, makes an application to central government requesting the CG to allot him a DIN. Once the CG is satisfied that this person's background is good enough, he will be able to satisfy the provisions of management of a company. He will not be managing the company in an illicit manner. I'll give you a DIN. Who verifies? If central government is satisfied that you are not a wrongful person, central government will allot you a DIN. Once the DIN is allotted, then we'll come back to section number 152. Where will you go make application for DIN? 153. So the DIN provisions will start and will have a huge process from section number. Don't write 153 to 159. All the sections from 153 to 159 talk about how DIN provision works. Newly added under Companies Act. But don't worry, all the sections 153 to 159 will be done in a single chart. As a single flow of a concept, entire section 153 to 159 will be done. Very easy concept and very conceptual logic. Will also have some practical aspect of it. Section numbers 153 to 159. All the set of sections talks about DIN, director identification number. Now expand this wording slightly. Must possess DIN allotted by central government. Can you take identification number on your own? Who should give it to? Allotted by central government. Second point, he should give a declaration. Now we have already seen a logic of declaration. Section number 149 subsection 7. Who is giving declaration under subsection 7 there? Independent director, that he is qualified under section number 149 subsection 6. Here a director is giving declaration stating that he is not disqualified. There he was stating that he was qualified. Here we are stating that we are not disqualified under section number. A declaration that he is not disqualified under section number 164. Third point, he should give his oral or written consent. Provide a written consent to act as a director. Now, when should the company obtain this written consent? Before appointment or after appointment? What do you mean by appointment? Can I say the date of AGM? The date of AGM itself is the date of appointment. So I should obtain this consent at what point of time? Before appointment, before the AGM, and once it has been appointed, the company should go file it. Continue the same sentence for me. Provide a written consent to act as director in form number DIR 2. Then after the company has obtained consent and company has actually gone on to appoint such person as director, once appointed, company will go file it with the ROC. Form number DIR 12. But within how many days? 30 days from date of appointment. Done. Form number DR 12. Any doubts in this? Clear? What's the time? We have to start section 152 subsection 6. Okay, close the books. I didn't ask you to pack your bags, I said close the books. Chalo, close the books. We'll start with 152. We'll not be able to complete 152 completely, but we'll have the basic introduction why 152. We'll do it tomorrow itself, but we'll have introduction. What is 152? Sorry, not 152, 151, sorry. 152 subsection, till subsection 5 is done. You have to tackle subsection 6 and subsection 7. 6 and 7 talks about rotation and the vacancy because of rotation. We can tackle that. You already know this in the inter-level also. And 149 subsection 6, the qualifications, few qualifications are left. 4 points are left to be specific. Then we'll start with section 151. Look at it. Very, very interesting section. Section 151. Now understand this. As a company, we are a democratic entity, right? We have introduced this concept that we are by the shareholders, of the shareholders, for the shareholders. We have discussed this? No? India is a democratic country. By the, for the people, of the people. Similarly, the company, the business entity is also a democratic entity. This democratic entity is for whose benefit? Shareholders. So hence it is called as by the shareholders, for the shareholders. It is of the shareholders. Being a democratic entity, all the decisions in the company will be taken by majority or minority. You have seen this logic already. Who will rule? Who will follow the decision by majority? Minority will follow the decisions taken by the majority. Now understand the process here. If at all we are all shareholders of a company, we are all shareholders, but all the shareholders, one of the shareholder, say for example Chaitanya, one of the shareholder Chaitanya has 70% shares. How much? 70%, and all of us combined together have 30%. All of us are shareholders. Chaitanya alone has how much percentage? 70. All of us combined together have how much? 30%. Now there was a decision regarding appointment of director. Directors are appointed by passing what resolution? Ordinary resolution. We have two proposals to appoint a director. Say for example, one proposal to appoint Pritham as a something. Pritham as a director. It's fine. Pritham as a director. He is a cost accountant. He is having an experience of say 10 years. He is a cost accountant. He has an experience of how many years? 10 years in the same field in which the company has worked, and he has grown the previous company 5 times in the last 3 years. He has grown the company 5 times in the last 3 years. He is having enough amount of experience and skill. We have put a resolution for appointment of this person as a director. All of us agreed except Chaitanya. Chaitanya did not like his face. Did not like his business activities. Chaitanya did not pass a resolution in favor whether he was appointed as director. Who is deciding whether a person is appointed or not appointed? Now there was another proposal, Kartikeya. This person has done fraudulent activities in the past. He has been guilty of fraud. He has been indulged in 5 companies in the past, and every company ended up being wound up. Every company was closed. Wherever he steps in, the company will be. So every company he stepped in was going into winding up. He had allegations on fraud, but all of us 30% did not agree for it. But Chaitanya saw something in Kartikeya. I mean, as a director, Amma, and he agreed for it. Chaitanya passed a resolution in favor. Whether Kartikeya is appointed as a director, it is agreed by whom? Can I start using the word majority minority now? Guys, come back to the logic here. Preetham, he was appointed or not appointed? Because not appointed, not in favor of the majority. Kartikeya was appointed because it was in favor of the. Can I say the majority shareholders will rule? You have how much percentage in the company? How much percentage in the company? 30. How much percentage of the board of directors did you appoint? How much percentage of board of directors did you appoint? How much shareholding do you have? 30%, but how much of number of board of directors, how much percentage of directors did you appoint? 0. Because every point of appointment of directors is passed by an ordinary resolution and he'll have entire control. If the company has 5 directors, entire 5 directors are appointed as per the will of majority. If there are 10 directors, entire 10 directors are appointed by the will of the majority. That means there's a chance that minority might not be heard at the board level. There's a high chance that the majority will control everything to the board of directors. Now what happens with these small shareholders we have? The small shareholders in the company might not be able to raise their voice, because if same category, understand the process here, you have, for say he has how much? 70% shareholding. All of us combined together have 30%, and one shareholder, Sundar, has 2 shares. Will he be even able to come and attend general meeting? You have say 10%, 15%, you have enough amount of investment, you will spend time and come to the general meeting at least and control the company. But what about this shareholder? Having 2 shares in the company, will he be able to appoint director? Forget about appointing director, he never even comes to the general meeting. Even though he is having 2 shares, even though he is a shareholder owner, he will not be able to influence the board meeting nor the general meeting. To protect such small shareholders, we have introduced a concept called as small shareholder director. A director who is specifically appointed to make sure that the grievances of the small shareholders has been satisfied. To make sure that who is satisfied here? Small shareholders. Now look at the logic carefully here. If you are majority, you can manage yourself. You can make sure that your problems are solved by yourself, because you can appoint directors, you can influence the directors. You are not majority, you are minority, but you are a big shareholder. You have huge number of shares. You can still come to the general meeting and solve your grievances. You can raise your voice, but you are not majority. You are not a big shareholder. You are a small shareholder. What do you mean by small shareholder? Small in size, height is less. What do you mean by small shareholder? He is holding less number of shares, less amount of investment. If he is having less amount of investment, there is no possibility for him to raise his voice even in the general meeting. Forget about board meeting, not even in the general meeting, and raise his voice. To protect such kind of shareholders, we have brought in section number 151. What is section 151? Appointment of a director elected by small shareholders. I'll give you the heading slowly, but understand the wordings first. You will not understand the heading yet, but it is basically small shareholder director, SSD. What is SSD? Who is going to appoint the small shareholder director? Who is going to appoint the small shareholder director? Small shareholders. Absolutely wrong. The logic of section 151 uses the concept of section 152 itself. Small shareholder director is also appointed by shareholders in the AGM by passing a ordinance. That means again this person will appoint. This person will appoint, but this person so appointed as SSD will be working in whose favor? Small shareholders. Though appointed by the majority itself, will be working for whose favor? That means I have to select a person who will work for my favor. So understand the wordings here. The logic of selecting a person, nominating a person is done by small shareholders, but the person's appointment is still done by the majority as per the usual process. Small shareholder director is appointed by whom? Normal shareholders. By majority or minority? Majority is a usual procedure as per 152. But the person to be appointed as small shareholder director will be nominated by the small shareholder. What do you mean by small shareholder, to be specific? Holding more shares or less shares? Less shares. A small shareholder means a person who is holding shares not more than nominal value rupees 20,000. Nominal value, face value. How much? Same, nominal value, face value, anything is fine. Face value, nominal value, how much? Not more than 20. If I am holding 20,000 face value, I am called as a small shareholder. Anything more than 20,000, big shareholder. There is no logic of big shareholder, we have only small. You are not a small shareholder, that's it. If you are not small shareholder, you will simply be called as a shareholder. If you are holding how much? More than or not more than? Not more than how much? Rupees 20,000 in face value, nominal value, then you are called as a small shareholder. Who is gonna elect? Who is gonna select a person? But appointed by the? Appointed by the? Can I say appointed by company? As per section number 152, appointed by the company but selected by the small shareholders. This person so appointed will be called as small shareholder director. He'll be ready to solve all the grievances, problems of small shareholders. That's your section 151. What is section 151? Appointment of a director. They have not used the word SSD in the heading. Appointment of a director elected by, selected by small shareholders. He is not appointed by small shareholders, he is elected. Elected by the small shareholders but appointed by the company. Company as per the provisions of section number. That means this person should also fulfill all the preconditions. Appointed by the shareholders itself again in the, by passing a. But who will elect the person? Small shareholders. Give me the heading. Appointment of a director elected by small shareholders. Any doubt in this? This logic is not applicable to all the companies. This logic of 151 is applicable only to only listed companies. There is no public company also this time. Only a listed company. Listed company must appoint how many? Must appoint how many? How many directors has small shareholder director? At least one. One small shareholder director. Listen carefully, guys. Special point. It is not mandatory also. Listed company may appoint one director acting as a small shareholder director. Is it mandatory? Mandatory or not mandatory? Even for a listed company. So the first sentence of 151, a listed company may appoint one director to be acting as a small shareholder director. It is not mandatory, may be appointing. Now understand this. If the small shareholders have no problems in the company, they have been properly taken care of, is there requirement of SSD? Requirement of SSD arises only when the small shareholders feel that their investment is not kept safely in the company. They have been not answered correctly, then they will require the requirement of SSD. If the SSD, if the small shareholders are satisfied with the company's procedure, there is no requirement of SSD. So the logic as on today is applicable only to listed, that is also on a optional basis may appoint a SSD. We will continue on this tomorrow. What is the time? Good morning. Shall we start? Is the voice clear? Last bench is clear? Chal. Close the books materials. We'll revise first. Wait, Amma, he's revising. Wait. Let him complete. Done? Satisfied? You had the entire last day, you didn't revise it, you want to revise it now in 2 seconds. Start. Books, medals, everything closed? Ready? Ready? Good morning. What is the last section we have discussed? Give me the basics of, let's start with 149 subsection 4. What is section 149 subsection 4? Applicability of a independent director. Logic of independent director is applicable to all the companies. Yes or no? It is applicable to only listed. We have divided the applicability into two parts. Every listed company and other class of public companies. Other class of public companies satisfying how many conditions? Any one of the three conditions. Every listed company shall appoint how many independent directors? 1/3 of their total directors shall be appointed as independent directors, and whenever there is a fraction number, they shall always be rounded off to the next number. Then coming to the other class of public companies, what are the three limits we have? Give me the wordings first. Paid up share capital, turnover, outstanding borrowings. Paid up share capital, how much? More than equal to 10. Should I use the word or and? I should satisfy any one of them or all of them? Or how much? Turnover. More than equal to 100 crores, 100 or more, and the last category was more than 50. If any one of these conditions are satisfied, you have to appoint at least 2 independent directors. But there is a small linkage between section number 177. What is section 177? As per the logics of audit committee, if the audit committee is applicable to you, you have to constitute an audit committee with how many directors? At least 3 directors. Out of these 3 directors, majority shall be independent. If I have constituted audit committee with 10 directors, 6 of them will be, 5 or 6? 6 of them will be acting as a independent director. Then the logic of section 149 subsection 4 states that if at all the number of independent directors required is higher as per section number 177, appoint as per section number 177. Otherwise, we'll follow section number 149 subsection 4. Then we started with section number 149 subsection 6 and a little linkage between subsection 7. What is subsection 6? Qualification or disqualification? Qualification of an director. Qualification of a independent director. Before you are qualified to be independent director, you must not be disqualified to be acting as a director given under section number 164. What is section 164? Disqualification of a director. What is 149 subsection 6? Qualification of a independent director. A person, whether he is qualified or not, is it possible for the board of directors to check? Then we are asking him to give a declaration under section number 149 subsection 7 stating that he is meeting all the qualifications given under section number 149 subsection 6. Quick answers. Who is giving declaration? Independent. Giving declaration under section number 149 subsection 7 stating that he is meeting all the qualifications given under section number 149 subsection 6. Now 149 subsection 6 qualifications. Start with the logic. One for the independent director is then that special category of directors who are appointed by the board of directors. Usually the appointment is always done by the company with the help of the by passing a. This is for subsequent or the first director? Subsequent director, but there are special categories where the directors are appointed by board of directors, and one of those special categories is a independent director. Independent director is appointed by, but once appointed it has to be approved by the shareholders. He can be appointed for how many terms? Each term shall not exceed. First term he is appointed by the board of directors, approved by the, but for the second term he will be reappointed by the shareholders by passing a special resolution. After the second term, can he be appointed for third term? He has to go through for a period of. In these 3 years, can he be associated with the company? Either directly or indirectly. In the capacity of independent director or any other capacity, he shall not be associated for how many years? After 3 years, can he come back and act as independent director? Again, how many terms? 2 terms. Any doubt in this? Clear? That's also the tenure of independent director. Now come to the qualification. We have learned 4 qualifications yesterday. Start with the wordings. Because he is a person appointed by the Board of Directors, we start with the first qualification. He, in the opinion of Board of Directors, is a person of integrity. He is having independence, integrity, and possesses relevant expertise and experience. I want three keywords, if not the sentence. First, integrity, expertise, and experience. That's the first qualification. In the opinion of Board of Director, he must be possessing these three things. Second thing, he is or was not a promoter. Promoter of which company? All the group companies. The word group companies includes what? The company, holding company, subsidiary company, and associate company. Give me the wordings here. He is or was not a promoter of the group companies. The continuing of the same logic, he is not a relative of promoter or director of the group companies. Then he is allowed to act as a independent director. Now can I say, when is he not allowed to act as independent director? If he is promoter, or he has been a promoter, or he is a relative of promoter or director, he is not allowed to act as a. But bear in mind, we are learning what qualifications or disqualifications. Qualification. That was your point number, clause A and clause B done. Then clause C was simple. He does not have any pecuniary relationship. Does not have any pecuniary relationship other than the remuneration. Remuneration is also money relation, but that is allowed. So what will be the first sentence here? Does not have a pecuniary relationship other than the remuneration. And having transactions exceeding or not exceeding? Not exceeding how much? 10% of whose income? Independent director's total income. So what will be the wordings? Having transactions not exceeding 10% of his total income. If it is exceeding his total income, there's a chance that he might be influenced. He's not allowed to act as a. If it is exactly 10%, can he act as independent director? Yes. He's qualified if he's having a transaction not exceeding 10%. Then clause number D starts with the wordings none of his relatives. Clause number D is all focused on relatives. None of his relatives, and subclassified into how many points on that? 4 points. Now give me the headings of each point. We'll expand them slowly. Securities, indebtedness, guarantee, pecuniary relationship. Now give me the wordings here. None of his relatives are holding any securities in the group companies. In the group companies, but there is an exception. They can hold securities up to 50 lakhs in or 2% of paid up share capital, whichever is. Second point. After the exception, we have the second point. Now give me the wordings again from the beginning. None of his relatives are having any indebtedness. Indebtedness with the company or the group companies or even the promoter or director. How much? In excess of 50 lakhs. Then he is qualified. Understand the wordings? None of his relatives are having indebtedness in excess of 50 lakhs. Qualified. We are not reading only this point, we are reading from clause D. Read the entire sentence. None of his relatives are having indebtedness with the group companies in excess of 50 lakhs. Then he is qualified. That means indirectly he is having more than 50 or not having more than 50. Then the same logic for guarantee. Give quick answers for me. None of his relatives have given any guarantee for the indebtedness made by a third party with the group companies or the promoter or the director in excess of 50 lakhs. And the last category was none of his relatives are having a pecuniary relationship with the company or the group companies. How much amount? 2%. 2% of what? Gross turnover or the total income. Total income of whom? Of the company. If it is in excess of this 2%, qualified or not qualified? Let's try to make sure that we don't use the word disqualified under 149.6. We'll either use the word qualified or not qualified. It'll be easy for you to understand the concept. When it comes to section 164, we'll actually start using the word disqualified or not disqualified. Here we'll stick to the wordings qualified or not qualified. Now if it is more than 2%, he is qualified or not qualified? He is not allowed to act as a independent director if it is exactly 2%. Exactly 2% qualified. Any doubt in the first 4 points? Just listen, let me run through all the 4 points for you. First point is, in the opinion of board of directors, is a person of integrity, possessing relevant expertise and experience. Second point, he is or was not a promoter of the group companies. Third, clause B subclause 2, he is not a relative of the promoter or director of the group companies. Then clause C starts with the wording, he is having no pecuniary relationship with the company other than the remuneration received as a director and having transactions not exceeding 10% of his total income from the group companies. Then clause D starts with the wording, none of his relatives, first point, holds any securities in the group companies, but there is an exception. They can hold up to 50 lakh rupees in face value or 2% of paid up share capital. Or the second category, none of his relatives are having any indebtedness with the company or the group companies or the promoter or the director, and this amount is in excess of 50 lakhs. If it is not in excess of 50 lakhs, none of his relatives are having more than 50 lakhs indebtedness, he is allowed, qualified to be acting as a. Then the third category was the same logic, but he is now given a guarantee. This not is not required to be mentioned because we already start with the wordings. None of his relatives have given a guarantee for the indebtedness made by a third party in excess of 50 lakhs. Has a pecuniary relationship amounting to how much? 2% of total turnover, total income or the gross turnover of the company. If it is excess of 2%, he will be qualified or not qualified? Not qualified. We'll go through the last point. And how many clauses are there? Give me the categorization here. 149 is called a section or subsection? 6. We have clause A, we have clause B. Clause B has 2 subclauses. Then we have clause D has how many subclauses? 4 subclauses. And then we have clause F. What is clause F? Such are the qualification as may be prescribed. Then clause E has another set of 4 points. So we have to learn how many points now? 4 additional points will be done with 149 subsection 6 for you. Now start with the wordings here. Let's explain each point separately. They are very easy to remember. First point is either by himself or through his relatives. This logic point, clause number D, was only focused on relative. This time clause E focuses on the independent director himself and his relative. Both of them combined together. First point, has not held, is not holding a position or has not held a position in the past in the categorization of KMP. What is KMP? Key managerial personnel. Now you know this already in your SM syllabus, you have learned this. We have 3 levels of management. What are 3 levels of management we have? We have different names given to them, but simply speaking, top, middle level and the lower level. We have multiple names for them, but simply speaking, top, middle and lower. The key managerial personnel, those set of people who are in the top level, who take managerial decisions for the company. They are very important for the company's business activities. Now, if at all you have in the past held the position of KMP, or now today you are holding the position of KMP, you are not allowed to act as a independent director. So give me the wordings here. Either him or his relatives are not holds the position of KMP or held the position of KMP. If he has held the position of KMP in the past, is he allowed to act as independent director? Now carefully observe, guys. I am holding the position of KMP today. Holds the position of KMP. Who holds the position of KMP? Either the person proposed to be appointed as independent director or his relative holds the position of a KMP. KMP in which company? Either the company or the group companies. Then he is not qualified to be acting as a. So what will be the wordings here? Person who is holding the position or not holding the position. So continue the logics here. If you or your relative are holding the position of KMP in the company or group companies, you are not allowed to act as a independent. Any doubt in the sentence? Clear? Continue. You or your relative are not holding the position right today, but you has held the position of a KMP. Are you a KMP today? But have you been a KMP in the past? Are you allowed to act as an independent director? You have acted as KMP 20 years back. 20 years back. Does it influence you? 20 years back you have acted as a KMP. You don't even remember the names of the employees you have met 20 years back. Are you actually influenced here? Then the law states that if you have held the position of KMP in the recent times, then I will disqualify. Not allowed you to be appointed as a independent director. So when will you be qualified? If you have not acted as a, not held the position of KMP in the recent times, you are allowed to be acting as a independent director. Got the logic right? If you have acted as independent director like 20-30 years back, who remembers you? Nobody? Are you influenced? Can you act as independent director? Are you qualified? Yes. If you have held this position in the recent times, till yesterday you were a KMP. You have resigned it yesterday. Can you act as independent director today? Now you already know the in and out of the company. You know the employees. There's a chance that you might be influenced. Can you act as independent director? Now he has held the position of KMP in any of, what do you mean by recent times here? In any of the 3 financial years. How many financial years? Which 3 financial years? Immediately preceding the financial year in which is proposed to be appointed as independent director. Which financial year are we standing today? 24-25. Now if he is proposed to be appointed as independent director in the financial year 24-25, preceding that specific financial year, we'll check for how many years? 3. So what 3 financial years will I check here? 23, 24, 22, 23, 21, 22. If he has been holding any positions of KMP in any of these 3 years, he is not qualified to act as a, give me the wordings now. Start. Give me a separate wordings, we'll combine it slowly. Either himself or his relative. None of his relatives or him are holding a position of KMP or has held the position of KMP in which company? Which company first of all? Either the company or the group companies. In how many years? In any of the 3 financial years immediately preceding the financial year in which he is proposed to be acting as a. Is that word clear? Now combine both of them. I want this to be in a single subclause. Give me the wordings. Either holds or has held the position of KMP. Is that sentence clear for you? Either holds or has held the position of KMP either in the company or in the group companies in any of the 3 financial years preceding the financial year in which he is proposed to be appointed as a. Now give me the answers. If I am proposing myself to be appointed as independent director on say 15th of April 2025, which 3 years should I not be acting as a independent KMP? 20. Which financial year am I proposed to be appointed? 25, 26. I'll check for how many years? 3 years preceding the year in which I am proposed to be appointed. So which 3 years will I check here? 24, 25. Got the logics? Any doubt in that? And I'm acting as a KMP in which company? Not only my company but also the group companies, and this is applicable for both myself as an independent director, also my relative. Any doubt? Can I expand? The point is not done. Can I expand this? Yes. Along with the KMP, add in the word employee. I must not also be an employee. So give me the wordings again. Either himself or his relative holds or has held the position of KMP or acted as an employee. Held the position of KMP or acted as an employee in the company or group companies in any of the 3 financial years. Not able to hear. Any of the 3 financial years immediately preceding the financial year in which he is proposed to be appointed as a independent director. Any doubt? if your relative is a KMP, there's a chance that he might influence you. You have not held the position of KMP, but who is holding the position of KMP? If your relative is a KMP, there's a chance that his relative will influence me as an independent director. Can I be appointed? Am I qualified or not qualified? But sir, think about it. What happens if your relative is a normal employee of the company? Will he be able to come and influence? What does he get from the company? Nothing. Will he be able to influence? The word here employee applies only for the person, not for the relative. So when after the sentence is done, they have given a small note point stating that there is an exception. The relative of an independent director can be acting as an employee. Even though he's acting as an employee, he will still be qualified to act as a independent director. Now give me the conceptual wordings here. Who shouldn't be a KMP? Himself or his relative. Who shouldn't be an employee? Himself. Got the logic clear? A relative, can he act as an employee? A relative, can he act as an KMP? Can you act as an KMP? Can you act as an employee? No. Is that clear for you? Shall we start? Put in these words first. Start writing. You have written this. Okay, fine. Let it be right. We'll go to the material after it is done. That's your clause number. Give me the section number's clarity then. That's your section number 149. Clause E, subclause 1. Are we? Chalo. Recite me these wordings once. Close the materials. Recite me this wordings once. We'll close it off. We'll start clause 2. Start guys, quick. First point is section number 149, subsection 6, clause E, subclause 1. What is subclause 1? Either himself or his relative has held or holds or has held. Give me start the wordings again. Holds or has held the position of KMP or acted as an employee in the company or group companies in any of the 3 financial years immediately preceding the financial year in which he is. But the logic of employee does not work on the relative. That's your subclause 1. Then subclause 2 focuses on the similar kind of activity. Listen carefully again. This time, this is again the same logic guys. Not only the company, also the group companies. Either company or the group companies. We are not anywhere involved within the internal part of this company. We are not an employee. We are not a KMP. We are not a director of this company. We are not holding any position in this company. But we are a practicing cost accountants. We are a practicing cost accountant. Assuming next year, this time next year, will you be cost accountants? This time you'll be basically going to that PPOP program, or you'll be preparing your resumes, getting ready for the interviews. Yes, you'll be called as a cost accountant. You'll have this prefix by this year, this time next year. So you'll be attending interviews maybe in a week or so. Are you tensed about it? So you being a cost accountant, we decided that we'll not go into the regular pathway as an employee. We'll start a practice. The number of CMA practices are very less in nature. Number of CMA practices. You'll find one CA practice for every lane you go in. Every lane has a CA practice. Some other name is there, some other practice is there. But CMA practices, you can hardly find CMA practices. We'll do one thing. Once we have qualified, we'll start a partnership firm. First, let's qualify. Don't get excited. So we are a partnership firm of practicing CMS. Now we are conducting a cost audit for this company. We are conducting a cost audit for that particular company. Can you, the partner, one of the partner of the partnership firm, can you act as independent director? You lose your independence because you are personally connected with the firm who is conducting the audit here. So can you act as an independent director? So then you are qualified or not qualified? Who is not qualified? A person who is a partner of a firm of practicing CA, CMA, CS, who is appointed as an auditor, is not allowed to act as a. Any doubt as of now? We'll expand the wordings. Who is not allowed to act, guys? Who is not allowed to act? Partner. Give me the wordings clear. If that wordings are given, I can add a few more small words, will close it off. Who is not allowed to act? Partner of a firm of CA, CMA, CS in practice, who is basically appointed as a auditor, is not allowed to act as a. So we are not a partnership firm. Do you believe your friend? Look at their face and say whether you can start a partnership with him. Then we started a sole proprietor. You started discussing business already. What's the profit sharing ratio? Now look at your friend and tell me whether you'll believe them. Any doubt? Do you need time to judge it? No. Jagdish, will you believe? No. So what's the logic here? If it is not a partnership firm, it can be a sole proprietor. If it is a sole proprietor, should I call you as a partner? I'll call you as a proprietor. A proprietor. Give me the answers here. A proprietor who is a practicing CMA or practicing CA or practicing CS is not allowed to act as a. Got the logic? So who is not allowed to act? Partner or a proprietor? Any doubt in these two words? A person who is a partner or a person who is a proprietor of a practicing CA, CMA or CS is not allowed to act as a. Let's expand the firm now. This person is there, we'll add it separately and we'll expand the firm here. The firm will have employees. You will also have article students. Yes. Small little kids. Now these article students, will you pay a huge amount of money to them? At least you got suffered, let them enjoy, right? How much will you pay? ₹600, sir. For what? How much? Give me per month. No. How much? Okay, 11,000. Okay, fine. 13,000. You'll pay how much? 13,000 per month, a year? Per week? Whether add him as a partner directly better. 13,000 per week. So now give me the logic here. Now you are not a partner. You are not a sole proprietor. You are an employee. Not an article student exactly, just for a reference. Is an employee of the firm who is acting as a auditor of the company. Now understand this. This person is influenced. This person can, as an employer, influence you as an employee, whether you will be acting independently. You are not allowed to act as a. Give me all three categories. A person who is a partner, a person who is a proprietor, a person who is a employee of a firm of CA, CMA or CS in practice is not qualified to be appointed as a. That means you shouldn't be a. To be qualified, you shouldn't be a. You shouldn't be a partner. You shouldn't be a proprietor. You shouldn't be a employee of a firm of CA, CMA, CS in practice. Then you are allowed to act as a independent. So give me the keywords here. A person who is partner. Spelling. PRI. Okay. Whether you know the answer first? Give me one person, give me answer. Boys, I'm already confused. You are even more confusing me. That's the right answer. Employee. OR. Proprietor or employee? Employee of what? Firm. Firm of. Is it fine? Clear? That's your section number 149. Sub item 1. Partner proprietor employee of a firm is the first category. The second category again. Partner proprietor employee of a legal or consulting firm. Similar logic. Either legal or consulting firm. Now you are not acting as an auditor, but you might provide legal advices to the company or the group companies. Then also you are not allowed to act as a legal or consulting firm. Legal or consulting firm. Continue the procedure. Legal or consulting firm which is having what? Business with this group companies amounting to 2% of companies total. Sorry. Continue the same logic for pecuniary relationship here. The legal firm or the consulting firm is having transactions with the company or the group company or the promoter directors amounting to more than 10% of its total income. What do you mean by its total income? The firm's total income. If it is more than firm's 10% of total income of the firm, then it is not allowed. They are not allowed to act as a. Now, listen and carefully answer. We are a partner of a legal firm which has transactions with the group companies, but it is deriving only 8% of its total income from the group companies. Am I qualified? Yes. I'm disqualified. I'm not qualified only when this legal firm, consulting firm is receiving income from the group companies amounting to more than 10% of the firm's income, firm's total income. Any doubt in that? That's your clause number. Clause number E, subclause 2. There's a first and second point. Give me the keywords, guys, here. KMP or employee. Here you shouldn't act as a partner, proprietor, employee of two things. Either the practicing firm of CS CMA CS or a legal or consulting firm. Third point. Now, there's a small linkage between this and clause number D already. Clause D. Clause D talks about his relatives. Now relative can hold securities, yes or no? Give me one word answer. Yes. Up to how much? 50 lakhs in face value or 2% of paid up share capital. Now if you remove this logic of equity shares with differential rights, if you have 2% paid up share capital, that means you have how much percentage of votes? 2%. Because if the differential right concept is not existing, one share is equal to one vote. Now if you have 2% of paid up share capital, that means you are having 2% of voting power. Then clause number 3 states that either by yourself or through your relatives, you can hold securities but up to a maximum of 2% of voting power. You shouldn't be having more amount of control over the company. You can hold securities but up to how much? 2% along with your relative. One relative or all the relatives? So you along with all your relatives combined together can hold up to how much? 2% of the voting power. If it is exceeding 2%. Qualified or not qualified? Not qualified. And the last category, fourth point, simply is a logic specifically for non-profit organizations. Very specific, very in detail concept where the logic is that we are a company. We are not non-profit organization. We are a company. Listen carefully, guys. This company is making certain donations. Can they make donations? Now this company is making donations to a non-profit organization in which you are acting as a CEO or a director. Who are you? You are a CEO or a director of a non-profit organization which is receiving donations. From whom? And these donations were received from this company or the group companies are amounting to 25% of your total receipts. You will be influenced. Will you be able to act as independent director? You are not qualified. If you are a, give me the process from the end here. The drafting is from here. Either you are a CEO or a director of a non-profit organization which is receiving, rather than using the word donation, they've used the word money. Any money, any form of money is being received, which is amounting to how much? 25% of the total receipts. Or this non-profit organization is holding 2% of the voting power in this group companies, then it is not allowed to. This person is not allowed to act as a independent director. How many disqualifications are there in total? How many clauses are there? 6. What are the 6 clauses? Quickly answer one at a time. First, in the opinion of board of director. Give me keywords, guys. I don't want the entire sentences this time. Integrity, experience, expertise. Done. Second point. He is or was not a promoter. Third point. He is not a relative of the promoter or director. Then clause number C. He is not having any pecuniary relationship, but he can have transactions not exceeding 10% of his total income. Then coming to relatives. Relatives shall not hold any securities, but there is an exception. How much? 50 lakhs in face value or 2% of paid up share capital. Shall not have any indebtedness exceeding 50 lakhs. Shall not have given guarantee exceeding 50 lakhs. Has no pecuniary relationship with the company in excess of 2% of its whose income? Company's total income or the gross turnover. Then clause number E. Clause number E has again 4 different points here. All of them are different from each other, but clause number E, you have to remember, this is not only for the director himself, but also the clause D for only for his relative, clause E for himself as well as his. Give me the quick answers. He does not hold a position of KMP or has not held the position of KMP or acting as an employee in the company as well as the group companies in any of the 3 financial years immediately preceding the financial year in which he is proposed to be appointed as a. The next point, he is not allowed to act as a independent director if he is a partner, proprietor or a employee of a firm of CA, CMA, CS in practice or a legal or consulting firm which is receiving how much? 10% of its total income from the company or the group companies. Then subclause number 3 was basically a process where you are having voting power. How much voting power can you hold? Along with your relative, 2% of the total voting power. Anything more than that, you are not qualified. And the last category was you are a CEO or a director of a non-profit organization which is receiving money from company amounting to more than 25% of its total receipts, or this entity is holding more than 2% of paid up share capital. Are we given voting power or what? 2% of paid up share capital. Then you are not allowed to act as a independent director. And clause number F. Such are the qualifications as may be prescribed. That's your section number 149 subsection 6. Chalo. Quickly revise for me section 152. We'll continue with 152 or we'll start 151, right? Give me 152. Give me the basics any which ways that is required now. Close the books materials quick. Voting power is there? Sure. %2 of what? Voting power. Chalo. 152. Give me the heading. What is 152? Appointment of a board of directors. Quickly divide the chart for me. How many parts? Materials closed. How many parts? 2 parts. What are the 2 parts we have? First director and subsequent director. Give me the subsequent director. He appointed always by the company with the help of by passing a. First directors is again divided into 2 parts. If it is mentioned in if it is not mentioned in the AOA. If it is mentioned in the AOA, the person so mentioned will act as a first director. If it is not mentioned, who will act? Until the directors are duly appointed. Once the directors are appointed, they will continue. I will vacate as a director. But until that point of time, who will act it? Subscribers to memorandum. But to act as a director, you must be fulfilling 3 preconditions. What are the 3 preconditions? First, you must be possessing DIN allotted by the central government. Second, he is giving a declaration stating that he is not disqualified under section number 164. And the third point, he is giving his consent. Consent in written format, oral format. Written format in form number. DIR 2 before appointment or after appointment? Before appointment. Once he is appointed by the company, that will be filed with the ROC form number. DIR 12 within from the date of his appointment. Give me the hierarchy here. The proposed director will submit it to the company, DIR, company to the ROC, DIR within from the date of appointment. Any doubt in that? What is done? Who will allot you? We have to make an application to the. We'll come back. Then we started section number 151. What is section 151? Recollect the heading of section 151. It's not small shareholder director. We have used the word appointment of a director elected by small shareholders. Now this logic started with the process that the majority rule has been implemented, but this majority rule, once implemented, it is a loss for the minority. Minority will not be able to raise their voices. But the logic is that, understand the intensity of the provision here, majority will be able to take care of themselves. They will be able to appoint directors. They will be able to make transactions, pass resolutions in the general meeting as well as the board meeting. They'll appoint all the board of directors. They can take care of themselves. But the minority, the problem arises with majority or minority. The minority will not be able to appoint directors, but the minority, if they're having good percentage of investment, 10%, 15%, 12%, you have seen this in general meetings. Can they call for meetings? To call for an EGM, you must hold at least percentage of holding. To call for to send a special notice to discuss a particular matter, you must be holding a minimum set of investment. If you are minority and you are not even holding that huge percentage of shareholding, you are holding 0.001%. Now give me the answer. Are you a shareholder? Are you a owner? Are you having rights in the company? Are you a majority or minority? In the minority also, because of the fact that your holding is so small in nature, you don't have any rights in the company. You cannot call for a meeting. You cannot send a special notice. You cannot send a notice of general meeting. Because you are having no much of importance given, there's a chance that your responsibility, your rights might be misutilized by the company. To make sure that the small shareholders are protected, we are appointing a person called as small shareholder director. And this concept today is not applicable to all the companies. It is applicable only to listed company. And that also on a optional basis. May appoint or must appoint. So the wordings used are a listed company may appoint one of a director as a small shareholder director. Who is appointed for whose benefit? Small shareholders. Any doubt as of now? Quickly answer. Put in the heading, otherwise we'll start writing some points. Section number 152 you have written, right? Put in the heading section 151. Appointment of director. Quick guys. You have to complete this 151 today. 151 and if possible 152, 6 and 7 also. Quick. What's the heading? Appointment of a director elected by small shareholders. Now concentrate on the heading first. If you look at the heading clearly, the first part of the heading is nothing but section 152. Appointment of director. Hence, the section 152 will also be applicable to section number 151. Though he is a director appointed by as per the provisions of 151 to itself, what's the difference here? He is being elected by the small shareholders. Only difference you will find between 152 and 151 is this person is elected, selected by whom? Small shareholders. Once the person is selected, who will do the appointment again? Company. Company as per the provisions of section number. So, lot of the provisions as we discussed under 152 will be again repeated under section number 151. Now, what is the original section? 152 or 151? 152 is the original section. This is been now referred under section number. Got the logic? This is not drafted first. What was actually intended to be drafted? 152. Once 152 is drafted and given the original process of how to appoint, that appointment process is used by section number 151. Don't read it as 151 used by 152. It is 152 which is being used by 151. What's the heading? Appointment of director elected by small shareholders. Start with a sentence. A listed entity. Quick. A listed company. Should I use the word may or shall? May. Mandatory or optional? A listed company may appoint a director or one director acting as what? Small shareholder director. You guys put in the full form there. Acting as SSD. Small shareholder director. A listed company may appoint one director acting as SSD. Now, is it done? Close the book. We'll divide this section into multiple parts. We'll complete one part at a time. We'll come back and write. So the first part is the process of appointment. Shall we start? Who will appoint? Who will appoint? Company. In the? By passing? But this appointment, the person to be appointed as SSD will be elected by small shareholders. Any doubt in this? Usually who will elect a director? Board of directors. Now this you have learned this in section 139 already. The same logic applies for board of directors also. A person to be appointed as director is appointed indirectly by the shareholders. End of the day, removing all the technicalities, it is appointed by the shareholder. But does the shareholder exactly know whom to appoint? Does the shareholders have enough knowledge to identify who can act as a director? Then this identification process, the nomination process, is done by the board of directors. They'll propose a person to be acting as a director. They'll give it to the shareholders. End of the day, resolution is passed by shareholders, but on the recommendations given by the board of directors. So usually what happens in section 152 or section 139 regarding appointment of auditor, 152 regarding appointment of a director. Both the cases the same logic happens. The board of directors will go search for a person. Will select a person whom they believe will provide a proper service to the company. And they will not directly appoint, they will do what? Recommend. Who will recommend? Recommend it to whom? Shareholders. Then the shareholders will come and appoint them by passing a ordinary resolution. So give me the process here. Appointment is still done by shareholders as per section 152, but the appointment to be done, the board of directors will give you recommendation. Now same logic, modify this for 151. Who will appoint? Who will appoint? Company, the shareholders, by passing a ordinary resolution, but who will recommend this time? Small shareholders. It is not the board of directors recommending, it is recommended by the small shareholders. Small shareholders will recommend it to the company. The company will forward it to the shareholders, because the small shareholder will not have access to all the shareholders of the company. They will send it to the company. Company will forward it to, end of the day, whose intention? Whose intention? Small shareholder, but reached by all the shareholders. All the shareholders have knowledge about it. So what will be a better presentation of this? Who will recommend? Who will select? Small shareholders. They'll recommend a particular person to be acting as a small shareholder director, and they will recommend it to whom? Company, because they're not having accessibility to all the shareholders. As a shareholder, do you have knowledge who are the other shareholders? No. Then you will send it to the company, and the company will forward your recommendation to which shareholder? All the shareholders. Company recommends or only forwards? Forwards the recommendation of the small shareholder. Any doubt in this process? Who starts it? Section number 151. Small shareholders will recommend a person to be acting as a small shareholder director. Recommend it to the company, will forward it to the all shareholders. Those shareholders will come and appoint the person by passing a ordinary resolution. Any doubt? Clear? But now the question is, who is small shareholder? Before we start the process of recommendation, who is a small shareholder? What do you mean by small shareholder? A person who is holding securities of not more than how much? 20,000 in nominal value, or otherwise face value. Give me the wordings here. A person who is holding securities not more than how much? 20,000 in face value, are also called as nominal value. If you are holding more than 20,000, are you a small shareholder? If you are holding exactly 20,000, you are a small shareholder. If you are a small shareholder, you will have to send an recommendation to the company. Any doubt? Assuming all of us are small shareholders. In a listed company, this section is applicable to a listed company. There will be lakhs of small shareholders. If every shareholder sends a notice, imagine this. If every shareholder sends a notice, there will be lakhs of applications, lakhs of people ready to be appointed as a SSD. We'll do what? We'll stop the business activities, we'll select a person and appoint him. It will be difficult for us. Then we have to conduct the AGM for 5 to 10 days. We'll sell the company, conduct a meeting for 10 days. Possible? Then if recommendations are given by every small shareholder, there's a high chance that they're simply using the power for the namesake. They're not intentionally having a logic to understand and appoint an SSD for the grievances, rather using it just for namesake. Then the law stated that yes, a small shareholder can recommend, but not a single small shareholder. I want a group of them. I want a group of them together coming and making application to the company. How many of them should make an application? Either 1,000 small shareholders. How many? 1,000 small shareholders together have to come and make an application to the company. Only then that application will be accepted under section 151. If a single person makes it, section 151 initiates. Section 151 starts only when how many people make application? At least 1,000 small shareholders. Now, sir, we are a listed company, but the listed company we have in total have 1 lakh shareholders. How many shareholders are there in total? 1 lakh. Out of these 1 lakh shareholders out of the 1 lakh shareholders we have an amount of 20,000 shareholders as small shareholders. How many small shareholders are there? How many shareholders are there? 1 lakh. Out of the 1 lakh, 20,000 shareholders are classified as small shareholders. Out of this 20,000, how many of them should make application? 1,000. If the small shareholders are 30,000, 1,000. Small shareholders are 40,000. If the small shareholders are 800, 1,000. Getting application from all of them is not possible. Then the law has given a second possibility, either 1,000 shareholders or 1/10th of such small shareholders. What do you mean by that? 80. How much is my total small shareholders? 800. 10% of them. 80. Whichever is lower or higher? Whichever is lower. Have to come and make an application to the company giving their recommendations of a person to be acting as a small shareholder director. Start the process for me. Which company? Which company? That's the most difficult part. This part, if it is done, the rest of the part is very easy. Start the process. Which company? Listed company. Mandatory or optional? They may appoint one director as a small shareholder director. Usually directors are recommended by the board of directors, appointed by the shareholders, the company, as per section number 152. But section 151 has a small differentiation. This time it will be recommended by the small shareholders. Small shareholders, because they don't have access to all the shareholders, they'll send a notice to the Company will forward this notice to the. This notice will contain the recommendation of the small shareholders to appoint a specific person as a small shareholder director. Who is sending? Sending a document called as notice, which will contain recommendation for appointing a person as a small shareholder director. This recommendation is given to the company, will forward it to all the. End of the day, appointment is still done by the shareholders by passing what resolution? Ordinary resolution. But the application has to be made not by a single small shareholder, it has to be made by at least 1000 small shareholders or 1/10th of such small shareholders, whichever is. I have 20,000 small shareholders. How many of them should make application? 1000. Whichever is lower or higher. Sir, all this is good. If listed company is so transparent in nature, why do they even require application? Why do they even require recommendation? Why can't they do it on their own? If a listed company wants to be more transparent, more open about the grievances of the small shareholders by themselves, the law also has given a process where the listed company on a suo motu basis can go on to appoint a small shareholder director. We are not waiting for an application to be received. We'll be little proactive. We'll directly go help the small shareholders. We'll directly appoint a small shareholder director. So small shareholder director either can be appointed on an application made by small shareholders or either on a suo motu basis by a listed company. Any doubt until this? Shall we start? Chalo. And taking the heading small shareholder. During the chart itself, we'll expand some points of 152. Right? Small shareholder. Put in the heading, side heading, small shareholder means a shareholder. Small shareholder. Start using shortcuts. Small shareholder means a shareholder holding securities small shareholder means a shareholder holding securities. How much? Not more than 20,000 in nominal value. Done? Who is sending a notice? Small shareholders sending a notice to the but this notice can be to be accepted. The small shareholders must be how many? At least 1000 small shareholders. Sorry, Amma. Mistake. Extremely sorry, Amma. Okay. It will not happen again. 1000 shareholders or 1000 small shareholders or 1/10th. Correct, Amma? 1/10th of such small shareholders, whichever is. Lower or higher? Who is sending the notice? Small shareholders sending a notice to the company. This notice will contain recommendations. Right? Recommending. Spelling is wrong, I guess. Recommending a person to be appointed as SSD. This notice will contain a correct amount. I can write notice recommending a person to be appointed as SSD will be sent to the company. Now, sir, end of the day, we have to appoint a director, SSD or the normal director at what place? AGM again. It has to be appointed as per the provisions of 152. Hence, this notice has to be sent to the company how many days before? Should it be sent before the general meeting or after the general meeting? Before. And the law states that the company has to receive this at least 14 days before the general meeting. We have seen this already in the special notice in the inter-level. Whenever notices are sent by a person to the company, it has to be received by company. At least how many days? 14 days before the meeting or after the meeting? At least 14 days before the general meeting, so that the company has enough time to forward this to all the shareholders. Any doubt in this part? Is this clear first? Quickly answer. Who is sending? What are they sending? To the, this notice contains recommendation of a person to be appointed as small shareholder director. This has to be sent to the company at least how many days? What do you mean by sent to the company? It must be delivered at the, delivered at what place? Every communication to the company will be done at what place? Delivered at the registered office. No. If I simply state that I want to appoint Prashant as a director, okay, listen carefully. Close the books. We'll expand this chart. If I simply mention that I want to appoint Prashant as a director, the company will have to forward this to whom? All the shareholders. All the shareholders have to come and attend the general meeting, and you know this, the shareholders will come to the general meeting after making their research on whether to appoint or not to appoint this person. To make that research, I should give them basic details of who this person is. Without submitting the particulars of that person, can I recommend a person? I have to provide what particulars about him? His name? What else? Aadhaar card? What else? Give me details of the person. PAN? Qualification? Good. DIN? Good. His consent to act as a director, obviously. Good. What else? Experience. Where has he acted as a director in the past? Which companies has he acted as a director in the past? Give me the SIN number of that companies. So basic details about the person proposed must be mentioned in the notice. Along with this notice, I should also get his consent to act as a director. End of the day, whatever fancy name you give, small shareholder director, is also a director. We should get his consent. Now the logic is that if he is a director, he has to fulfill all the provisions of section number 1. You have not written it elsewhere. We have to fulfill all the provisions of 152 also, and the 152 provision states that he must be possessing DIN. He must not be disqualified. So along with this notice, we must also send a document which is accompanied along with this notice, providing the consent of the director, providing the DIN number, providing the declaration that he is not disqualified. All this is borrowed from where? 152. Any doubt in this? All the points are borrowed from the where? 152. Start expanding the chart. Don't write it yet. Let me write first. This notice must also be containing all the particulars of director or proposed director. Particulars of proposed director, such as, give me some details for this. Maybe his name, DIN number, address, and his contact details. What more? Passport size photo, Aadhaar card photo, contact ID, what else? Contact details, maybe email, qualification, experience, such other as may be prescribed, etc. All these details will be sent along with the notice. Along with the notice, we should also accompany a document. This document will give 3 things, the 3 preconditions we have. What are three preconditions? His, then declaration, disqualified or not disqualified? Not disqualified under section number 164, and his consent. Written or oral? Form number? DIR 2. All this has to be submitted to the company. At what point of time? At least 14 days before the general meeting. Now the company has a responsibility to forward all these details to all the shareholders. Then shareholders will come and decide your faith whether you will become a director or not. It is not the small shareholders deciding, it is the shareholders deciding, but recommendation is given by the small shareholders. Expand this quick. Start. This is all as per 1. Particulars of the proposed director, all his particulars. Along with the document fulfilling all the requirements of section 152. Write them clearly. A declaration that he is not disqualified under section number, and his written consent in form number DIR 2. This is all as per 152. Done. What shall the company do once it has received this? Forward it to the ROCR. Forward it to whom? All the shareholders. Without this application, can they do on a suo motu basis? The company can directly forward the notice to, directly send a notice to shareholders on a suo motu basis without the application. Once it is forwarded, what shall be done? Who will decide? That will all be done as per 152. 151 is not concerned about it. What the notice is informed to shareholders, what and how will appointment will happen is discussed under section number 152. We will discuss only till the process of recommendation here. As of now, that's your section. Any doubt? Sure. Close the books. Chale? There's the first part of section 151. Now, the easier part. Start the logics here. The rest of the part is all linked with the other sections here. So, SSD, end of the day, he's also a. If he is disqualified under section number 164, he is not allowed to act as a director. Hence, he is not also allowed to act as a small shareholder director. Now, this small shareholder director is a person who is trying to protect the grievances, protect the problems of small shareholders. Are the small shareholders in a position to raise their voice? If you are appointed as a director, who appoints you as a director? Who appoints you as a director? Company? Majority or minority? Now get this practically understood. Say we have okay. This is the entire shareholding of the company. Out of the entire shareholding, you are holding, say, some 80% is held by you. The remaining 20% is held by the minority. You are majority or minority? You are the majority, holding how much percentage? 80 percentage. 70, 30. How much are you holding? How much is a minority holding? How much? 30%. You have majority holding. Directors are appointed by majority. Okay. Can't remove the word company. Just give me the word majority or minority here. Directors are appointed by majority. If the director doesn't work according to the directions, according to the expectations of the shareholders, can this majority also have a right to remove? They also have a right to appoint. They also have a right to remove. Now on the contrary, on the other side of the process, we have these small shareholders in the company. These small shareholders have recommended a person to be appointed as a small shareholder director. Say we have recommended Akash, and Akash was appointed as a small shareholder director. What happens if he works against the small shareholders? He does fraud along with the other directors. He does fraudulent activity along with the majority. Who will remove him? Majority. But he is working for whose benefit? He was supposed to work for whose benefit? Small shareholders. But once he is appointed, if he starts working for the benefits of majority and doesn't raise his voice, the small shareholders cannot come and remove. They don't have power in the company. Who can remove a director? Majority itself. End of the day, again the company, the majority. That means a small shareholder director so appointed is in so situation that even though he is not questioned by any person, he should still try to protect the benefits of small shareholders. That means he must have integrity. Then the law stated that why don't we call and classify him as an independent director directly? Because he's in a position where nobody is going to come and question him. Because he's in a position where even though he doesn't work for the benefits of small shareholders, nobody can come and remove him. We will expect this person to be working with utmost integrity, utmost honesty. Hence, we want the small shareholder to be acting as a independent director. If he is to be an independent director, he has to fulfill all the qualifications given under section number 149 subsection 6. We already have discussed that to act as a small shareholder director, he must not be disqualified under section number 164, and on top of that, because he is expected to be independent director, he should also fulfill all the qualifications given under section number 149 subsection 6. The first thing you have to remember here is SSD is also a independent director. That means he has to fulfill 149 6 and also give a declaration under section number 149 subsection 7 that he is meeting the qualifications of 149 subsection 6. Any doubt? So give me the first category. Can I say 151 is a combination of section 152? Is a combination of section 149 also? He should be a director appointed as per the original procedure, but he should also be a independent director. Now give me the bifurcations here. SSD is also independent director. Yes or no? He should fulfill all the provisions of 149.6. He should also give a declaration under 149.7. He is appointed by board of directors. Independent directors are normally appointed by board of directors, but SSD, who is acting as independent director but will be appointed by the shareholders as per the procedure under section number 152. For an independent director, usually 152 does not apply. 152 does not directly apply because they are not appointed by the shareholders, but 151 SSD is a independent director but still appointed by the shareholders. Got the logics here? Now this person, if he is acting as an independent director, he should fulfill 149.6, give declaration under 149.7. He should act as a independent director. To act as independent director, can he be associated with the company for long periods? He should also be having tenure. Does a normal director have tenure? No. Does an independent director have tenure? Because SSD is also a independent director, he will also have a tenure. So give me the answers. SSD, the reason why we discussed tenure of independent director is to link with this provision. It was not part of our syllabus, but this is part of our syllabus. SSD also has a tenure. How many terms? One term at a time. The first term for how many years? 5 years. Absolutely wrong. 3 years. It is not identical with independent director. It is similar to independent director. He also has a tenure. How many terms? One term at a time. Each term shall not exceed 3 consecutive years. After the 3 consecutive years, he can be reappointed for Reappointed for the second term. Reappointed for the second term. Who will appoint for the second term? Nobody. He is not allowed to appoint for second term. He has how many terms? One. Only one term. He is not allowed to be reappointed. After the first term, how many years? 3 years. He has to directly go through the cooling period. Cooling period for how many years? 3 years? 3 years. 3 years. How much is the tenure? How many terms? Each term shall not exceed. After 3 years, he will go through for a period of. In this 3 years, he is not allowed to be associated with the company either directly or indirectly in any capacity. Any capacity shouldn't be associated. After 3 years, can he be reappointed again? Can he be appointed again as SSD? Yes. How many terms again? Not allowed. He can never be reappointed in his life as an SSD again. For your lifetime, you can act as an SSD of that particular company once. Now, think about it and answer. What is same? What is similar between independent director and SSD? Nothing is similar except the cooling period. Start. Give me the tenure of independent director first. How many terms? Each term shall not exceed. First term appointed by the. Second term reappointed by the. By passing a. Which resolution? Special resolution. After the second term, he'll go through a. For how many years? After 3 years, he'll be allowed to be reappointed for how many terms again? 2 terms. In this 3 years of cooling period, he shall not be associated either directly or indirectly. Give me the SSD process here. SSD is also a independent director fulfilling the provisions of 149. Subsection 6 given declaration under 149. Subsection 7. But his tenure is slightly different. It is very much different from a independent director. First, how many terms? Only one term. The first term for how many years? 3 consecutive years. 3 full years. After 3 years. Second term? Reappointment? He'll go through a cooling period. For how many years? Shall not be associated for how many years? 3 years, either directly or indirectly. After 3 years, can he again be appointed as SSD? After 3 years, can he act as a director? Yes. He is disqualified to act as an SSD. After 3 years, can he act as a director? After 3 years, can he come and appoint as an employee, as an officer, as a managing director? Everything is fine except SSD. Think again, answer. We have completed your 3 years as a tenure in the company. You are going through cooling period for how many years? I'm drawing a rough chart, so give me answers here. For this cooling period of 3 years, can I act as a director? For this 3 years, can I act as a director? Can I act as SSD? Can I act as an officer? Can I act as an employee? After 3 years, can I act as an SSD? SSD. Can I act as a director? Can I act as an employee? Can I act as an independent director? Yes, even yes. Independent director is also allowed, but what is not allowed? A person can be appointed as an SSD. Can he be reappointed? Never in his life can he be reappointed for the same company. Can I act as a SSD for another company, B Limited? Yes. But how many terms again? One term. The term shall not exceed. Each term or the term? Because there is only one term, the term shall not exceed 3 consecutive years, after which cooling period for 3 years. After cooling period, you are not allowed to act as an SSD, but you can allowed to be acting as any other capacity. Employee, officer, director, whatever name you have, you shouldn't be acting as a SSD. Now, if during your tenure in the company as an SSD, if you don't fulfill any of the qualifications of 149.6, can you continue as an SSD? Yes or no? During your tenure, if you are unable to fulfill the qualifications of 149.6, that means you are not allowed to act as independent director. That means you are not indirectly allowed to act as a. Can you continue? You have to vacate. You have to vacate your office if you are not fulfilling any of the qualifications of 149.6. On the same lines, on the same logic, if you have fulfilled any of the disqualifications of section number 164, shall you continue the office or vacate the office? Vacate the office if you are fulfilling any of the disqualifications of section number So the office of SSD is vacated either in two situations. Either if he does not fulfill 149(6) or if fulfills any of the points under 164, or there's another section which is not part of your inter syllabus, a section called as 167 vacancy. What are the two sections we have already learned? 149(6) and 164. There's a special section called as 167. Slightly different from 164 here. Understand this. 167 talks about vacation. Vacation means basically vacate from your office. Basically pack your bags and get out from the office. But this logic of vacation is slightly different from 164. You'll always interlink both the sections. Listen carefully. If you are, okay, for example, Ayush, after being appointed, he has met with an accident and he has become unsound mind. He's sound or unsound? Ayush is an unsound person. Can he act as a director? The reason why we appoint him as director is to get his skill. Now he has become. There is no requirement of this person. Is he disqualified? Right? You know the disqualification points, right? One of the disqualification is person becoming. If he has become unsound mind, can he act as a director? If he is not allowed to act as director, he is required to vacate. He is disqualified under section number 164, but is required to vacate his office under section number 167. 164 doesn't require you to vacate your office. Vacation is given under section number. But whenever you fulfill any of the disqualifications of 164, indirectly what is interlinked? 167. Any doubt? Clear? But there are other situations in which the disqualification does not apply, but you still have to vacate. You are not disqualified. You are still allowed to act as director, but you have to vacate. We'll discuss those points when 167 comes in. That's a situation where you are not disqualified, but you are expected to vacate from the office. All the provisions are interlinked with others categories. I don't want to spoil the concept of section 167 today. We'll have a conceptual discussion 167 later. But just remember, a person, if he is disqualified under section number, he has to vacate his office under section number. And on top of 164, there are other reasons where he is not disqualified but still has to vacate, given under section number. So 167, can I say there are two category of points? One where he is disqualified, he has to vacate. Other where he is not disqualified but still has to vacate, given under section number. If this SSD attracts any of the provisions of 167, he should vacate. So the SSD has to vacate from his office in three different sections. Either he is not fulfilling the qualifications under section number 149 subsection 6, or meets the disqualifications under section number, or he is required to vacate as per section number. He'll have to exit his office as a SSD. Any doubt? Clear on this? What's the time? Nobody come on. No. Continue. No more. None of the group companies. Not allowed. Continue the process, guys. A person, can he act as a director of multiple companies? Can he act as a director for multiple companies? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. I am not sure how many of you have understood section 165 at your inter level. Okay. Wait. I'll explain. Not rotation. What is 164? Disqualification of a director. A person is not allowed to act as director if he fulfills any of the points under section number 164. One of the points of 164 is linked with section 165, and I'm not sure whether your faculty might have taught that or not. Just understand basic introduction of 165 here. Section 165 simply states that You are having skill. We agree that you as a director are having skill. You'll come and provide your services, your knowledge, skill and experience for the company, and the company will make sure that company will use your services and prosper about it. Now you as a director must be providing skill. Can you be appointed as a director in multiple companies? You are appointed as a director in 2 companies. What do you mean by this? You are devoting your skill, you are devoting your time into one company or multiple companies. Can I say the benefit received by each company is reduced as compared to you acting as a whole-time director? If you are acting as a whole-time director of a single company, entire workload will be from one company. You will be able to better provide services. Then the law stated that that's fine, but you can also act as a director for multiple companies where you are providing services to one company or multiple companies. But the level of intensity will be reduced from each company. Can you act as a director for 3 companies? Can you act as director for 4 companies? The section 165 puts a limit on the number of directorships you can hold. You can hold a directorship, a position of director in maximum of 20 companies, not more than 20. Because if it is more than 20, even though you have skill, you will not be able to portray your skill. Imagine this, you are acting as director for 20 companies. How much time will you spend in each company? You'll go say hi to the reception and you'll come back. Okay, fine. He'll go to the factory, not the reception. Now what happens here? He'll not be able to spend proper time in the company. He'll not, even though he has skill, he'll not be able to provide that skill benefit to the company if he's acting as a director for large number of companies. Hence, section 165. Number of directorships. We can act as a director for a maximum of how many companies? 20. The wordings are a person can act as a director for not more than 20 companies. We'll discuss a little more in detail when 164 comes in. 165 puts a limit. Then similar kind of concept. Doubt, Amma? Any doubt? Similar kind of concept is also used by section number 151. So understand this, 165 has put a limit on number of directorship. A person can act as a director in maximum of 20 companies, but they did not mention what type of director. It can be independent director, it can be managing director, it can be resident, any kind of director. All the different kind of directors combined together, you can act as how many? Not more than 20. Then section 151 states that I'll create a special provision for myself. You can act as a small shareholder director in not more than 2 companies. Similar to provisions of 165, I'll create my own provision for the specific kind of director, SSD. You can act as a small shareholder director in how many companies? Not more than 2. So can I act as a director in one and director in one another SSD? Yes, can I act as a SSD in 2 companies? So what is the wordings here? A person is allowed to act as a small shareholder director in not more than one other company. Got the wordings? I'm already an SSD of this company. I'm allowed to act as an SSD of not more than one other company. In total, how many companies? 2 companies. Now, small shareholder director means a person who is solving the grievances at the small shareholders at the lower level. He is expected to have lot of information about the company's business activities. Now, the law states that yes, you are allowed to act as a small shareholder director of 2 different companies, but if these 2 companies are having similar kind of business, identical kind of business, there's a chance that you might lose your independence. The information that is available with company A might be used in information of the company B. There's a chance that you might be influenced and losing your independence. Hence, the law states that, give me the wordings here, a person is allowed to act as an SSD of not more than one other company, but the second company in which he is appointed as independent director shall not be in a conflicting business. If it is in the same conflicting business, he'll lose his independence. He cannot be independent. Hence, the second company you can appoint it, but the second company shall not be in a conflicting business. It must not be in a similar kind of business. If it is conflicting, allowed or not allowed? So give me the conclusion here. I can act as a director in 19 different normal companies, 19 different private companies, and 1 company in which I am a SSD. 19 companies as director, 1 company as SSD. 19 SSD, 1 director. which section is not allowing you to do so? 151. If I want to act as a director in 19 companies, act as director in 21 companies, allowed or not allowed? Which section is going to be applied here? 165. If it is regarding a director, will apply section 165. If it is specifically regarding SSD, will apply section number. A person can act as an SSD in how many different companies? 2. The wordings will be not more than one other company. But the other company in which he is appointed as SSD shall not be in a conflicting business. Any doubt? Clear? That's your section number 151. Any doubt? Clear, am I there? What is section 151? Close the books, give me the entire provision. Section is little big, but it is not difficult to understand. What is section 151? Appointment of a director elected by small shareholders. Which company? A listed company. Mandatory or optional? May appoint one director as a small shareholder director. The process of SSD here is not to appoint, but we are only giving a selection. Recommendation will be given. Give me the process. Who recommends it? Small shareholders. How many small shareholders? At least 1000 or 1/10th of such small shareholders, whichever is lower, will go send an notice to the company. This notice will be containing a recommendation of a person to be appointed as a small shareholder director along with his particulars, such as, give me some particulars: name, address, PAN, qualification, contact details, email ID, nationality, residential status, number of shares he is holding, etc., etc. Once the information is given, along with this information will also accompany a document which will give 3 things about the provisions of 152. What are 3 points there? His declaration that he is not disqualified under 164, his written consent in form number DIR 2 will be submitted to the deposited at the registered office of the company at least 14 days before the general meeting. Then the company will forward all this to the, even the application is not received, can the company do it on a suo motu basis? So appointment of SSD is of 2 types: either application received by the small shareholders or either on a suo motu basis. Once the appointment process is done, give me the procedure part of SSD here. What is the different categories of SSD? SSD is also end of the day. First of all, a director, he should not be disqualified under section number. Because he is trying to protect the small shareholders who don't have enough voice to raise, he must be a independent director. That means he should fulfill all the qualifications of 149 subsection 6. He must give a declaration under section number 149 subsection 7. Because he is an independent director, to maintain his independence, we also have given him a tenure. Tenure, how many terms? The term shall not exceed 3 consecutive years. After 3 consecutive years, he'll go through a, for how many years? In this 3 years, he shall not be associated either directly or indirectly in any capacity. After 3 years, can he be reappointed? Can he be acting as SSD again? He can never be reappointed, but can he act as a director? Can he act as an independent director, managing director, officer, employee? But he is not allowed to act as a SSD. Any doubt in this? Now continuing the procedure, can he act as an SSD in multiple companies? Yes, he can act as an SSD in how many companies? 2 companies, not more than one other company. But the second company in which he is proposed to be appointed SSD shall not be in a conflicting business. Then he should vacate his office. When shall he vacate office? Vacation of office of SSD is of 3 categories. Give me section numbers first. 149(6), 164, 167. What is 149(6)? If he does not fulfill the qualifications of 149(6), he has to. If he fulfills the disqualifications under 164 or is required to vacate as per section number 167, he'll vacate his office as a small shareholder director. Any doubt? Clear on this? What's the time? 10 minutes more. You want break, huh? Break for? Let me give a small introduction. We'll leave it. Small introduction, that's it. You already know this, so be a little quick. Depends on you. If you're quick, we'll close it off. Section number 152 subsection 6. What is 152 subsection 6? Rotation. Rotational and non-rotational directors, or simply called as rotation of directors. Now look at the concept here quick, guys. Akash, shall we? A formality. I have asked only on a formality. Shall we start? Even though you say no, we'll start it. Shall we start? At least satisfy my ego, no? Shall we start? Sorry. Doesn't matter. Rotation. So logic of rotation is that we don't have tenure for a director. We had discussed the tenure of a independent director. We had tenure for a SSD, but we don't carry any tenure for a normal director. Now, for example, you have been appointed. You are a cost accountant. Yes or no? Yes. Sure? Yes. Any doubt in that? No. Tomorrow you will be a cost accountant. Not tomorrow literally, but in the future you will become a cost accountant. Now, because the time has arisen, I'll tell this. Qualification doesn't take you anywhere in your life. Okay. Qualification doesn't matter because you are matured enough to understand this. The piece of paper, the qualification doesn't take you anywhere in the life. This piece of paper, remember this, you'll recollect this after the exams are done, after you're passed out. This piece of paper is going to only enter you into the industry. Once you have entered in the industry, how well you prove yourself is what your success is. It is not the piece of paper. This piece of paper is not going to give you money. This piece of paper is not going to give you any respect. This piece of paper is going to only open the doors to the industry. If you don't have this piece of paper, industry doesn't even accept you. They'll kick you out. You are allowed into the industry only when you have this qualification. A simple gate pass. You will be allowed into the industry, but how well you prove yourself, skill and your talent and your hard work. If that is not there, this piece of paper has no value. Simple, guys. How many other qualifications you have doesn't matter unless otherwise you are able to prove it out. If, for example, even for our career also, if I had 3 qualifications, does it matter? End of the day, as a student, what do you look for? The conceptual clarity. The way the faculty delivers it. How much of experience they might have, how much of qualifications I might have, that doesn't matter. If I had 0 qualifications, you might not accept me in the stage first. But once we are able to prove our concept, you will accept it even though there is no qualification. So your qualification as a cost accountant is only going to be entry into the industry. It will make you sit in the interview. Once you are sitting in the interview, how well you prove to the interviewer is up to you. So qualification is important or skill is also important. Without skill, will you sustain in the market? Now, as a professional again, will you have to be updating your skill on a regular basis? Now you have completed your qualification in say 2026. Once you have qualified cost accountant, 10 years down the line, can you say, I have not learned about artificial intelligence? Can you say 10 years down the line, I did not have SAP in my program? No, you have to learn everything. Irrespective of whether it is a part of your qualification criteria or not, qualification academics or not, you still have to update yourself regularly. If you don't update yourself, if you're outdated, there is no use for the society, and there's no use for the industry as you as a professional. Having qualification doesn't matter. Having skill matters. Now, the same logic is applied by 152(6). States that we might have appointed a person having skill back in the day, but I don't know whether he has skill today or not. I don't know whether he is still competent to act as director or not. We have appointed him so many years back. He might not be competent today. If he is not competent today, paying him huge amount of remuneration is waste of money for the shareholder. His remuneration is paid out of whose pocket? Shareholder's pocket. If the shareholder has appointed you as a director, say 10 years back. When were you appointed? 10 years back, the shareholders have agreed. Unanimous resolution was passed. Everybody agreed for it. You were a very good talented person. You had a huge amount of experience. But down the line, after 10 years, if you're not competent enough, if you have not upgraded yourself, there will be other professionals waiting to take up your position. Then the law states that because there's no tenure for this director, there's a high chance that once he's been appointed, he'll start relaxing. He'll not update himself. He'll not provide the proper services which he's been expected to do so. Then it is indirectly a loss for the company, the shareholders. Then the law states that we'll do one thing. will create a little bit of fear in the board of directors. They don't have tenure, we still don't put in tenure, but every now and then we'll pick few directors and place them before the shareholders again. The shareholders will again analyze whether this person is competent enough or not. The shareholders will define the future of this person, whether he's going to act as director or he's going to vacate. Understand, we are not kicking them out of the company, we are going and placing them in front of the shareholders. Now the shareholders will again decide whether this person is competent or not. If the shareholders decide that he is still competent, they'll again reappoint him as a director. So we are not trying to remove any person, we are making sure that the directors are updating themselves, making sure that directors are still competent as they were appointed 10-15 years back. Say for example, Akash was appointed 40 years back. When he was say 22 years, he was appointed as a director. How many years back? Now he is 62 years, he is coming with a walking stick to the office. Do we require this person in the office? Is a burden on the office? What should be done? Removed? But to remove it must be removed by the shareholders. We'll simply go and keep him in front of the shareholders. Shareholders will now decide, given the circumstances, given the point of time, whether he is useful for the company or not. If they feel that he is still useful for the company, they will reappoint him. Reappoint him then and there in the same meeting. If not, vacate from the office. Who is this gonna decide? So logic of rotation is not the process where we are removing, we are giving an opportunity for the shareholders to decide it again about the board of directors. But if I remove all the board of directors and put them before the shareholders, I'll not have experience in the business. What matters in the business? Not only skill but also experience. If the people who understand the SOP of the company, systematic operating procedures of the company, how the company works, if the people don't understand the business operations, if a new director is appointed, if all of them are new directors, it will take time for them to at least understand the company itself. Got the logic right? If everybody is removed and all new directors are appointed, no person has knowledge on how the company runs. To understand the company's business operations itself, it will take more time. Then the last stage that we'll have to have an optimum mix between experience and skill. So we'll not retire everybody, we'll retire few directors. Section number 152, subsection 6, we are rotating the directors and asking the directors to go face the shareholders. Not all of them, few of them. The rest of them will maintain experience. The few of them going there will come back with the proper skill. Any doubt in this? We'll start with section number 152, subsection 6 tomorrow. I'm leaving early, so section number 152, subsection 6, linked with again section number 152, subsection 7. We'll do it tomorrow. Thank you. Shall we start? Materials, books. Chalo. Last class we have discussed majority of section number 151 and a small part of section 149, subsection 6. Shall I start with 149.6 for me? What is section 149.6? Good morning. Good morning. 149 subsection 6 talks about what? Qualification of a independent director. If he fulfills all the qualifications, the 6 points mentioned under 149.6, he is allowed to be acting as a independent director. To fulfill these provisions, first he should be qualified. He should not be disqualified under section number 164. As a director, I'll be applicable with section number 164. As an independent director, I'll be applicable with section number 164 and 149 subsection 6. Give me the provisions quickly, guys. The first point was in the opinion of whom? Board of directors. 3 keywords. First, integrity, expertise and experience. Second point, he is or was not a promoter of the group companies. He is not a relative of promoter and director of the group companies. Then point number 3 was he is not having a pecuniary relationship other than the remuneration, and having transaction not exceeding 10% of his total income. Then we had point number 4. Point number 4 talks about whom? None of his relatives. Clause D, the point number 4 talks about none of his relatives. 4 points under none of relatives. None of his relatives are holding securities of the group companies, but there is an exception. Sanjay, my exception. A relative can hold how much? 50 lakhs in face value, or whichever is no. Second point, indebtedness to the group companies or even the promoter or the director in excess of 50 lakhs. If none of his relatives are indebted to the group companies or promoter relative in excess of 50 lakhs, he is qualified. The third point was guarantee in respect of the indebtedness taken by a third party with the group companies or the promoter or director in excess of 50 lakhs. Fourth, he has a pecuniary relationship. How much percentage this time? How much? 2%. 2% of what? Gross turnover or total income of the company. Good. Then point number 5. Clause E. Clause E has how many points again? 4. First point. He has given the wordings. Neither himself nor his relative holds or has held. Give me the wordings quickly, guys. Neither himself nor his relative holds or has held what? The position of a KMP or acting as an employee. But word employee does not work for a relative. In where? Where? KMP or employee where? In the group companies. In how many years? Any of the 3 financial years. Very good, Amma. We'll start again. None of his, start with the wording. Neither himself nor his relative holds or has held the position of a KMP or acting as an employee in the group companies in any of the 3 financial years preceding the financial year in which he is proposed to be appointed as a good. Second point under clause E was a person who is a partner or proprietor or an employee of a firm of CA, CMA, CS in practice, or it is a legal or a consultancy firm which is receiving its income from whom? Group companies. How much? Excess of 10%. 10% of the firm's income. Same logic as pecuniary relationship. We have seen this. How much income is they are receiving? 10%. 10% of what? Of the firm's income. The firm's total income. Then the clause 4. The last clause was you are a. Understand the wordings in a negative sense. We started with the process that you are a CEO or a director. You are a CEO or director of whom? A non-profit organization which is receiving money from the group companies in excess of 25% of its total receipt, or it is holding more than 2% of voting power. Then you are not allowed to act as a. Last point and the most important point, clause number F. Such other qualifications as may be prescribed. That's your section number 149, subsection 6. Then 151. What is section 151? Give me the heading properly. Appointment of a director elected by small shareholders. Give me the basics clear first. Which company? Optional or mandatory? Must or may? May appoint one director as a small shareholder director. The process usually starts by an application made by the small shareholders, or the small shareholder director can either directly be appointed by the listed company on a suo motu basis. We have 2 options, either on application or on a suo motu basis. Coming to the application part, who will make application? Who is a small shareholder? Means a shareholder who is holding securities not more than how much? 20,000 in face value. And the more not how much? Not More than, not more than how much? 20,000 in face value or the nominal value. Can a single small shareholder make application? How many small shareholders should make application? At least 1,000 or 1 by 10th of such small shareholders, whichever is lower, will send a notice to the company at least how many days before? 14 days before the general meeting, and this notice will be giving a recommendation. Giving a recommendation of a person to be appointed as a small shareholder director, giving all his particulars. Name, address, qualification, the previous companies in which he has acted as director, DIN, etc. Everything. Along with this, he has to attach a document stating that his consent to act as a director in form number DIR 2. Then he is end of the day also a director appointed under section number 152. Though he is categorized under 151, appointment process is done as per section number. That means appointed by the company with the help of, by passing a ordinary resolution, but recommendations are made by the small shareholders. Hence, he should follow all the preconditions of section number 152. What are three prerequisites we have? First, he must possess a then allotted by the central government. Second point is declaration that he is not disqualified under section number 164 and his consent to act as a, give me the logic of consent quickly. Consent is given by the proposed director to the company, form number DR 2, after or before appointment. Company will go file it with the form number DIR within from the date of appointment. Good. Then once these formalities have been done, we are done with the process of appointment. Now we'll discuss who this SSD is exactly. SSD is a person who is working for whose benefit? Does the small shareholders have enough amount of finances or enough amount of credibility in the company to raise their voice? Hence, there's a high chance that this person might not perform his duties and the small shareholders will not be able to question it also. We expect this SSD to be a independent director. He has to fulfill all the qualification given under section number 149 subsection 6, and he also has to give a declaration under section number 149 subsection 7. Because he is an independent director, to make sure that he maintains his independence, we have to put in a tenure. Tenure for independent director. Give me the tenure for ID first. What's the tenure for independent director? How many terms? 2 terms. Each term shall not exceed 5 years. After the expiry of the first term he is appointed by whom? Good. Board of directors approved by the shareholders. Reappointed by passing a, remember that, we'll link it later in the process. Reappointed by the shareholders by passing a special resolution. After the second term, can he be appointed for third term? He'll go through a, how many years? Shall not be, give me the wording, shall not be associated with the company. Shall not be associated with the company either directly or indirectly. For how many years? 3 years. After 3 years, can he be appointed again? Yes or no? We are discussing about 149 or 151? ID or SSD? Can he be reappointed after 3 years? For how many terms again? Come to the answers of SSD now. SSD has how many terms? 1 term. How many years? 3 consecutive years. After 3 consecutive years, second term, he has to go through a, for how many years? In this 3 years, he shall not be associated with the company either directly or indirectly in any other capacity. That 3 years, can he act as a director, promoter, employee, officer, peon, watchman? After 3 years, can he be reappointed? Can he be appointed as a director? After 3 years, can he act as an SSD? But can he act as a director? Can he act as independent director? Can he act as officer employee? The only thing here is he is not allowed to be reappointed as a SSD. Then we discussed about the logic of vacation. He'll vacate his office as a SSD in 3 different procedures. Give me the section numbers first. 149.6. Go in the order, guys. 149.6, 164, 167. If he does not fulfill any of the qualification under section number, he has to vacate the office. Second point, if he attracts any of the disqualifications under section number, he has to vacate the office, or he fulfills any of the conditions under section number 167, he has to vacate the office. Now, can he act as an SSD in multiple companies? Yes, but not more than two companies, or the wordings are not more than one other company. Conceptually correct, not more than two companies. But the second company in which he is being appointed as a SSD shall not be in a conflicting business. Same business, but better use the word conflicting business. Any doubt in that? That's your section number 151. Then 152, we are already done with this. We are left with section number 152 subsection 6. What is 152 subsection 6? Rotation. The logic of rotation is very much different from the logic of removal. Removal happens under section number 169. Now, majority of the sections are done with this chapter. So, give me the procedure. 167 is what? Vacancy. 164 is disqualification. Chalo, fine. Chalo, start 152.6. What is section 152.6? Rotation. The logic of rotation has been introduced under Companies Act 2013. Was not existing under 1956. The logic is simple that there's a high chance that the director appointed way long back in the past might not be competent enough today. Yes, he might be competent, he might be having knowledge once he was appointed, but over the period of times he must have lost his competence, he must have lost his touch as a director, touch not as an independent director, as a normal director. If, for example, I have been appointed as director 20 years back, I was appointed as director by the shareholders itself, and the shareholders at the time of my appointment believed that I have enough amount of skill, experience and zeal to work for the benefits of company. But 20 years later, I might not have enough amount of expertise in the current market. There is a lot of changes that is happening in the market. If I don't keep myself updated as an employee, there's no use for the company. Then the law states that making sure that the directors of the company are competent enough even after appointment will apply a concept called as rotation. We are not removing them. We are giving a chance to the shareholders to decide whether they are still competent or not. So what are we going to do? Out of the bunch of board of directors, we'll pick few directors and put them before the shareholders. The shareholders will decide whether they are to be competent or not. If they are competent, the shareholders believe that they are still useful for the company, they will reappoint them in the same meeting. They'll come back and join the office again. If the shareholders believe that they are not competent, then they will be removed from the office. But this logic of rotation is not applicable to all the directors. It is applicable to only a part of the directors, because we still want experience in the business also. So to make sure that business is having experience but also the competency, we apply the logic of rotation on all of them, or only few directors. And this logic of rotation applies only to public companies first. So give me the applicability here. 152.6 applies to only. Rest of the sections of 152 subsection 1 to subsection 5 applies to every company. But the logic of rotation specifically applies only to a public company. Private company need not apply the logic of rotation. Simple as that. A public company, whatever the limits might be, whatever the capital might be, if you are a public company, you have to apply the logic of rotation. Start the process. What happens in rotation? All the directors or few directors? A few directors. Guys, I'll be a little quick on 152.6. We'll spend more time on 152.7. So a few of the directors will be taken to the shareholders in the AGM. To the AGM in front of the shareholders, where the shareholders will decide whether they want to reappoint or not. If they decide to reappoint, the person will come back and assume his office. If not, he has to vacate the office. Any doubt in that? Start the procedure again. How many of them will retire? How many of them will retire? 2 by 3rd. Now, understand the process. The Companies Act starts with the wording that I don't want the total directors to retire. I want only 2/3 of the directors who are liable to retire. What's the concept called as? Liable to retire. These liable to retire directors are called as rotational directors. What are they called as? Quick guys. If the company has, take your calculators quickly. Calculators. Akash, what's the answer? 40. Say, total directors of the company are 9. How many of them are liable to retire? 6. But 6 will not be the directors. I'll not ask them to face the shareholders. Out of these rotational directors, only 1/3 will be liable to go face the shareholders. So what will be the logic here? How many directors? 2/3 of the total directors. Out of those 2/3 of total directors, I'll again subdivide them into 1/3. 1/3 of the rotational directors will be liable to go to the AGM. They'll be liable to retire. So what will be the process here? First we'll do the calculation for how many are rotational directors. How many are rotational directors? 2/3 of the total directors. Now give me the calculations quick, guys. If I have 15 directors, if I have 15 directors, 15 into 2 by 3, how much? 10 directors will be called as what? Rotational directors. Out of these rotational directors, how many of them actually have to retire? Into 1 by 3. We'll go to that. Wait, calculate this first. I have 16 directors. 16 total directors. 16 into 2 by 3, how much? How much? 10.67. Rounded off to the next number, answer will be 11. I have a total of 17 directors. 17 into 2 by 3, how much? Rounding off to the next number or nearest number? Next or nearest? Next number, answer would be 12. So 12 of them are liable to retire. Out of these rotational directors, I'll have to retire exactly how many? 1/3. How many? 4. Any doubt? Clear? Continue. I have 25 directors. Give me the answers. I want the rotational directors. I want the directors retiring. How much is rotational? 17. How many of them have to retire? Give me the calculation. 17 into 1/3 or 2/3? Into more? 1/3. How much? Give me exact number. How much? 5 point? Rounding off to the number 6. Chalo, continue. We have 26 directors. How many rotational directors? 17.33. Rotational directors will be 18. Fine. Continue. Retiring. How many of them will retire? 6. I have a total of 10 directors. How many rotational directors? 6.67. Rounding off to 7. Retiring. 7 into 1 by 3. How much? 2 point. Answer will be 2. Rounding off to the nearest number. Only provision under Companies Act where it has been rounded off to the nearest number. Hard and fast and rule for your syllabus at least. There are very few cases, 3 or 4 cases in entire Companies Act where it is rounding off to the nearest number. Your syllabus has only 1 point. So remember this, wherever Companies Act fraction numbers, always round it off to the next number except the calculation of 1/3. 1/3 in case of section number 152 subsection 6, except here everything else you round it off to the next number. This will be the logic for nearest number. So continue the answers for me. I have total 11 directors. Quick, guys. Do the rounding off and give me the title. Final answer. How many of them will retire? How many rotational directors? 8. How many of them will retire? 2 or 3? Rounding off to the nearest number or next number? This will be the nearest number. This will be the next number. Any doubt in this? Clear? Last question. We'll make changes after this. A company has a total directors of say 14. Give me a proper calculation and calculate. We'll make changes after this. Rotational directors, 2/3 of total directors 14. How much? 9.33. Rounding off to the next number 10. Then after that, retirement. How many of them will actually retire? Rotational directors into 1/3. How much? 3.33. Rounding off to the nearest number. How much? 3. So how many of them will have to retire from the office? 3. Any doubt as of now? Prashant, any doubt? Clear? Sure? Chalo. Any doubt as of now? We'll expand the logic. Why are we applying the logic of rotation? Think about it. Why are we applying? What's the reason behind rotation logic? What's the reason behind the logic of rotation? Why are we applying it? Whether their independence is affected or not, or whatever. Whether their age is enough to come and work properly, maybe. Whether they have enough skill and enough competence to work or not. But sir, all this is fine. But logic of rotation is required only when they are not facing the shareholders on regular basis. The logic of rotation was required because these directors have faced shareholders way long before. There's a chance that their age is, they have aged a lot. They might have lost their skill. They might have lost their competency. They might not be enough updated to the current circumstances. We want them to face the shareholders again. But independent director already has a tenure. He any which ways will come and face the shareholders. Is it required to be counted in this procedure? Because the logic of independent director already has a tenure for him, because he's going to any which ways come and face the shareholders again on a regular basis. This logic of rotation is not required for him. The logic of rotation was required to be answered because there was no tenure for a director. Hence the law states that because the independent director has already been covered with this concept while calculating the total number of directors under section number 152(6), I'll not count the independent director. I'll exclude him because he already has the same logic. Because he already has a tenure, I need not count them. I'll include or exclude. Exclude whom? If I'm excluding independent director, that means I'm also excluding a small shareholder director. There are two directors who are excluded. One is independent director. Second is a small shareholder director. And there's a special category, third. A nominee director. Now understand this. Who is a nominee director? We have discussed a little bit about it. What is a nominee director? Director nominated by another company or another organization or even the government sometimes. So what was the problem here? Section 149 subsection 1 starts with the wording that every company must have directors who are individuals. Can a body corporate act as a director? Who can act as director? Only a individual. Can a body corporate who has invested say 90% in another company, is it a shareholder? Is it having majority? Can it control? But it is not having power at the board of directors. Then they can nominate a person who will be appointed by the company. The board of directors will come and appoint, but who will nominate it? The holding company. So give me the wordings here. Who is nominating? Holding company has nominated a person to be appointed as a director. They selected a person, but the appointment is again done by the board of directors. Special provision appointed by board of directors called as a. Now this nominee director is appointed at the board level to make sure that this company is not being fooled with. Whatever transactions that happen at the board level should also be known to the holding company, should also be known to this company, which organization which has invested huge money, even though it is not holding company, 30%. Can I still nominate? Yes, I can still nominate, but I have 30% shares. I have to make sure that everything done at the board level is according to my instructions also. Can I remove this nominee director? Can I remove this nominee director? Until that organization has 30% in me, I have to continue this nominee director. If I apply the topic of rotation and kicking him out of the company, the organization will be affected. Then the law states that the very reason why this nominee director is appointed is because of that organization. If he is not competent, who will come and check it? That organization will come and check it. I am not concerned about it. Who will come and check the competency of this person? The organization which has appointed him as a nominee director. Then the logic again states that if you are calculating the logic of total directors, will exclude 3. Who are the 3 things excluded? First, independent director, small shareholder director and nominee director. Now I'll expand it. It is not yet done. This is not the full right answer. I'll expand it. Give me answer still here for me set. We have a total set of directors, say 14, out of which we have one managing director, two whole-time directors, one woman director, two independent directors, one SSD, one nominee director. Give me the calculation for this. The calculation will not directly start with 2/3. The calculation will start by counting the total number of directors. Start counting the total number of directors. So I'll complete the answer. Don't shout it out. Give me final answers after I've asked it. Complete first. Don't discuss, just complete the 3 answers. Complete it now. Done? Is it done? Start first answer. Total directors. What is the total number of directors as per section 152(6)? 10. If I ask total directors, answer is always 14. Total directors as per section number 152(6) is different, and again in the future we'll have the similar kind of concept under section 173. 174. 174 again talks about total directors and does the calculation in a different manner. So the word total directors for section number 152(6) is 10. If I simply ask total directors, answer will be 14. If total directors for rotation topic, 10. Total directors for section 174, again a different logic, right? We'll discuss that separately later. As of now, what's the total directors for this section? Total directors for this section specifically, 10. Rotational directors, 10 into, rounding off to the, how much? Then 7 into 1/3, rounding off to the nearest number. Answer is 2 of them have to retire from the office. They have to vacate their offices and go face the shareholders. I'm not asking them to be removed directly. They are going to face the shareholders. Shareholders will decide their fate. What's the future of them, whether they're going to act as a director or not, will be decided by the shareholders. Any doubt in this? Let's expand this again. We'll discuss more. We have time. Next concept will be that. Maybe 5 to 10 minutes will come to that logic also. Continue this. We have another nominee director. A nominee director appointed by A Limited. A nominee director appointed by RBI. RBI gave us loan, and because of the fact that loan has not yet been repaid, RBI appointed a nominee director in us to make sure that our loan is being kept safely kept with the company. Now start. Answer. Total directors. Total directors is 9. Rotational directors. Retirement. The logic of it is not mandatory that we have removed them. Wait for 5 to 10 minutes. You'll get the clarity. Wait. Now continue the logic here. The nominee director should be counted or should not be counted? Should not be counted, but the law states that will not count only such nominee director who has been appointed by an act of a parliament. If it is a nominee director of a normal organization, we don't care. We will remove them. We will remove them. That organization will come back and appoint another nominee director. But it's a nominee director appointed by central government. Will you remove them? It is a nominee director appointed by SEBI or RBI or LIC. Will you be able to remove them? It's a nominee director appointed by HDFC. Remove them. Remove them, they'll come back and appoint another person, but you cannot question the government there. If you're able to question another private body, that's fine. But you are not allowed to question the government. If it is a nominee director appointed by a special act of the parliament, any of the special acts of the parliament, he is not allowed to be counted for the purpose of rotation. So give me the complete wordings here. How many of them will retire from the office? 1/3 of the rotational directors. What is rotational directors? 2/3 of the total directors. What is total directors? all the strength of the company except independent director, small shareholder director, and a nominee director appointed by a special act of parliament. Any doubt as of now? That's your introduction part done. Any doubt in this? Shall we? The last question. Any doubt? Special act of parliament, logic is that if a nominee director is appointed by special act of parliament, say RBI has given a loan, or Sikh Industries Act has given you a loan, or say Banking Regulation Act has given you some kind of a benefit. Say RBI given you a loan states that until this loan is repaid, I would love to check whether the company is running business activities in a rightful manner or not. To check it, I'll appoint a director. This director appointed, say you are appointed as a nominee director, you'll be working for whose benefit? Not for shareholders. You'll be working for the benefits of RBI. If RBI has nominated you as a director, you'll be working, your activities will be done in the benefits of RBI. Now, if RBI has appointed it and you start questioning whether this person is competent or not, and you decided you will apply the logic of rotation and will remove this person. If you remove this person, it is indirectly questioning the decisions taken by the government. Can I do so? Can I question the government there? Now the second category, the nominee director was appointed by any organization, any company, or any bank, any normal bank, a private bank. If it is appointed by A Limited, after few years, if I believe that he is not competent enough, I have a right to remove such director. Once that director is removed, A Limited, can they make another nomination? Can they appoint another nominee? But I can question the competency of a nominee director appointed by an organization, but I cannot question it when it is appointed by a parliament, act of a parliament. Either maybe ICA has appointed, assuming ICMA has appointed a person, we cannot question that. End of the day, logic is simple. You cannot go and question the government. If government has appointed a person, sit down silently and follow the directions given by government. You cannot remove such person. We have this similar kind of concept again in the future. Say the NCLT has appointed a director. Can you remove this director? Government has appointed a nominee director. Can you remove this director? If you're not allowed to remove this director, why do we even apply the logic? We'll remove him from the total directors. So give me the wordings here. Start from the very end of the logic. How many of them will be retiring from the office? How many of them will retire from the office? 1/3. 1/3 of the rotational directors. What is rotational directors? 2/3 of the total directors. But while counting the word total directors, I'll be excluding first small shareholder director or a nominee director appointed by a special act of parliament. These three excluded, I'll start counting the total number of directors. Whenever I'm doing the calculation of 2/3 for rotational directors, I'll round it off to the next number. 1/3 for the directors liable to retire, I'll rounding off to the nearest number. Any doubt as of now? Once this calculation is done, I'll give a small question, calculate it for me. The total directors are 24. We have independent directors 3. We have a resident director 1. We have a small shareholder director 1. We have nominee director 2 of ICICI Bank. We have a nominee director 1 from HDFC. Start. Give me the final answer. How many of them will retire? Five or 4? Give me the calculation. What's the total number of directors? 20, excluding whom? And small shareholder director. How many of them are rotational directors? 20 into 2/3. How much? 14. Exactly 14. 13 point. Rounding off to the next number 14. How many of them will retire? 14 into 1/3. How much? 4 point. Rounding off to the next number 5. So the answer will be, rounding off to the nearest number 5. So how many of them will retire in this particular case? 5. Any doubt? Now my question is, when will they retire? You have to go face the That means they'll be doing all these activities in the AGM. So the logic of rotation is that we'll retire them, we'll rotate them and go place them before the shareholders in the AGM. Now the question is, which AGM? Which AGM should I follow this? The first question was where, and you have answered it. It was to be done in the AGM. Now my question is, which AGM? It should be done once in 3 years, 4 years. It should be done in which year? Every year. Hence the logic is it must be done in every AGM. Every AGM there must be 1/3 of the total directors who are retiring. So give me the wordings here. How many of them are retiring? As per our example, 5. Now the question is, where are they retiring? In the AGM. Which AGM? Every AGM. Any doubt? The first directors of the company are appointed, yes or no? Think and answer. First directors of the company are appointed. They are not appointed, they are mentioned in the. Nobody came and passed resolutions for them, nobody appointed them. They were directly appointed through the process of AOA. Now for example, give me the logics here. Forgot your name somehow. Lakshya. Deva and Arshad, right? Now understand this. Deva and Arshad, they have been appointed as auditors. Say assuming the articles of association did not mention about the first auditor, first director. If it is not mentioning about the first director, who will act as first director? Until the directors are they are duly appointed in the AGM. Now the company has been incorporated in the financial year 24-25. Which year? Its first AGM will be conducted in the financial year 25-26. Any doubt in that? Incorporated in which year? 24-25, but its AGM will be conducted in the year 25-26. In this AGM, Deva and Arshad were appointed. Okay. Directors were appointed in which AGM? The first AGM in the financial year 25. Will I ask them to retire? Will I apply rotation? You're appointed in that same meeting. Will I start the logic of rotation? Are you losing your competency? 5 minutes back you were appointed. After 5 minutes you'll lose your skill and competency. Will I start rotation directly? When will the rotation start? Understand the words clearly. From the first AGM or the second AGM? Second AGM, right? The first AGM in which the directors are appointed, I cannot give in the concept that you are already losing competency. I'll start this logic from which AGM? Second AGM. Is that clear? Will I apply in the third AGM also? Fourth? I'll apply in which AGM? One AGM or every AGM? But the logic will not start from the first AGM. The logic starts from the. But listen carefully to the words. It will apply on the first AGM. Don't get scared. Listen carefully. The logic of rotation applies in the first AGM. Listen carefully. Let me continue the entire sentence. First AGM after the AGM in which the directors are appointed. They are trying to refer to what? Second AGM. But they have not used the word second AGM directly. They have used the word. The logic of rotation starts applying from the first AGM after the general meeting in which directors are appointed. If directors are appointed in the first AGM, the logic will start from the second AGM. But the wordings, I want the clear wordings on this process. Where does the logic of rotation apply? In the AGM. Which AGM? The first AGM. First AGM after the AGM in which directors are appointed. Indirectly I'm meaning for it. And thereafter every single AGM. So the wordings are where? Let me give you the wording, just listen. The logic of rotation applies only to a public company. They have to retire at least 1/3 of their rotational directors in the first AGM, after the AGM in which directors are appointed, and in every subsequent AGM. Is that wording clear? Logically speaking, where am I applying the logic of rotation? second, third, fourth, and thereon. But they have used the word. Give me the wordings. Give me the wordings. Which AGM? First AGM. After the AGM in which directors are appointed, and in every AGM subsequently we'll have to retire how many? 1/3 of the rotational directors in the meeting. Any doubt? Now the first question we have answered with this calculation was how many will retire. The second question we have answered is where will they retire. Any doubt as of now? Assuming you are all directors. We'll take a practical case now. Understand this. This is the most important part now. Understand the process. You're all directors. Say we are. Can we have 100 directors? Yes, but passing a. Say we are 100 directors, out of which how many of you are having integrity? How many of you are having independence? How many of you are independent directors? We have 0. We have small shareholder directors 0. We have nominee directors 0. Start. Do the calculation for me quick. Give me the director retirement. How many of them will have to retire from the office? 20? Okay. 20. What is the total number of directors? Do we have any independent directors? Assuming we have. I don't want to answer 22. How many independent directors? Okay, assuming we have 10 independent directors. Okay, out of you 100, assuming 10 of you have integrity, what's the answer? 15. Fast. 19. Chalo, start answers, guys. We have total of 100 directors, out of which 15 of them are independent, and we have the logic of rotation. How many of them will have to retire? 19. 19 of them will have to go face the shareholders. Shareholders will decide whether to reappoint or to vacate. Where will this happen? In the AGM. Which AGM will it happen? The first AGM. After the AGM in which directors are appointed. Now the question is, sir, we are fine with how many, but who exactly will retire? 19 is fine. Out of you, 19 will have to exit. Which 19? We'll conduct a boxing match. What will do? FIFO. Okay, fine. Okay, we'll play chits. Better we'll have a boxing match. Whosoever lose will have to go face the shareholders. Listen carefully, guys. The question we have answered till here was how many and where. Now the question is who exactly will have to go face the shareholders. Out of this, we have to retire. 19 of them have to retire, but which 19 will retire? Now the logic always of 152.6 holds good, stating that you might have lost your competency. You might have lost your competency. Imagine this. I'll take a smaller example. If say there are 3 directors in the company. How many? Out of the 3 directors, this person was appointed in the year 2010. This person was appointed in 2015, and say this person was appointed in 2020. Which person was appointed the latest? The last director, 2020. There's a high chance that he is still maintaining his competency, but there's a very less chance that the persons who are appointed in might have lost his competency. So I'll check the person who has been holding the office for the longest period. The person who is holding the office for longest period might have lost his competency. I'll ask him to go face the shareholders. Out of the 3 categories, will give me some more examples. 2019, 20, 21. Who will have to go face? If say the answer is one of them have to retire. A director who is appointed in the year because he is holding the office for the longest period. I want this keyword, longest period. Whosoever director holds the office for the longest period will be liable to retire. Any doubt as of now? Clear? Now continue the logics here. The person so appointed in the year 2019, in the year 2022. Which year? Guys, listen. Focus, guys. Focus on the concept. In which year? The year 2022. The person so appointed in the year 2019 was holding the office for the longest period and he was forced to face the shareholders. In which year? 2022. And the shareholders, after deciding that he is still competent, he was reappointed. He was. Now come back to the process again. The next year, 2023. I have to apply next year also. I have how many directors again? A director who was appointed in the year 2021, a director appointed in the year 2020, a director appointed in the year, but later reappointed in the year. Whom do you believe to have not faced the shareholders recently? 2020. Now modify the wordings for me. The person who has been held the office for a longest period from his latest appointment. When was his latest appointment? 2022. The shareholders last year decided that he is still competent. Then I'll go and send whom to the shareholders this time? The person is holding office for longest period, but longest period from the latest appointment, the last appointment. When was the last appointment for this person? 2022. Now in this case, who will go to the shareholder? 2020. Got the logic? So give me the wordings here. Start from the first. How many will be liable to retire? How many will be liable to retire? 1/3. 1/3 of rotational directors. What is rotational directors? 2/3 of total directors. What is total directors? It excludes independent, small shareholder, nominee director appointed by a special act of parliament. Then the second question we have answered is where? Where will they retire? In the AGM. Which AGM? The first AGM. After the AGM in which directors are appointed, and in every subsequent AGM. How many will retire? We have already answered this. Where will they retire? Answered it. Next the question was who? Who will retire? The person who is holding the office for longest period from his latest appointment will be having to face the shareholders for the purpose of 152 subsection 6. Last provision. We have only 3 directors in the company. We will simplify this time. How many directors are there? How many of them will have to retire? Quick. There is no independent, there is no small shareholders. How many? One? How many directors are there? Guys, I want quick answers now. Say the directors A, B and C. Are you guys ready? How many of them have to face the shareholders? Section number 152 subsection. They have been appointed in this manner. The latest appointments were this 2021, 22 and 23. Who has to face the shareholders? A, B or C? A was facing the shareholders and he was reappointed in 2023 again. Who will have to face the shareholders? Who? Okay. If not the year, we'll go and check the month. Say appointed in August and appointed in December. A or B? Both of them appointed in December. Okay, days. Fine. 15th of December and 18th of December. Time will not apply. The logic of time does not apply here. If both of them are appointed on the same day, that means they are holding the office for the same period of time, then the logic states that both of them should be applicable with the logic. But as per the calculation we have done, how many of them have to retire? One. Conceptually speaking, both of them should be facing, because both of them might have lost their competency. Then the law simply states that you guys fight between yourself. You guys fight between yourself. Decide one of you must go face the shareholders. It will be done on a mutual consent basis between those persons. Both of them will decide. If both of them had to decide and they don't come to a conclusion, say Mr. A stated that it's fine, I'll go face it. He'll be gone to the shareholders, he'll be reappointed or vacated. If B agrees for it, B goes and faces the shareholders. But if both of them don't agree for it, we'll go for chits. But in a polished language, we call it as lots. We'll put their names on papers, we'll pick one paper, he'll go to the shareholders. We'll play toss. But polished language, we call it as what? Lots. But logic is that we'll play chits. Who will play? Imagine this in the board meeting, in the board conference, board of directors are sitting on the tables and playing. Start. That's your entire section 152 subsection 6. Quick guys. If 152.6 is properly understood in a flow, then you'll understand 152.7. Quick, close the books. You have not written anything, right? What is section 152.6? Give me the heading. Rotation. Rotation of a director. Called as rotational or non-rotational directors. Give me the answers. Which company? Not able to hear, guys. Public company. How many of them have to retire? One third of? What is rotational directors? While calculating one third, if there is a fraction number, I'll round it off to the nearest number. While calculating 2/3, if there is a fraction number, I'll round it off to the next number. But the word total directors is slightly different from the usual process. Total directors for section number 152 subsection 6 excludes 3. Nominee director appointed by a special act of parliament. Once we have understood how many of them have to retire, the second question we have asked is where? Where will they retire? Because the logic is that they have to go face the shareholders. Will do that in the AGM. In which AGM will they retire? The first AGM. First AGM after the AGM in which directors are appointed, and every subsequent AGM will have to apply the logic of rotation. Now the question is, we are clear with where, we are clear with how many. Now the question is, who exactly have to retire? The person who is holding the office for longest period from his latest appointment. If both of them are appointed on the same date, we'll ask them to go on a mutual consent basis. But if their mutual consent doesn't arise to be a conclusion, then we'll go for lots. Any doubt? Now until this point of time, whatever we have done is asking them to go face the shareholders. Any doubt? Sundakam? Now you guys are the shareholders. This is the general meeting, AGM. He is a director liable to retire. Okay. Now imagine this. The company have a total of say 3 directors. Out of the 3 directors, one of the director was liable to retire and Sundar was holding the office for the longest period. Now you decide whether he has enough competency to continue as a director, whether it's useful for the company, whether he's not useless, whether he is whether he's any more useful for the company, whether he has skill. When he was appointed, who appointed them? You itself appointed them. Now whether he has skill. When he was appointed, whether he had skill. No. Why did you appoint then? Now for say, assuming he was not reappointed by the. Go sit there. Go sit there in the corner. In the corner, Amma. He's not been reappointed. That means the company has only 2 directors now. Up until yesterday, the works of the company were tackled by 3 people, all of a sudden the number of directors have reduced to. It is not possible for the 2 directors to tackle everything. We have to fill that vacancy now. Logic is that the problem could not have arisen if we would have reappointed the same director. We will have 3 positions again filled. But if the company decides not to reappoint the director, the position has become vacant. Now this position has to be filled. Whom will we appoint? We have to appoint some other person so that we'll fill the vacancy, we'll be able to do the business in a smooth manner. We have to appoint a new person. A new director will be appointed. A new director will be appointed to the board by whom again? Shareholders in the same AGM. But how will this appointment happen? Will be discussed under section number 160. Section 160, remember this, very important and very linked provision. 160 arises when you are talking about a new phase coming to the meeting. New phase proposing himself to be appointed as a director. Whether that is a new phase to us? No, we already know him. We already have appointed him in the past. He is already known to us. If the old person, the old director is reappointed, we'll apply section number 152 subsection 6. If we are looking for a new phase to be appointed, we'll apply section number 160. Any doubt in that? Now come back to the same logic. Independent director for the second term. Is it old phase or new phase? Old phase, will apply the provisions of 149, not 160. The logics of 160 arises only when it is a new phase. A new person wants to be appointed as a director. Now what happens here? Can I say the shareholders have 2 options? Shareholders have 2 options to fill the vacancy. Either reappoint the retiring director or appoint a new director. Reappoint the retiring director as per provisions of 152 subsection 6 or appoint a new director as per the logics of 160. Any doubt? Clear? Shall we continue? We'll come to that. We'll come to that also. The company must have how many directors? Minimum? We are having how many directors as of now? Out of which one of them have retired. There are 2 options for you, the shareholders. One option is reappoint the, give me the entire sentence, reappoint whom? Reappoint the retiring director. He'll come back and assume his office again. The work will be continued. But if you believe that he is not competent, we'll not reappoint the retiring director, but we'll appoint a. What happens if you have not reappointed them, but not even appointed a new director? Go sit him. He was not appointed. Neither a new director was appointed. Now what? I have to fill that vacancy. But you have not appointed a new director, nor you have reappointed the retiring director. Can the company continue the business activities? Yes. But I am a public company or private company? I must have at least how many directors? So mandatory I should appoint the 3rd director. Whom will I appoint? How many options did I have? 2. 1. Second. Can I skip it? No, because I must have minimum of. Let's expand the concept. That's your Akash, fine, right? We have to mandatorily appoint. There's no other option there. The second logic is that now say we have 4 directors in the company. Okay, start calculations for me. 4 directors. Quick, how many of them have to retire? Quick, guys. 1. Same logic. Continue the same example with 4 directors this time. Akash, ready? How many directors are there? How many of them are liable to retire? That one director, Sundar, has come and faced the shareholders. The shareholders decided not to. Can they appoint a new director? Yes. Can they appoint a new director? Yes. Can they reappoint a retiring director? Yes. The shareholders decided that this person was a disguised employment. What do you mean by disguised employment? No productivity from that person. Even though he is appointed, even though he is removed, the work will not be affected. He comes to the office at 11 o'clock, eats lunch and goes. Eats lunch, sleeps, eats snacks and goes. actually speaking, was he productive? If the company had 100 tasks, the 100 tasks were distributed between 3. If he is removed from the office, does it make sense? Can we still carry on business with only 3 directors? Then the shareholders have expressly decided not to fill the vacancy. I want the wordings clear on this. So the shareholders indirectly have 3 different options. First option, reappoint the retiring director. Second option, appoint a new director or decide not to fill the vacancy. They will decide not to fill the vacancy if they believe that the remaining directors can handle the work. How many remaining directors are there? If they believe that the remaining directors will be sufficient enough to carry on the business, why should I appoint a new director at all? I'll decide not to fill the vacancy. All the 3 words are clear? How many options? Who has these options? In the guys, I want the exact wordings here. If not the exact wordings, you will not understand 152.6. 152.7 will not be understood. First option, reappoint appoint a new director coming from section number 160. Third, decide not to fill the vacancy. Expressly provided the vacancy shall not be filled. Not to fill the vacancy. These 3 points. Any doubt? Now, the company has not expressly taken a step not to fill the vacancy. If I say they have not decided not to fill the vacancy, that means there's a requirement to fill the vacancy. Got the logic? If they have not stated that vacancy need not be filled, that means there is a requirement we have to fill the vacancy. But they did not reappoint Sundar, nor they appointed a new director. That means company was in search of a new person but could not find one. Then the law states that you have to fill the vacancy. If you have decided not to fill the vacancy, that was fine. If you have not decided not to fill the vacancy, that means you are in requirement of a new director, but you didn't want this retiring director to be reappointed, nor new director was appointed. Then that AGM will not be concluded, that will be adjourned. We'll continue the AGM and we'll decide in the next week and appoint another director, either this person or the new director. Start. Section number 152, subsection 6 has asked few directors to retire. Once the few directors are retiring, there is a vacancy that is arising at the board level. That vacancy can be tackled by the shareholders in 3 different ways. Either appointing a new director, reappointing a retiring director, or expressly providing not to fill the vacancy. If they have not expressly provided not to fill the vacancy, that means they wanted to fill the vacancy but they did not do it, then the meeting will be adjourned. Whenever meeting adjourns, it will be adjourned to the next week, same day, same time, same place. If it is adjourned to when? Next week, same day, same time, same place. In this adjourned annual general meeting, I have 3 more options again. First option, reappoint the retiring or appointer or decide not to. If none of the actions are taken in the adjourned meeting also, I couldn't come to a conclusion on none of the 3 points in the adjourned meeting also, then we will adjourn the meeting again. We'll play every year. Will we adjourn the meeting again? Then the last states that I have given you chance. I have given you chance in the AGM. I have given you a second chance in the adjourned AGM. If you are not appointing a new person, I'll believe that there is a vacancy that needs to be filled and I will automatically reappoint the retiring director. When will the retiring director automatically reappointed? In the adjourned meeting, if the company was unable to choose between either of the 3 options. Now understand this, even in the adjourned meeting, the company decides not to fill the vacancy. Will automatic reappointment apply? No. Automatic reappointment applies only when in the adjourned meeting also company has not expressly provided not to fill the vacancy, not reappointed, not appointed a new director. If none of the actions are taken in the adjourned meeting also, then the retiring director will be automatically reappointed. Got the logic? If you have decided not to appoint. If you have decided not to appoint. Say, how many directors were there? How many directors were there in our case? 4. How many offices are vacant? Can we appoint the retiring director? Can we reappoint the retiring director? Can we appoint a new director? Can we decide not to fill the vacancy? If the decision of reappointing is taken in the AGM itself. In the AGM itself, we decided we'll reappoint there's no need of filling the vacancy anymore. Vacancy is already filled by the retiring director. By whom? Shareholders. I'll not be required to apply section number 152 subsection 7. Second case. We have not reappointed the retiring director, but we have appointed a 152.7 required or not required. This new person will be appointed as per section number 160, but the provisions of 152.7 are required or not required. Last case. We have decided not to fill the vacancy. 152.7 required or not required? Still not required. When is it 152.7 required? When I am unable to decide between the 3 options. If none of the 3 actions are taken in the AGM, I'll have to apply section number 152 subsection 6 and adjourn the AGM. What is 152.7 doing? Adjourning the AGM if the company was unable to take 3 of the actions which were available in the AGM. Now think and bifurcate the provisions. These 3 actions were available to me in the AGM as per section number 152 subsection 6. If I am unable to take those actions, then I will shift to section number 152 subsection 7 where the AGM will be adjourned. Adjourned to the next week, same day, same time, same place. If in this adjourned meeting also I am not able to take any of the 3 decisions, then they will apply the logic of automatic reappointment. Now give me the hierarchy here. What is the first applicable section? 152 subsection 6. How many options do you have? If none of the 3 options are taken, then we'll apply section number 152.7 and we'll conduct AGM or adjourned AGM. In the adjourned AGM also you have how many options again? 3 options. If in the adjourned AGM also you have not taken 3 options, then I'll apply automatic reappointment. Start it again. I want the clarity of the sections because there are provisions which are exemptions to automatic reappointment. To understand exceptions of automatic reappointment, you should very clear about reappointment process. Where is a vacancy created? Vacancy is created because of section number 152 subsection 6. The vacancy which is arise because of section 152 subsection 6 is filled in how many ways? 3 ways. These 3 ways are already available in the AGM under section number 152 subsection 6. If the company doesn't decide on the 3 situations under 152 subsection 6, the AGM will be adjourned. Adjourned under section number. What is section 152 subsection 7? Filling of the vacancy due to retirement by rotation. Retirement by rotation. We are filling the vacancy that has arisen because of retirement by rotation. Retirement by rotation happened under section. That vacancy will be filled under section number 152 subsection 7 in the AGM or adjourned AGM. Now again in the adjourned AGM I have again 3 options. Can I decide to appoint this person? Can I decide to appoint a new person? Can I decide not to fill the vacancy? If I have decided to appoint Sundar, process done. If I decided to appoint a new person, close. If I decide not to appoint, by the end of the adjourned meeting, I was not able to reappoint, I was not able to appoint a new director, nor I was able to come to a conclusion that vacancy need not be filled. Then automatic appointment. Who will be automatically reappointed? Retiring director will be automatically reappointed, but there are exceptions. What do you mean by exception? He will not be reappointed. When will he not be reappointed? Think about it. Disqualified. Simple as that. If he is disqualified, will he be automatically reappointed? He is disqualified under section number 1. Good. First point is done. What else is required for his appointment usually? DIN is the right answer, but DIN is usually available for lifetime. So DIN will be available any which ways. What else? Think you're on the right path. Consent. I have to get his consent. Unsoundment is a part of disqualified already. I have to get his consent. Now, if at all he has expressly provided that he is not willing to act as a director, can I reappoint him? If he decided that he doesn't want to act as a director, can I appoint him? He has given a written notice. I cannot use the word consent. A written notice providing his unwillingness to act as a director. He is not ready to act as a director. Can I reappoint him? So the automatic reappointment does not apply if the director is either, if it is applicable to disqualification, he is disqualified, or he has given the entire sentence written notice expressing his unwillingness to act as a director. Any doubt in that? Shallow, fine. The 2 answers I was expecting from you are done. I'll add in the next 3. Not such a drama. You have 3 more points. Let me add them. The third logic is completely different. You have not come across this logic yet. We'll apply this under a concept called as managing director. In the future, we'll discuss this. The managing director also has a tenure. Right? Managing director can be appointed for 1 term at a time. Same as your independent director topic shall not exceed 5 years. After the 5 years, he'll be reappointed for the 2nd term. But what happens here is, the managing director concept under section 196 has a logic stating that once the first term has been completed, he will be automatically reappointed as a managing director for the 2nd term. There is no requirement of passing any resolutions, getting any approvals. He will be automatically reappointed. The logic of automatic reappointment applies in case of a managing director or even a nominee director. Once the tenure is completed, he will be automatically reappointed. If you are a director to whom the special provisions of automatic reappointment does not apply, if the logic of automatic reappointment does not apply, that means you have to be approved by shareholders again. Approved by shareholders either by passing a ordinary or a special. Why special? Go to independent director. He has to be reappointed by passing a special resolution. So they have used the wording stating that if the reappointment of the director is to be done by passing a ordinary resolution or a special resolution, he cannot be automatically reappointed. That has to be a decision taken by the shareholders. When will he not be reappointed? If it is required to be done by passing a ordinary or special. Second case, listen carefully. The AGM. We have retired. Sundar retired from the AGM. After retirement, you the shareholders have how many options? 3 options. What's the first option we have? Reappointment of a retiring director. We proposed him to be reappointed as director. You passed resolution. And in that resolution, we have received 1 vote in favor and rest of the 99% votes in against. Did we move a resolution? Did we conduct a voting process? Now this conducting of voting process is called as motion. Once it is agreed, it is called as resolution. The motion was put into process. We have started the process of resolution, but he lost it. Can I reappoint him? Can I automatically reappoint him? No. What's the difference between point number 3 and point number 4? Point number 3 simply states that passing of OR or SR is required, but it was not even conducted. Fourth point is the process of resolution was conducted and he has lost it. If he has lost the process of resolution, that means, can I indirectly say shareholders have expressly provided not to appoint this person? Can he be automatically reappointed? No. When the resolution is put and lost, it has been put to the test, but he has lost the resolution, he is not allowed to be automatically reappointed. Then the last case we have section 162. I'll explain it when the provision comes in. Just remember the process where section 162 applies. We'll come back when 162 comes in. How many exceptions are there? 5. What is the 5 exceptions we have? First of all, exceptions for what? For automatic reappointment, we have 5 exceptions. First exception is he is disqualified. Disqualified to what? Disqualified to what? Disqualified to act as a director, then he cannot be automatically reappointed. That's the first category. Second category, he has given his written notice. Don't use the word consent. Written notice expressing his unwillingness not to act as a director. Third point, a resolution either OR or SR is required to be reappointed, required to be passed for reappointment. Fourth point was the resolution was put and lost. The company is applicable with the provisions of section number 162. We'll explain 162 separately. That's your section number 152 subsection 7. Any doubt in that? Clear on the logic? First thing you have to understand, when does 152.7 start? First give me one word answer. Does vacancy create under 152.7 or 152.6? 152.6. Based on the retirement, vacancy happened under 152.6 and it was expected that vacancy should have been filled under section number. If you have not filled under 152.6 in the AGM, then we'll apply 152.7. If you have filled the vacancy in 152.6 itself, this logic of automatic reappointment is not required. This logic of adjourned AGM automatic reappointment applies if you are failing to take 3 of the actions under 152.6 in the AGM. If you have taken any of the 3 actions in AGM itself, there is no requirement of 152 subsection 7. If you have not taken any of the 3 actions, then we'll apply. AGM will be urgent and in the urgent AGM we'll take any of the 3 actions. If none of the 3 actions are taken in the urgent AGM also, then, but there are certain exceptions. That's your section number 152.6 and 152.7. Remember, this is applicable only to what type of company? Public company. Never applies to a private company. Now, a small additional point. How many of them will have to retire? 1/3 of what is rotational? The law states that if the public company wishes to retire more than this, if they want to retire all of them, they can also do that by mentioning in their articles. So can I say this is the minimum people who have to retire? Can I retire more than this also? Who will decide that? Public company. Public company by mentioning that in the, unless specified in the AOA, 2/3 of the total directors will be liable to retire. 1/3 of the 2/3 directors will be retiring from the office. What do you mean by this word? Unless specified by AOA? If AOA specifies a higher number, will follow higher number AOA. But practically speaking, this itself is a huge number. Nobody will use it, but they have a power to mention a higher number. By mentioning it in the AOA, they can mention that who will retire? One or all? All can also retire. That's your section number 152.6 and 152.7. Shareholders
are not able to reappoint someone out of the 3 conditions. So there will be automatic reappointment of the retiring director.
Yes.
So in the for reappointment of retiring director, again we have some exceptions like disqualifications. So disqualification ఉన్నప్పుడు retiring director కూడా అపాయింట్ చేయలేం కదా సార్. సో అట్లాంటి పొజిషన్ లో ఎవరు వేకెన్సీని ఆక్యుపై చేస్తారు?
We'll apply section 161 subsection 4, casual vacancy. The board of directors will come and fill it up. If the shareholders were unable to do so even under 152.7, it will create something called as casual vacancy that will apply section number 161 subsection 4. We have a concept in the future. Section numbers, shall we write? Quick. Section number 152 subsection 6. Otherwise, wait, guys. Wait. Let me explain one more small topic. A small topic, independent director. A small topic regarding independent director. Listen carefully. This is something which is newly added in your syllabus also. So, listen. Independent director topic. Who will appoint independent director? Board of directors. So, who will go select? Who will go searching for an independent director? Board of directors. Board of directors, after searching for independent director, they will select a person whom they believe to be having integrity, expertise, and experience. So, who is selecting? Board of directors. Who is appointing? Board of directors. Who will approve it? Shareholders will approve it after it is been appointed by the board of directors. This selection will happen from where? Where will they go and select? Good. The database. Remember, we discussed about it. The private entity will maintain a database which will contain all the details of persons who are willing to act as a independent. Now that's fine, right? This database will maintain all the details. Now, for your name to be added in this database, you have to be registered with the independent director portal. There is a separate portal for this called as independent director portal. On this website, you have to get yourself registered. But to be registered on this portal, on this website, now understand the linkage of provisions here. If you are registered under this portal, your name will be entered in the database. If your name is entered in the database, the board of directors will come and select you as a independent director. So when can you be appointed as independent director? Only when your name is entered in the database. If your name is to be entered in database, you have to get registered in the ID portal, independent directors portal. But to be registered in the independent directors portal, you have to pass an exam. Will you act as independent director? Now, give me the flow of the concept here again. Who will appoint independent director? Board of directors will select that person from the database. For your name to be entered in the database, you must be registered in the independent director portal. To be registered in the independent director portal, you must be passing an exam. An exam which will test your knowledge and skill regarding Companies Act, SEBI laws, and even the corporate governances, ethical aspect. Once that is been, once you have qualified this exam, then your name will be entered in the independent director portal, indirectly in the database. But this exam is not required for few people. Okay. It is not required for few people. They don't have to write the exam, but they still are eligible to be registered on the ID portal. Got the logic, right? Normally, to be registered in the ID portal, we have to pass an exam, but that exam is not required for three category of people. First, CS, CMA, and CS. Obviously, wrong answer. A person who is having an experience of 10 years working as a key managerial personnel. How many years of experience? 10 years working in the position of a KMP. I am a top level manager of the company and I am working in this position for 10 years. I understand how to run the business. I can, without the exam, be registered in the ID portal. Or a person who is having, again, CA. Now add your wordings. CA, CMA, CS in not in service, practice. You must be updated with the current environment, current market. So you must be in practice here. CA, CMA, CS in practice and having 10 years of experience. Having how many years of experience? 10 years of experience as a CA, CMA or CS in practice is not allowed to, not required to write the exam. He can directly be registered in the ID portal. What is better? Write the exam. And the last category. Now what happened here? Observe the first 2 points. We are asking him to be working in the top level management. Now the third category is you are working in the same equivalent level at the top level management, but you were never called as KMP. You are called as a senior officer. You don't fall under KMP. You don't fall under CA, CMA, CS, but you are working in the equivalent managerial position at the top level, but you were never called as a KMP or CA, CMA, CS. And the wordings used are a person in the equivalent pay scale of a director. He's equivalent to a director. He's getting the similar pay scale payment as a director. That means he's providing the same kind of benefits, but he's never called as a director. He's never called as a KMP. A person who is having a same pay scale as a director, working in the positions of commerce, finance, industry, the securities market, etc. Focused on certain kind of domains. If you're working in this particular kind of domains and having the experience as a director, but not titled as director, your examination will be exempted. You don't have to write a examination. Give me the wordings here. A person who is in the pay scale as a pay scale same as a director. Give me in the fields of. Now you can use your talent here. Fields of what? Commerce, finance, industry, such other as may be prescribed, etc. These three are not required to write an exam. Give me the flow quick. Who will appoint ID? Who will select an ID? From where will they select an ID? But for your name to be mentioned in database, you must be registered with ID portal. This ID portal, if you are to be registered, you have to write an exam. This exam is not required if you are having an experience for 10 years acting as a KMP, or you are having experience of 10 years as a in practice, or you are working in the same pay scale as a director in the fields of. All this will be taken care. You know IIT? What is it? Similarly, we have IICA, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. What is IICA? Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. This ID portal is maintained by IICA. This exam is conducted by IICA. If IICA conducts the exam and you pass out, then they'll give you a certificate, you get registered there. What is IICA? Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. That's your independent data topic. Additionally added in your syllabus. Clear? What is IICA? Corporate Affairs. Chalo. What's the time? Fine, we're not gonna discuss anything new, we'll write. Section 152 subsection 6. Start. We have it. Shall we start? Put in the words unless start the wording. Section number 152 subsection 6. Unless the articles, write the words, unless the articles AOA, unless the articles of a public company, unless the AOA of a public company specifies for the retirement of, unless the articles of a public company specifies the retirement of all the directors, comma. Give me the meaning of this sentence first. Remove the word unless, give me the rest of the wordings. If the articles of a public company mentions the retirement of all, will apply all. Unless this is mentioned, will apply the provisions of Companies Act. Unless the articles of a public company mentions the retirement of all directors, at least, start the wordings, at least 2/3 of the total directors of the total directors shall be liable to retire by rotation. How many? 2/3 of the total directors shall be liable to retire by rotation. Next point. While calculating the total directors, the office of 3 points. Office of whom? Independent director. While calculating the total directors, the office of independent director, SSD, start using shortcuts that ID, SSD, and nominee director appointed by special act of how much? What have you written? Appointed by a special act of parliament. Next point. Start the wordings. In the first AGM. In the next point. What was the last point? While calculating the total directors, the office of independent director, small shareholder director, and nominee director appointed by a special act of parliament shall be included or excluded? Shall be excluded. Shall be excluded. Next point. Second point is done. What is the second point? The while calculating. Next point. In the first AGM after the AGM in which first directors are appointed, the first AGM after the AGM in which first directors are appointed, at least sorry, wait, what have you written? After the AGM in which first directors are appointed and in every subsequent AGM at least 1/3 of the rotational directors and in every subsequent AGM at least 1/3 of the rotational directors shall retire. Clear? Now just read the first sentence you have written. Unless articles of a public company specifies the retirement of all directors, at least 2/3 of the total directors shall be liable to retire. Second point, while calculating the total directors, the officers held by whom? Independent, small shareholder, nominee director appointed by a special act of parliament shall be excluded. Third point, in the first AGM after the AGM in which first directors are appointed and in every subsequent AGM at least 1/3 of the rotational directors shall retire. Now in the first three sentences we have indirectly covered how many and we also covered where. Any doubt in this? Now put in the rotation, the rounding off process while calculating rotational directors. Next point, while calculating rotational directors, any fraction shall be rounded off to. While calculating rotational directors, any fraction shall be rounded off to what? Right? Round off to the next point. While calculating the number of directors to retire while calculating the number of directors to retire. Give me the wordings now. Any fraction shall be rounded off to nearest number. Any fraction shall be rounded off to the nearest number. Now we are done with the calculation part. Now the question is who? Which director has to retire? Which director? Held the office for longest period from his latest appointment. Next point. The director. Next point. The director who has held the office. The director who has held the office for the longest period from his. The director who has held the office for a longest period from his latest appointment shall be liable to longest period from his latest appointment shall be liable to retire. Next point. If two or more directors are appointed on the same day, retirement will happen. If two or more directors are appointed on the same day, retirement will happen by mutual consent if not by lots. Mutual consent if not by lots. Last point. The vacancy arising because of rotation. The vacancy arising because of rotation can be first point underneath that, filled by what? Reappointing the retiring director. First option, reappointing the retiring director. Second option, filled by appointing. Second option, filled by appointing. Appointing whom? New director. In the brackets mention section number 160. Filled by appointing a new director. In the brackets 160. Third option, expressly provided. By expressly providing. Give me the wordings from here. Not to fill the vacancy. Expressly providing not to fill the vacancy. How many options are there? If you have not taken any of the three actions, then we'll start section number 152 subsection 7. We'll conduct a adjourned AGM. Will be conducted in the next week, same day, same time, same place. In that adjourned meeting, you have again how many options? If none of the three options are taken in the adjourned meeting also, then the retiring director will be automatically reappointed. But there are how many? 5. Put in the heading. Section number 152, subsection 7. Random. What's the heading? Vacancy. Vacancy due to. Vacancy in case of retirement by rotation. Vacancy in case of retirement by rotation. Shall we start the wordings here? What will be the first set of wordings? If the company does not fill the vacancy or if the company does not fill the vacancy or expressly provide provide to do what? Not to fill the vacancy, unless the wording still here for me. If the company does not fill the vacancy, that includes both reappointment and appointment, and the company has not even expressly provided not to fill the vacancy, then the meeting will be urgent. Continue the sentence. If the company does not fill the vacancy or expressly provide not to fill the vacancy, the meeting will be is it correct? Don't confuse me, okay? Meeting will be urgent. Urgent to what? Next week. Same date or same day? Same day, same time, same place, even the same snacks. Same. Next point. If in the urgent meeting also, that's the first point simply states that meeting will be urgent. Second point, if the urgent meeting also the vacancy is not filled, nor expressly providing not to, then what? Give me the sentence from here. Then who? Then the retiring director shall be automatically then. Next sentence, next point, the automatic reappointment shall not apply in the following cases. Shall apply or shall not apply? Shall not apply in the following cases. How many cases are there? 5. First point, where the director is disqualified. Write the wordings, I'll expand it. Where the director is disqualified or not qualified. When will I use the word not qualified? For a independent director 149(6), where the director is disqualified or not qualified. Second point, where the director has given a written notice expressing his unwillingness to act as a director. Third point, where a resolution either ordinary or special is required for reappointment. Point number 4, where resolution for reappointment what are the keywords here is put and lost. That means indirectly shareholders didn't want this person to be reappointed. It's been put but it's been lost. Point number 5, applicability of section number. Applicable with section number 162. What's the time? 6:05. Why didn't you ask today? You know I'll any which ways not leave. So fine. Done? Done with the 5 points. That's your section number 152, subsection 6 and 7. Tomorrow we'll start with section number 153 to 159 regarding provisions of what is 152.9. What is it in? Not able to hear. We'll allot the DIN. We'll have to make an application to the central government. Central government will allot a DIN. All the provisions of DIN will be covered under section numbers 153 to 159. Thank you, ma'am. Appointment of a director elected by small shareholders. Section 151 is applicable to all the companies. Listed companies, mandatory or optional. They may appoint one director as a small shareholder director. Small shareholder director can be appointed in 2 ways, either on a receipt of application from small shareholders or on a suo motu basis. Receipt of application, can a single small shareholder make an application? Application must be made by at least 1000 small shareholders or 1/10th of such small shareholders, whichever is lower. They are sending a notice to the company at least how many days? 14 days before the date of general meeting. This notice must be recommending a person's name to be acting as a small shareholder director delivered at the registered office. This must also be accompanied with their particulars and requirements of section number 152. What are the requirements of section 152? Is he must possess a DIN. Sound? Is it fine now? What happened? Okay. Is it fine now? Now? I said we'll leave early. I didn't say we'll not have a class. Is it fine now? Fine? Is it okay? Sir, will leave either after section 153 to 161 or 6 o'clock, whichever is later or earlier. Okay, fine, whichever is earlier. Fine. If you are done by 4:30, if you are done by 4:10, is it fine now? Is it fine now? Shall we? Voice is clear? Thank you, sir. Section numbers. Start. Section number 151. Again, take number 2, number 3. Section number. Guys, be little active. Very important sections today. Section 151. What about section 151? Appointment of a director elected by small shareholders. Directly get into the concept. Either on application received by small shareholders or a listed company on a so moto basis can go on to appoint a person called as small shareholder director. Application must be made by at least how many? 1,000 small shareholders or 1/10 of such small shareholders, whichever is lower. Once application is made, this must be delivered at the register office at least 14 days before the meeting, and this notice which is sent to the company must be giving the recommendations of a person to be appointed as a, providing all his particulars. Along with this, it must be accompanied with another document which will contain 3 things about the director. As per section number, what are 3 things he is possessing? Then he is giving a declaration that he is not disqualified under section number 164 and his consent. Written consent to act as a director given under form number. DIR 2 or 3. The company goes and submits it to the ROC within from the date of in form number DIR 12. Then after this, once the process is received, the company will go on to forward this to one shareholder or all the shareholders. Then continue the process. In small shareholder director is also a independent director, hence he has to fulfill the provisions of section number 149 subsection 6 and declare under section number 149 subsection 7. Because he is also independent director, the logic of tenure applies to him. That means he will be appointed for how many terms? 1 term or 2 terms? The term shall not exceed 3 consecutive years. After 3 consecutive years, he will go through for how many years? In this 3 years, he shall not be associated with the company either directly or indirectly in any other capacity. After 3 years, can he be reappointed as SSD? Can he be appointed as director? In these 3 years, can he be appointed as director? In these 3 years, can he be acting as an officer, employee? After 3 years, can he be an officer? Employee? Director? Small shareholder director? No. He has to vacate his office as an SSD in 3 different situations. Give me section numbers. 149 subsection 6, 164, 167. 149(6) talks about qualification of a independent director. 164. Disqualification of a director. 167. Vacancy of a board of directors. Vacancy. Then we had a concept that the small shareholder director a person can act as a small shareholder director in how many companies? Not more than one other company. Basically 2 companies. But the second company in which he is being appointed shall not be in a conflicting business. Then to act as independent director, give me this logic also. To act as independent director, your selection will be done by whom? Appointment by? Appointment by? Selection by? Appointment by? But it has to be approved by the shareholders. Selection will be done by board of directors from a database. For your name to be entered in the database, you must be registered on the ID portal. To be registered on the ID portal, you have to write an exam, which is conducted by. Excellent, Amma. Give me the full form. Close your books. Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. But this exam is not required for 3 category of people. If you are having an experience of 10 years working as a KMP or having 10 years of experience as a practice, or you're working in the same pay scale as a director in the fields of etc. Next we started section number 152 subsection 6 and 152 subsection 7. Be little quick. What is section 152 6 and 7? 152 6 talks about rotation. First thing, get this clear, this section is applicable only to public companies or private companies, unless provided with articles for the retirement of all the directors. At least how many shall be liable to retire? 2/3. How many? 2/3 of the total directors shall be liable to retire. But out of this 2/3, how many will actually retire? 1/3. Now give me the calculation part here. How many will actually retire? 1/3. 1/3 of rotational directors. What is rotational directors? 2/3 of total directors. But while calculating this word total directors under section 152(6), I will include or exclude? 3. First, nominee director appointed by a special act of parliament. Once excluded, all the calculations being done, 2/3 will be rounding off to the 1/3 will be rounding off to the. These number of people have to retire. What do you mean by retire? Are they being removed from the company? No, they have to come and face the shareholders in the AGM. The next question, where will they retire? In the AGM. Which AGM? The first AGM conducted after the AGM in which first directors are appointed and every subsequent AGM. Give me the wordings again. The first AGM after the AGM in which first directors are appointed and every subsequent AGM, at least 1/3 of those rotational directors must retire. Any doubt? Clear? Who will retire? Which particular director will retire? The person who has held the office for longest period from his latest appointment. If they are holding the office for the same period, they are appointed on the same date. Mutual consent. If not by mutual consent, we will go for lots. Any doubt in this? And the last category was, because of this retirement by rotation, there is vacancy in the office of director. The vacancy in the office of director can be filled in 3 different options. Wait. These 3 options are available for whom? Shareholder in the AGM as per section number 152 subsection 6. If you fail to do so, then we'll start applying section number 152 subsection 7. Now come to the section 152(6) first. What are 3 options I have? First option is to reappoint the retiring director. Second option is to appoint a new director, but as per section number. We'll look at that today. 160. Then the third category is expressly provide, resolve not to fill the vacancy. I don't want to fill the vacancy. It is enough with the existing directors. 3 options: reappoint the retiring, appoint a new, or resolve not to fill the vacancy. If none of the options are taken, if the vacancy is not filled and it is also not provided not to fill the vacancy, that means there is a requirement to fill the vacancy, but we could not appoint any person, then the AGM will be concluded or adjourned. Adjourned to the next week, same day, same time, same place. In the adjourned meeting also, the shareholders under section number 152 subsection 7 have how many options again? 3. Either reappoint the retiring, appoint a new 160, or express not to fill the vacancy. If none of the actions are taken in the adjourned meeting also, then the retiring director shall be automatically reappointed. But automatic reappointment does not apply in how many cases? 5. We have 5 exceptions. First exception, where the director is either disqualified or not qualified. Disqualified, I'll link section number. Not qualified, I'll link section number 149 subsection 6. Good. Second point, he has given his written consent or written notice. Written notice expressing his unwillingness to act as a. Good. Third point, a resolution, ordinary or special, is required for reappointment. Fourth point, it is put and lost. Applicability of section number 162. In these 5 cases, automatic reappointment will apply, will not apply. Will not apply. That was your yesterday's class. Now, basically, from the section numbers, are we done with 149? Give me 149. Company to have board of directors. Is the voice enough for you? Fine, last benches. Section number 149. What is section 149? Company to have board of directors, which was subcategorized into multiple parts. Subsection 1 talks about member and women director. Subsection 3 talks about resident. Subsection 4 talks about applicability of independent director. Subsection 6 talks about qualifications of independent director. Subsection 7 talks about declaration by a independent director. It is not declaration of, it is declaration by the independent director. 150 not part of syllabus, but that is your independent directors database. Then section 151, appointment of director elected by small shareholders. Then 152, appointment of board of directors, appointment of directors. And within that 152, we have section number 152 subsection 6 and 152 subsection 7. One is rotation, one is vacancy in case of rotation, retirement by rotation. That's your 152, 6 and 7. The next set of sections will be section numbers 153 to 159. Now, this is slightly different from your usual way of learning. We'll not learn section numbers now. We are going to first complete the entire process. Once the entire process is done, we'll come back and understand the section numbers. As of now, your focus will be on section numbers or the concept. Once the entire concept is completed, then we'll come back and do the section numbers. We'll have a chart for this. You guys have to close your entire books. Let me complete the entire chart, then I'll give you time to properly write the entire chart. A chart is very huge in number, huge in volume. If you start writing alongside me, there will be a lot of expansions left, right and center. So your page will not be sufficient to expand the chart properly. Let me complete the entire process, then I'll give you time to write. But you help me draw the chart here. Start the process. I want to be appointed as a director. If I am wanting to be appointed as a director, I have to apply section number 152. I have to give my consent to act as a director under form number. Dear, I have to give a declaration stating that I am not disqualified under section number. I have how many preconditions under section number 152? 3 preconditions, and I have to satisfy one of them or all of them. If all the 3 preconditions are satisfied, then I am eligible to stand for directorship. Then whether the company will appoint or not is the company's decision. Company will pass a resolution. What resolution will the company pass? Which resolution? Ordinary. The first condition I have to fulfill is I should have a DIN. Second, I have to give a declaration that I am not disqualified under section number 164, and I have to give my written consent in form number. So these two are fine. I can directly give them, but I should have. Who will give me DIN? So I have to make an. Who will make an application? Director. And director. A person is already a director will make application. A person who wants to be appointed as a. Now give me the wordings carefully. Who is making application? Who wants to be appointed as a director, because he should be possessing a DIN, he will go first make an application to the central government. Once application to central government is made, central government will verify whether this person is genuine or not. If the central government is satisfied, central government will give you a, then go submit it to the company. So we'll first apply section number 153 or 152. 153. We'll go make an application. Once the application process, once the DIN has been given to you, once the DIN is allotted to you, once the DIN is in your possession, then you go submit this DIN to the company. Then the company will allow you to be standing for directorship. Then the shareholders will decide whether you are appointed or not. Any doubt in this? So what will be the first set of procedure for me here? Who will make application? A person who wants to be appointed as a director. Wants to be appointed as a director. Where will you go make application? You'll go make application to whom? Central government. You are going to give us consent. Consent in form number? DIR. this application will be made in form number DIR 3. What's the form number? Who is making application? The person who wants to be appointed as a director will make an application under form number DIR 3 to the central government, requesting the central government allot me a DIN. Where is central government? Where should I go to make this application? So this application is completely made available on the electronic format. Hence this application will be made on the MCA portal. It will be received by whom? Central government. But on paper, the process is that we'll go make application to central government. Practically speaking, we'll go make an application on the MCA portal. Once you have made an application on MCA portal, the application will be indirectly at the back end, will be received by the central government. Central government will directly allot or verify. To verify, first you should provide information. If you state that I want DIN, will they directly give you DIN? What particulars do you expect to be mentioned? Name, good. What else? Okay, qualification, very good. PAN card. And what else? So basically all the particulars will be mentioned. Now listen carefully. All the particulars will be mentioned and they will be required as per DIR 3. Along with these particulars, the government states that I don't believe the particulars you have mentioned in the document. I want certain documents to be attached along with it. DIR 3 will be there. Along with the DIR 3, I have to attach some documents. I have to attach 4 things. One, obviously your photograph, your Aadhaar card, your passport size photo. What should be attached? Aadhaar photo or passport photo? Sure. What is submitted? How many documents are attached? 4 documents attached by the person submitting documents to the central government along with the form number. DIR 3. How many documents submitted? 4. What are the 4 documents submitted? First document is your passport size photo. Who is this? Penguin. It's not a penguin, it's you. Your passport size photo, the first thing. Second thing, a proof of identity. Explain yourself that you are the real person. I don't want a fictitious person, imaginary person creating and getting allotted with a DIN. I want a proof that you are actually a natural person existing. Give me a proof of identity. What's a proof of identity? What can I submit? I can submit my Aadhaar card. This will be acting as a proof of identity. Give me the documents here. What have I filed with the central government? First, form number. Along with the DIR 3, I have to attach 4 documents. One is passport size photo, a photograph. Second is an identity, a proof of identity, a proof that I am the real person submitting documents, a proof of identity. Along with this, I should also have submitted some other document which is going to prove my residence. If there is something wrong in the future, central government has a right to come down and take an action upon me. I have to submit a proof of residence, proof of address. So what are the first 3 documents? First, passport. Second, a proof of identity, a proof of residence. Any doubt in these 3? These are submitted along with form number, which is applied on the MCA portal indirectly to the central government by a person who wants to be appointed as a. Any doubt? Clear? Last one. Forget about DIR 3. Let's go to a generalized process. You go to a bank and you are opening a bank account. You're opening a bank account. The bank will also collect certain details. The basic details the bank will collect obviously is same, your Aadhaar card, your photograph, Aadhaar and PAN. Along with this, you might not have observed it correctly, but the bank also collects your signature. Why is this signature collected? Why is the signature collected? Good, check, fine. To make sure that in the future, if the company, the bank receives any check, they'll verify the check signature with the signature submitted with the bank. This signature is submitted to be verified in the future is called as a specimen signature. What is it called as? Specimen signature means something which will be used as a reference for the future verification purposes. So as and when you enter into contract as a director, you'll put a signature. Then the government states that it is deemed to be entered by you if you have used your specimen signature. So submit me your specimen signature so that I can come and verify whether the transaction was actually entered by you or not in the future. What has to be submitted? A specimen signature. This is collected very usually by government in Aadhaar card. Apply for Aadhaar, I mean you already have Aadhaar cards, may apply for PAN card or apply for passport. They'll always collect a signature that will be called as what? Specimen signature, that will be used as a reference to check whether it is actually you or not. Called as what? So they'll collect a signature. So how many things are collected? 4. Shall we draw them properly? So first is, that is good, a photo. The second thing is, maybe what will be submitted? Your Aadhaar, say your Aadhaar card. This is acting as what? A proof of, then a proof of residence. What can be submitted as proof of residence? Gas bill, electricity bill, or internet bill or something. A bank statement can be submitted. So to have a reference to for you to understand, I am drawing an electricity bill. Don't question it, it is electricity bill. Then the last, your signature. That's not my signature. Start. Give me the wordings. First one. First one. And one more thing. I'm probably not going to show you this chart while you are drawing it. So listen carefully and understand carefully. You have to draw it on your own after everything is done. Sit properly at least now. Passport size photograph. Next. Proof of. Spelling. Specimen signature. Chalo. Any doubt as of now? Clear on this? Guys, quickly give me the flow. Who is submitting? Quick guys. Person who wants to be appointed as a, imagine the chart and give me the answer. Submitting documents, application to the, on the MCA portal, a document called as DIR 3 along with 4 attachments. 4 documents attached. What are the 4 documents attached? Passport size photograph, proof of identity. But sir, these documents can be fabricated. They can be fabricated. Then the last is that I don't believe you. I don't believe you. We have to get this verified that you are actually a real person. We have to get them verified because there's a high chance that these documents you have submitted might be fabricated. They are not original documents. Then the last is that these documents and these information so filed by you must be verified. Verified by whom? Verified by a CA? CA? CMA? CS in? Very good, wrong answer. Verified either by, wait. Verified in how? 2 ways. There are 2 processes, 2 possibilities where you can get it verified. Guys, listen carefully. You want to be appointed as a director? Now the law states that the company in which you want to be appointed as a director get the verification from the people of that company. Now, if you are really interested to act as a director, you have to first find a company in which you are willing to act, get their consents, then go make an application in DIR 3. If you are vaguely making an application, I'm not sure which company I want to act as director, but I want to get DIR. I want to get the DIN. Will the CG apply? No. CG states that if you are really interested, only then I'll give you a DIN. you might have already have a company in your mind in which you want to be appointed as a director. I want confirmation and verification from those people who are already working in this company. Now the verification can be done by the first option we have is verification can be done by a company secretary in full-time employment of the company in which you are proposed wanting to act as a director. The first option is who? A company secretary in full-time employment. But every company might not have a CS in full-time employment. The second option is get it verified by any director. Any director, any managing director, a CEO or a CFO. 4 different options are given in the second category for you. The first category, get it verified by a CS in full-time employment. Or second option, any director, managing director, CEO, CFO of the company in which you are proposed to act as a director, wanting to act as a director, get it verified. So what will the wordings for me here? First, CS in full-time employment. Expand the wordings. Employment of what? Of the company in which he is proposed to be appointed as a director. The second set of wordings. Who will be important for me this time? Any director or managing director or CEO or of company in which you are proposed to be appointed as a director. Once this has been verified, the application will be accepted. Any doubt in the application process? While submitting this application, you will file form number DIR3. In DIR3, one special point here, you will already have your particulars. In the particulars, I have more focus on your name. The law states that because the name of a person might be matching with another person, to have a better bifurcation, to have better differentiation, you should submit your name along with your surname. So I hope you know this. Name of an individual is divided into 3 parts. First, second, third. First, first name, last name, surname, or also called as forename. Now, first, last and surname. Sundar, give me your full name. Give me your full name. Fine. A-L-A N-U. Okay. Alaganuri is his surname. Then after that. Sundar after that. He doesn't have a last name. Having last name is mandatory or optional? We may or may not have a last name. For example, Akash. Forget the surname, give me the name at least. Akash Kumar. So what will be the process here? Akash is his first name, Kumar is his last name and the surname. Any doubt? Now the law states that what happens if you don't have surname? But Companies Act, basically Sukumar has copied from Companies Act. Companies Act gave it in 2013 itself. What happens if the surname is not there? What happens if you don't have surname? The law states that if you don't submit a surname, there's a chance that your first name might match with another director, and there will be a chance of confusion between them. Hence, the law states that there must be submitting a surname. But there are people in India who don't have surname. There are. It is not as per your movie concept, but it is in some cultures of India where they don't have surname. There are some cultures of India where they don't even have a surname. Then the law states that if you don't have a surname, use your father's or grandfather's name as a surname. If you have a surname, that's fine. If you don't have a surname, mention your father's or the grandfather's name as a surname. So surname is mandatory or optional? Mandatory or optional? If you don't have a surname, you'll use the name of father or your grandfather in the surname category and you'll submit the application to the ROC, sorry, central government. Any doubt in this? Small modification here. We are not, otherwise come to this itself. Form number? We have an alternative. We don't have to file DIR3. We have an alternative where, if you guys remember how to incorporate a company, we had SPICE forms. Remember the form numbers? SPICE plus INC 32, and you also used INC 33 and 34. INC 33 for EMOA and 34 for, very good, INC 32 for the incorporation. We submitted those documents under SPICE plus INC 32, which was divided into two parts, Part A and Part B. Part A regarding reservation of name, Part B regarding documents. The document submitted with the ROC. Now this document submitted with the ROC. How many documents are submitted to ROC under 32? Remember 7? You guys are comfortable? First document submitted was, not able to hear guys, MOA. And one more thing, if you don't remember, please be very confident. If you remember, be confident. If you don't remember, still be confident, but write. In the exam hall, what matters the most is your confidence, not your answer. If you're able to confidently present it, even though it is wrong, you'll present it better. Any which way your answer is wrong, at least present it better. You'll be able to present it better only when you have confidence. Literally become a president. I don't say this as a joke. I say it with a proper intention. Become a president, write whatever comes to your mind, be very confident on whatever you write. The only reason I have passed company secretary is because of that. I don't know the answers, but we used to write answers as if we knew the answers, as if we were the right answers. But make sure that you write it with proper confidence so that your answer is presented properly at least. So start answers. How many documents? What are the 7 documents submitted? First, signed by all the subscribers to memorandum. Second, a declaration. Declaration by whom? Experts. Then declaration by the subscribers to memorandum and first directors. Then address for correspondence, particulars of the subscribers and particulars of the first directors, and the consent of the first director to act as a, and that consent will be given in form number indirectly, DIR2. Any doubt in this process? Now the logic states that if you are a company which is getting newly incorporated and you are any which ways filing INC 32, you don't have to separately mention that under DIR3. I'll allow you to mention the names of your directors directly in form number INC 32, which will indirectly act as an application to the central government. You don't have to separately apply under form number DIR3. You are any which ways applying form number INC, SPICE plus INC 32, that itself will be considered as an application under form number DIR3. So if you are a proposed to be incorporated company, don't have to separately file DIR3, file INC 32, which will itself act as a DIR3. No need to separately apply. But INC 32 states that I'll accommodate for only a maximum of 3 directors. If you have 5 directors. If you have 5 directors as a company. In INC 32, I can mention 3. Rest of the 2 co-make application under DIR3. So what will be the alternative under here? Either the logic DIR3 or I can also use form number SPICE plus INC 32. Any doubt in that? But INC 32 is used for how many? A maximum of, not more than 3 directors. Is this fine? Now the logic, the second part of it. Once the application has been made, once the application has been submitted on the MCA portal, then what? As soon as you submit the application on the MCA portal will automatically generate an application number. This application number will be used by you to check whether it has been allotted or rejected or any communication is there. Everything will be communicated through the portal. Practically from the portal, conceptually different. Practically through the portal, everything will be communicated, but it will be communicated through your application number. This application number is not given to you after verification. It is automatically given as soon as the application is made. Now give me the answer here. Once you get this application number, is it mandatory that you will get it in? No. Who will verify all this? Central government. Central government after verification will come to a conclusion whether to accept or reject. As of now, you have only received an application number which is automatically generated by the portal, not given by the central government. So as soon as application is made, the first thing you will get is an automatic auto-generated application now the central government has an obligation to verify. How much time will be given? The central government has a time limit of 1 month. 1 month, not 30 days, 1 month. 1 month to do what? Either accept or reject. How much time is there? But practically speaking, you will get it within 1 week. Practically you will get it a lot earlier, but on paper the CG has a time limit of. If you make an application today, within 1 month, the central government has to communicate. Whether it is acceptance or rejection, doesn't matter, but it has to communicate within 1 month. Now expand the chart for this. The central government within 1 month. Within 1 month from where? From the date of application will have how many options? Either accept or reject. When will they accept? If the documents are correctly submitted. When will they reject? And again, one more thing, obviously, if you are making application to our government, will they accept it without fees? So, should I pay fee also? Fee must be paid or may be paid? Without fee, will they accept it? Sure. And this fees will be refunded? Will the fee be refunded? There's only one-way traffic to the government. You'll pay fee. Will you get back the fee? Now continue this chart for me. After the central government has spent a time limit of 1 month, they have two options. Either they are accepting or rejecting. I'll go for a little generic words. Satisfied or not satisfied. I'll add the word accept reject later. Satisfied or not satisfied. Now expand the wordings. If the central government is satisfied, the application will be accepted. If the central government is not satisfied with the information so filed, application will not be rejected. Central government gives you a chance to resubmit the documents. It will not be directly rejected. They will give you a chance to resubmit the information. A second chance will be given because you have paid fees there. You are not doing it free of a cost. You have paid a lot of fees and a lot of expenditure has been incurred. Hence, central government states that I'll give you a chance to resubmit the information if I am not satisfied. So what will be the wordings here? If the central government within that period of 1 month, if they are satisfied, they will accept. If they are not satisfied, they'll communicate and ask you to submit or resubmit. Resubmit the information. But the question is, when will the central government not be satisfied? When the documents are defaulting. But I'll use the word documents have a defect. When there are defective documents submitted are defective or say I have scanned my proof of identity but it was not properly scanned. It doesn't provide information correctly. Will they accept or resubmit? Resubmit. Because the documents were defective. It was not correctly submitted. Or the documents submitted were incomplete in nature. They have submitted few information correctly submitted, but there are some information which are missing. I cannot come to a conclusion whether this is a rightful person or not. So not satisfied word will be used in two situations. Either when the documents submitted are defective or the documents submitted are incomplete. Then the central government gives you another opportunity to resubmit the documents, giving you a time limit of another 15 days. How much? Can I expand this chart first? This part will expand, we'll come back to the satisfied part. The word not satisfied can be used in two situations where the documents are either defective, or the documents are, if they are defective or one second, incomplete, then in those two cases, what will happen? The central government will reject or give you an option. Give you an option to resubmit within. Ask you to resubmit. And resubmit within 15 days. Within 15 days, you will submit additional information. You will provide clarification on the document submitted. Once this documents are resubmitted within 15 days, now the CG will again verify. After verification again, the CG again has two options. Either they are satisfied, or if they still believe that the documents are not satisfactory, they are still defective, they are still not they are still not complete. Will I give you another option? CG is not free. CG is gonna reject. Application will be rejected. It will be labeled as invalid application. I want the wordings clear, guys. Application will be rejected and it will be labeled as what? Invalid. It will be posted on the portal and it will be communicated to you either by post or through email. What will be done? Obviously, email. But on paper, we have two options. CG will have to communicate the fact that the application has been rejected either through post or email. And the application will be labeled as what? Invalid. And asking you, directing you, if you still want to be appointed as director, start from the beginning again. Go make another fresh application under DIR 3. And the fees? What about the fees already paid? What are the fees already paid? Will it be refunded? Will it be adjusted for the second application? Fees will not be refunded, nor it will be adjusted with any other thing filed on the MCA portal. That will be completely lapsed. Now expand the wordings for me. Resubmitted within how many days? After that also there are two options. Either satisfied, or if it is not still satisfied, complete the negative part. If it is not still satisfied, application will be. Application is rejected and labeled as. Invalid, and this will be communicated. Communicated in how many ways? Either through or email. What about the fees? Fee shall or shall not? Shall not be refunded or adjusted. This is all the negative part done. Now come to the positive part of it. What happens if within 1 month CG is actually satisfied directly? Application is accepted or rejected? Application is accepted. That means the CG will give you a. They will allot DIN. DIN is an identification number. This is unique for each and every person. This DIN allotted will be communicated to you again. How will it be communicated? Two ways. Can I say communication is mandatory even if it is accepted or rejected? Communication will again happen in two ways. One is post, other is email. Is this clear? If it is satisfied with the resubmission, it will go back to the process. It will be accepted. They'll allot you a DIN. It will be communicated through post or email. Any doubt? The DIN so allotted, will it change every year? It's an identification number which will stay with you until lifetime. So the DIN so allotted here is for lifetime or for a specific years? Lifetime. It is for one particular year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, or lifetime? Lifetime, but obviously you have to do your KYC on a regular basis, but it is allotted for lifetime basis. Okay, I will not have enough place. Okay, we'll do something. We'll adjust. Any doubt as of now? Clear? Shall we? Start. Shall we? Formality. Shall we start? Start. Who is submitting? From the beginning first. Don't write. We are not done yet. I want this part revised first, then we'll go to the next part of it. We are still not done. A person who wants to be appointed as a director will go make an to the on the inform number which will contain all his particulars including his name. Name must always have a. If he doesn't have a surname, we'll add his father's name or grandfather's name as a surname. But DIR3 has an alternative. We can either do it under INC 32 but up to a maximum of 3 directors. But whenever we make application to CG, we have to pay fee. Along with this DIR3, we have to attach passport size photograph, proof of identity, proof of residence, specimen, signature. But CG doesn't believe you, they have to get these documents verified. Verified in 2 different ways. Either verified by a CS in full-time employment or director, managing director, CEO or CFO of the company in which you are proposed to be appointed as a director. Once it has been verified, you'll go once the documents have been submitted to the CG will give you a not CG, MCA portal will give you a auto-generated, a system-generated application number. Once received the application number, is it mandated that your DIN must be allotted? CG has a time limit of how many months? Within 1 month from the date of application, CG has to come out with 2 options. Either they are satisfied or not satisfied. Remove the negative part first. If it is not satisfied, CG will. Why is it not satisfied in the first place? Either of 2 reasons. Application is defective or application is incomplete. CG will ask you to resubmit. Resubmit within how many days? And after resubmission also, CG will again verify and come to 2 conclusions again. Either satisfied or not satisfied. If still not satisfied, application will be rejected. The application will be labeled as invalid and it will be communicated through 2 ways. Either post or, and the fees so paid will not be, nor it will be adjusted. Come to the positive end of it. If the documents are satisfactory in nature, application is accepted, DIN will be allotted, communicated either by way of a post or email, and it is for a lifetime. Not for a single year, not for a couple of years, it is for lifetime. Any doubt? And if the documents are resubmitted and satisfactory, the same process. Application will be accepted, DIN will be allotted, communicated through post or email, and it is for lifetime. If it is for lifetime, can I apply for another DIN? I'll squeeze in the concept here itself. Can I conclude once the DIN is received? Once I have received the DIN, this is you, the director now. Once you have received the DIN, can you make another application DIR3? Can you use DIR3 anytime in your future again? So what's the conclusion on this? If you are not allowed to make another application, that means you can have how many DINs? Maximum of? Can you have more than 1 DIN? Having more than 1 DIN is allowed or prohibited? So you can have maximum of having more than. Can I use the word possessing? Possessing more than 1 DIN is allowed or prohibited? Can you make application? Can you make application for DIN again? No. Can you possess another DIN? No. That's your one part of the provision where DIN is allowed, and it is allowed for a lifetime basis. Hence, you cannot make another application. Any doubt? Clear till here? Now look at it. This provision of DIN, guys, look carefully. This is something which is obsoleted, but you have to understand for the section numbers clearly. So the process of DIN was not existing under Companies Act. It was introduced under Companies Act. From 1st of April, it was made mandatory for a person acting as a director to possess a DIN. I was acting as a director from 2010. If I'm acting as a director from 2010, back in the day 2010, I need not have a DIN at all. and I can be appointed as a. By the time 2014, the new law came into existence, I'm already acting as a. But I don't have a. Can I continue? No. As per the new law, everybody must have a. But I was already appointed as a. Now, can I use the word a person who wants to be appointed as director? No, I am a existing director, but existing director appointed as per the Companies Act 1956, which did not mandate anything about. Then, now the new law came into existence and all of a sudden states that you can continue as a director only when you have a. Then I will also go make application. So can I say it is not only the person who wants to be appointed as director, it is an existing director who will also go make application. Now, give me the process here. If you are a person who are proposed to be appointed, wanting to be appointed as a director, once a DIN has been allotted to you, once you have got the DIN, we'll go apply section 152. To be appointed as a director, I'll go apply section number 152, and one of the 152 provisions is that I have to submit my DIN to the company. Now can I say company has details about my DIN through section number 152, but I'm an existing director. If I'm an existing director, think and answer whether section 152 is applicable to me. 152 talks about appointment. I was already appointed. I don't have to submit my DIN as per section number 152. Then they have created another special provision for an existing director to go intimate his DIN to the company. Got the logic right? Any doubt in this? Company should have details of director, identification number, DIN of a person acting as a director, and when will the company usually collect it? When the person is being appointed as a precondition under section number 152. But if I am a person who is already appointed as a director, section 152 will not apply today to me, but I have to submit my DIN. Who has to submit the DIN? Which director am I talking about? Existing director has to go intimate his DIN. To whom? To whom? Whom will I go inform about my DIN? Once I got the DIN, whom will I inform it to? Company. Who is intimating? Intimate it. What do you mean by intimate it? Intimate the DIN within 1 month from the date of allotment. Once you got the DIN, the new provision was applicable, you made an application, you got the DIN, come and inform it to the company within 1 month, and you go back to the provisions of 152 again. What happened under section 152? Once you have submitted the 3 preconditions, you have submitted your DIN, you have submitted your declaration, you have submitted your consent to the company. Once you are appointed, actually, company will go file information with the ROC inform number. That means your DIN details are also available with ROC. But again, you are an existing director, section 152 will not be applicable to you. Then this company has to go submit this information to the ROC. Who is submitting? Then this company has to go and forward this information to the ROC. Who is forwarding? Within. Company to ROC within. Quick guys, how many days? 15 days. Any doubt in the last 2 provisions? Who is informing? Just intimation is being done. Once I got the DIN, who will intimate? Existing director, not applicable to a new person. New person will any which ways inform under section number 152. This is only for an existing director. Is it required today? Obsolete in 2014 itself. Today is not required, but there are sections on this still existing. They should have omitted these sections. What is the wordings today? Which director? Existing director will have to go intimate. Intimate the DIN to the within. Once the company has received, within 1 month from where? From the date of allotment of DIN. Once the company has received it, company has to go file it with the company has to go inform it to the ROC within 15 days from the date of receipt of DIN. Any doubt in this process? Quick answers with who should start it? Existing director will go intimate it to the within From date of allotment. Once it is received by the company, company should go file it with the ROC, inform it to the ROC within. From date of receipt of DIN from the existing director. Any doubt? Once you have got the DIN, once the DIN has been possessed in your hand, in the future, whatever transactions you do as a director, whatever notices, whatever circulars, whatever letters are issued by the company mentioning your name, they should also indicate DIN, because you are not now recognized by your name, you are recognized by your identification number. Every single place the company uses you as a director, uses your name. Along with your name, there should also, as a cost accountant, what is more important, your name or membership number? Once you have passed out, you will also get an identification number called as membership number if you apply to the ICA, ICMAI. And once you are quoting yourself as a cost accountant anywhere, you should also quote your membership number. Similarly, as a director, I should quote my DIN. If not quoted, whether the company will be punished. So I have to indicate my DIN on any notice or letters or documents, any kind of thing which is issued by the company. If mentions the director's name, must also mention the. And if you have made any contravention under the provisions of DIN, you will be punished with an amount of rupees 50,000. How much punishment? This is punishment for what? DIN specifically. How much punishment? 50,000. And for a continuous default, you will be imposed with rupees 500 per day. How much penalty? 50,000 starting amount and rupees 500 per day. Any doubt? Clear? That's your section 153 to 159. Any doubt? We are still having 160, 161. Any doubt? Any doubts in this set of sections? Shall we bifurcate the sections now? That's your entire concept of 153 to 159. Let's bifurcate the sections. Listen carefully, because you have to, end of the day, from exam point of view, you have to write the section numbers carefully. This is the entire process done. That is your section number 153. Application for allotment of DIN. We made an application. Who made an application? A person who wants to be appointed as a director made an application to the central government, form number, attachments, verification. This comes under section number 153. What is section 153? Application for allotment of DIN. The second category was the central government will verify after. Central government verify and will allot your DIN. Either your document is satisfied or not satisfied. Section number 154. What is section 153? Application for allotment of DIN. Section 154, allotment of DIN. Who allots you? So which section will give you DIN? 154. Where will you make application? 153. Any doubt? So if the question is asked in the future, where will you get DIN? Quote the DIN which is allotted to you under section number. But 154, where you make an application. So 153, application for allotment of DIN. 154, allotment of DIN. 155, prohibition to hold more than one DIN. A single line answer. Prohibition to hold more than one DIN. We can have maximum of. No person is allowed to apply for another DIN or possess more than one DIN. What is section number? 155, prohibition to hold more than one DIN. Once you have received a DIN, for the existing director, he has to go intimate it to the company within 1 month from the date of allotment. Section number 156, director to intimate DIN. Who has to intimate? Director. Heading is the director to intimate DIN, but actually speaking, who should intimate? Existing director. Once it is intimated, the next section 157, company to inform DIN to the ROC. Two simple sections, actually three simple sections, 55, 56 and 57. What is 55? 155, prohibition to hold more than one DIN. 156. Director to intimate then conceptually intimating then to the company within 1 month. Which director? Existing director. Then section number 157. Company to inform then to whom? Within. So the heading is company to inform then to ROC. Any doubt in 156? Sorry, 156 and 157. This is 156, 157. This is. And whenever you are entering into transactions as a director, every single place you have to indicate your 158. Obligation to indicate then. Wherever you are entering your name, you should also have an obligation to mention your then. Obligation to indicate then. And punishment for contravention 159. Give me the section numbers. 153. Application for allotment of den. 154. Allotment of den. 157. 157. Company to inform den to ROC. 159. 154. Allotment of den. 156. Director to intimate den. That should be fine. Heading is director to intimate den. 155. Prohibition to hold more than one den. 158. Obligation to indicate den. Now first we will do one thing. Put the section numbers clearly, then we'll start the chart. Put the heading provisions relating to den. Put the heading provisions relating to den. In the brackets mention section numbers 1, 152 or 153. 153 to 159. Put in the section numbers. Section 153 first. What is section 153? Application for allotment of den. Next 154. Allotment of den. Prohibition to have more than one den. That is section number 155. Then section number 156 and 157. What is section 156? Director to intimate den. Then next after that 157. Company to inform then to ROC. Company to inform then to ROC. Then section number 158. Obligation to do what? Indicate den. Then the last Section 159 punishment. Done. Chalo, start the chart. Complete it. Complete them off. Chalo, start right. What happened? Zoom out. Zoom in or zoom out. I'll tell you what to write. Write alongside me. You have started already? You will take a new page. Horizontal or vertical? Do whatever you want to do, but you have to put in the proper chart. And don't create your own chart. Don't create your own answers. Try to replicate whatever is written exactly. So start writing till here first. Complete this part first for me. Person making an application DIR 3 to the central government. I want that first completed. Draw till here, then we'll expand it slowly. You guys will expand it as per the concept. So write as per the logic itself. Don't blindly write the answer. You have to understand and write them. Don't copy it blindly. Understand and write. If it takes time, let it be, but understand and write. Don't copy it blindly. It doesn't make sense if you copy it directly. Understand and then properly put in your paper. Done. First part, Amma, don't write everything. Write till here. Is this part done? What are you writing? First. Done. Completed. Is it done? Chalo. Expanded application is made on the MCA portal, and as soon as application is made, they'll give you a system generated application number. Either write auto generated or otherwise write a system generated application number. Once application is made and application is made on the MCA portal, you will receive a system generated or auto generated application number. But while you are making application, you have to pay. Add in the word fee. Fees. Then we have an option. Either we can make application under, or an alternative where we can make application under INC 32. What is INC 32 used for? Incorporation of a company. In the same application, we can mention how many directors? A maximum of 3, not more than 3. Is this part done? Alternative. Then now the attachments. The document DIR 3 has to be attached. Attach how many documents? 4 documents. You don't have to draw them. You can write directly the words. If you're good as me as in drawings, then you can try. Start. How many documents are attached? 4. You're also drawing it, huh? Done? Is it done? What are the 4 documents? Photo, a photograph, proof of identity, proof of residence, specimen, signature. Is it done? Now tell me whose drawing is better. Shall fine. For your satisfaction. But these documents, does the central government believe you? Then we have to get them. Are you all done with documents? Done? Verified. Verified in how many ways? What are 2 options? First option, CS in full-time employment. You will not find this in the material number. Better draw this. People are not writing. Better draw this. You will not find this in the material. CS in full-time employment of the company in which you are proposed to be appointed as a director. Done? First point done. Second verification, it can be done either by, should I use the word or and? Or any one of them is fine. Either the CS in full-time employment or the directors of what? Give me the full sentence. Directors or managing director or CEO or CFO of the company in which you are proposed to be appointed as director. You have space in your DIR3? We'll squeeze in the point name, or we'll separately mention that. If you have enough space, put it in this box itself. Otherwise, mention at a small note point downwards. The name shall include. Sorry, if the name does not contain what name? Surname. Mention whose name? Father. If the name does not contain a surname, mention either the father's or the grandfather's name. If space is enough, put it in the box itself. Done? Quick guys, we have 2 more sections to complete. We'll leave early. We'll leave early. Anything below 6 is early itself, right? 5:59 is also early. Okay, 5:58. Complete. You are making it delay, it's up to you. Continue. Is it done? So whatever you have put down on the paper, that's all section number 153. What is section 153? Application for allotment of DIN. Let's continue with the provision 154. Quick guys. CG within how many months? Now write this part. Write this part. Within 1 month. 1 month from where? From the date of application. CG has 2 options. Within 1 month. You are writing only this part guys. Is that done? Expand it. How many options are there? Write this. There are satisfied, non-satisfied options. First is satisfied. Second option is not satisfied. Just a little heads up. This all has to be squeezed into that paper. So plan accordingly and start. How many options are there? Satisfied or not satisfied. Because your space is not enough, we'll start with satisfied point. You will adjust space properly from here. Start. If it is satisfied, application will be accepted. If it is satisfied, application is accepted, then the CG will allot you a. This DIN will be once allotted, it will be communicated through either post or email. So write till here. And this DIN so allotted to you will be acting for how many years? Lifetime. Is this part done? Satisfied? Application is accepted. Allot DIN. Once the DIN is allotted, communicate through post or email, and it will be once allotted, it will be valid for a lifetime. Is it done? Second part. If not satisfied, first of all, what are the two reasons for being not satisfied? Either the document is defective or it is incomplete. Then if it is defective or incomplete, will they reject the application right away? They'll give you a chance to within resubmit within 15 days. Either application is, if the application is not satisfied because of defect or incompleteness, they'll give you an option to resubmit within 15 days, and in this 15, after resubmission, the documents might be satisfied or still not satisfied. If it is still not satisfied, application is rejected, labeled as what? Invalid. Complete this part. Resubmit within 15 days. You have two options, satisfied or not satisfied. If not satisfied, application this time will be rejected and labeled as invalid. Mention that clearly there, labeled as invalid. Labeled as invalid, and it will be communicated through post of email, post or is it done? What about the fees? Shall not be refunded, nor it will be adjusted. Fee shall not be refunded nor adjusted. Now, is it done? Now the satisfied part, try to connect it with this application. Draw a snake, adjust it. If satisfied, the application will be accepted. Connected? Now check your charts. Both of them are same. Exactly same. Actually yours are better. Chalo, last few points, quick guys. Write 155. Not separately, Amma. Continue the chat. If you don't have chat, write this separately at least. If you don't have space in the papers, write it separately. Write it separately, that's fine. There's nothing downwards. DIN is allotted once allotment is done. Can you possess more than one DIN? Possessing more than one DIN is prohibited. Can you make application again under DIR 3? Can you make application under section 153 again? Because your DIN is for lifetime. Maximum one DIN. This is coming under section number 155. What is section 155? Prohibition to have more than one DIN. Chalo, done. What are you writing? Is it 155? Are you writing this point or what? No. Don't write that. Commit 155. Is it done? 156. Who is going to intimate? Intimating it to the within from date of allotment, right? I am not sure whether your space is enough for this part. You can create this part as a separate chart after your original chart is done. You have adjusted it properly. You are very talented, Amo. This part. How many date? Existing director. Intimate DIN within 1 month. 1 month from where? Continue the sentence for me. 1 month from date of allotment to the company. Don't use shortcut. You guys put in the full words there. Within 1 month. 1 month from where? Date of allotment. It is intimated to the company. Once it is intimated to the company has to go file it with the ROC within 15 days. 15 days from where? From the date of receipt. Receipt of what? From the date of receipt of DIN from the existing director. Within how many days? 30? 30 or 15? Sure. Sure. Once it is submitted to the ROC, once you are done with the formalities, is it done? 150, 150, 6 and 7. Chalo. Next. 157 and 8 quick. On all the letters, notices, documents. All the notices or letters or documents issued by the company along with the name, we should also indicate. Must indicate DIN. Section number document. Notices, letters and documents. Along with your name, mention your DIN. Section number 158. What is 158? Obligation to indicate DIN. Next, last point. Punishment. Divide them into how many parts? 2 parts. A static amount of 50 and 500 per day in case of continuing default. Punishment. Obligation to indicate DIN. $158 is done. Done. 159. Punishment. Section number 159. How much? 50,000 and 500 per day. To be honest, you are wasting your time asking me. Chalo, section number 160. We are done till section number 153 to 159. I know, Amma, will it is a theory subject, very dry. Everything is procedure based. But if I leave early on a daily basis, we're never gonna complete our syllabuses. I am also very exhausted, to be honest with you. But nevertheless, unless otherwise we complete the classes on time, it won't be any use. However good the classes go on, if you don't complete on time, there's no use for you also. You should have enough time to study also afterwards. We'll have to put in efforts. We'll at least take we'll at least skip 161, we'll at least complete 160 and leave. Should be done should be done within half an hour. It will be done before half an hour itself. Quick. 558 or 557, it should be done now. Good. Look at the logic first. Guys, this logic is very important. This will basically solve all your doubts which you had under 152, 152.6 and 152.7. Whatever doubts if you had, section 160, 161, both of them will solve everything out. So 160 is very, very important. We have also added a little bit of introduction about 160 already. We are appointing a new face. Old or new face? We are appointing a new face to the companies as a director. Then the provisions of section number 160 applies. Whenever we go for section number 152 subsection 6, we are reappointing a retiring director. That happens under 152.6, where we are reappointing an existing director which is already known to us. But look at it. You as a shareholder, look at it as a shareholder's perspective. You in the annual general meeting, the shareholders are coming to appoint. Who is appointing? Shareholders. Shareholders are appointing a person as a director in the AGM by passing a ordinary resolution. Are you having enough skill to choose a person as director first of all? Do you know who can run your business? Do you know who has a skill or experience or enough amount of expertise to come and run your business activities? If you are not having enough knowledge on whom to appoint, the process always starts with giving recommendation. Who will give recommendations? The board of directors. You have seen this similar kind of concept under section number 151, where it was not a recommendation given by board of directors, but it was a recommendation given by the small shareholders. But the logic usually for directors is the board of directors will recommend a person to the shareholders. Now section number 160 gives an opportunity for a person who is might not be recommended by the board of director, but he still wants to stand for directorship. Remember the wordings carefully. I might not be a person who is recommended by the board of directors, but I want to test myself whether I can be appointed as director or not. I want to stand for directorship. I want to stand before the shareholders. They will decide whether to appoint or not. Do I have a right to stand before them? But before I stand before them, they should know who I am first of all. That means I should introduce myself to the shareholders. So a person, any person who wants to stand for directorship, who is a new face, who is not known to the shareholders. If you're an existing director, do you need to come and introduce yourself to the shareholders? The shareholders already know about you. There is no logic of introducing yourself. The logic of introduction applies only when it is a new face. If he wants to do what? Get appointed or stand. Let alone the appointment that will be decided by the shareholders as per section number 152. But section 160 gives you an opportunity to come and stand before the shareholders and decide your faith as per section number 152. But how to stand before the shareholders? 160. Once you have stood before the shareholders, will you be appointed or not? 152. But you are a new face or old face? But you have to introduce yourself. You have to introduce yourself to the You have to come explain your qualification, come explain your experience, come explain what have you done in the past, come explain your achievements, come explain your skill knowledge in the field, explain everything about you, give me all details about you. Then we the shareholders will decide whether to appoint or not to appoint. But this decision of whether to appoint or not to appoint will be taken care by which section? A decision whether to appoint or not will be taken care by section number 152. So section 160 ends on the date on which information is given to the shareholders. Once information is given to shareholders, I as section 160 close. Then it will be linked back to section number 152 for how to appoint. How to appoint? By passing a ordinary resolution. That will happen under section number 152. But 160 only gives you an opportunity to come and stand before the shareholders. So 160 is simply, on a layman language, a new person who wants to be appointed as a director comes and introduces himself to the shareholder. Until that introduction is done, I'll apply section number. Once the introduction is completed, we'll appoint as per section number. Is that clear for you now? Who is introducing himself? A new person. A new person who wants to be appointed as a. Introducing himself to whom? But shareholders will not have enough knowledge. Shareholders cannot take the decision right then and there at the split of the second. Then the shareholders want this information to be given to them before the general meeting or in the general meeting? Before the general meeting. Then the law states that if the shareholder should have information before the general meeting, before or after the general meeting? Before the general meeting, the person has to submit information before the general meeting. And this person, does he have access to all the shareholders? Does he have access to all the shareholders? Can he go and introduce himself to all the shareholders? Not directly. Then what will happen here? This person will not come to the shareholders. This person will come and inform everything about him to the company. And it's the responsibility of the company to inform everything about him to the shareholders even before the AGM. Now you guys are able to link between 160 and 152. So 152 appointment will happen, but before appointment happens, the shareholders must be given information about the person who is proposed to be appointed, and the person who is proposed to be appointed will be given by the company to the shareholders. And if you want to be appointed, go give the information to the company. Company in the sense board of directors. So what will be the flow of the concept? I want to be appointed as director of Reliance Industries. What will I do? I'll go send a application. I'll go send an application to the company. Company will forward my application to the shareholders. Will come and decide whether I'm a director or not a director by passing a under section number 152. Any doubt? So can I go face the shareholders? That right is given under section number. So what is section 160? Right of a person. I'm not calling him as director yet. He's not appointed. I'm calling him just as a person. Don't write. Don't write. Let's listen. A very big heading is there. Just listen to the wordings first. Section number 160. Right of a person to stand for directorship. Is that clear? Right of a person to. Any doubt in this? If I'm an existing director, will I use this section? Any doubt? If I'm a existing director, I'll not use section number. Expand the wordings for me. Right of a person other than retiring director to stand for directorship. If it is a retiring director, he already has a chance to be reappointed under section number 152 subsection 6. If you are other than retiring director, that means you are a new face. Come to section number 160. Give me the entire heading now. Right of a person. Which person? Other than a retiring director to come and stand for directorship. Give me the heading. Section 160. What is 160? Right of a person other than retiring director to stand for directorship. I'll go send my information to the company. Company will go send it to the. In nutshell, that's the section done. You will just have to expand these wordings. Done. Section is basically done for me. I'll go and give information to company. Company will go and give information to the. Because I'm a new person, I have to introduce myself. I'll give it to the shareholders. Shareholders will decide in section number 152. Is it fine? And all this has to happen at what point of time? Before the AGM or after the AGM? Company should send it before AGM. I should also deliver it to the company before the. To the company in the sense I'll deliver at what place? Registered office. But what will I deliver? Similar to 151 again. Actually 151 inspires from this, but I've already explained 151 for you. So what should I send it to the company? We've seen this logic already in 151. That's the reason we discussed 151 today again. Particulars, I'll explain myself. I'll give you particulars, my DIN number, my qualification, if I am holding any shares of the company. I'll give all my details here. Now Sanjay, one of a person who wants to be appointed as a Sanjay wants to be appointed as a director. He goes to Tata Industries and states that I am a second class fail. He gave his information, genuinely gave his information and states that I want to be appointed as a director. Now think about it, think on a practical sense, not on the paper, practically will he be appointed? Can I say it's a waste of time? He is literally speaking, he's a waste of time for the company. Then if company starts accepting every single application made by any random third party, the AGM will be extended. I'll not have enough time to discuss my business activities. I'll spend all the time for trying to appoint unknown person as a director. Then the law states that because there's a chance that people might make erroneous applications without any proper reasoning, without a proper intent to be appointed as director, deposit me a money, deposit amount of 1 lakh. Along with the application, come deposit me an amount of. Now will you make application? Sanjay wants to see how the AGM works. Will he make application? And this 1 lakh, if it is refundable, he'll make application. If it is, so obviously the amount is non-refundable. Now you'll think twice, thrice before making application. How much amount has to be deposited? Think about it. Why is this logic of 1 lakh introduced? To stop such people who don't have an intent to be appointed as a to make an application. But what happens if I'm a genuine person making application? From the genuine person's perspective, it is a loss. 1 lakh rupees is a huge amount for me. If I'm putting 1 lakh rupees as a deposit and that is not refundable, actually a person who literally wants to be appointed, having skill and qualifications, might not make an application. Then the law states, okay fine, I'll refund it. I'll refund it only when you are appointed as a director. That means if you are appointed as a director, that means you were a genuine candidate. I'll refund the money. Any doubt as of now? Continue. Sanjay made an application and deposited an amount of 1 lakh is refundable or non-refundable? But it will be refunded if you are appointed as a director. Or otherwise, take another example. Say for example, Deepak has made an application. Deepak has made an application and this application so made by Deepak, he was a genuine candidate. He had enough amount of experience and qualification in the similar businesses. But unfortunately, on that particular day, 49% of the votes are in favor, 51% are in against. You have not given actually, this is just an example. He's getting frustrated already. Now understand this topic, understand the concept behind it. Everything is based on concept. I'll have to create exceptions again. Listen carefully. Is it a genuine transaction? He is a genuine candidate. Was he appointed? Conceptually speaking, his amount should be refunded because it was a genuine candidate. Then the law added a second point, stated that even though he is not appointed as a director, if at least 25% votes are casted in his favor, I'll refund his money. Sanjay made an application. How many votes? Okay, 1 vote. He got 1 vote in favor. And rest of all the votes were against. Shareholders gave him votes as well as tomatoes. Now only 1 vote was casted in favor. Give me the answer. will the amount be refunded? How much amount? 1 lakh. Why is this logic of 1 lakh introduced? To make sure that applications are made by only genuine candidates who are really wishing to be appointed as a, to stop the waste of time in the AGM. Any doubt? What happens if this is recommended by board of directors themselves? If board of directors themselves went to the market, searched for it and thought Sanjay was the right person to be appointed, even though he is not appointed, even though 25% votes are not received, that was a selection done by the, not me making an application to the company, where the deposit logic applies. The deposit logic does not apply if it is a recommendation made by board of directors. They might have selected a person only if he is a genuine candidate. Then the law states that logic of deposit is not required. Give me the entire topic of deposit. A person can send a notice to the company before the AGM or after the AGM. And along with the notice he has submitted, he should give his particulars, all the particulars about himself as a proposed director in his signature, along with a deposit of 1 lakh, which is not refundable, but it is refunded if you are appointed as a director or you are receiving at least 25% of the votes cast in, 25% of the votes are casted in your favor. But this logic of 1 lakh deposit is not required if you are nominated by board of directors. The board of directors. Board of directors have different skills. Each director is having a different skill set. Now, for example, you are a director, you are a cost accountant. Do you have skill? Do you have knowledge? Can you be in the future, down the line, say 10-15 years, can you be appointed as a director? With the amount of skill and experience you have, you can be acting as a. Do you have a skill to go select a person as a director? You're not an HR. You're not an HR. You don't know how and when and whom to appoint as a person. You are more skilled into the process of providing your service as a cost accountant. Then the law stated that if not all the board of directors will create a separate committee for this selection process for going and finding. You know this, right? Boys, for your better understanding, IPL teams have selection committees. They'll go for scouting and understanding a particular player. The same thing is done by a separate group of people called as NRC, Nomination Remuneration Committee. This committee nominates a person to be appointed and gives the recommendation on how much remuneration should be paid. What's the committee's name? Nomination Remuneration Committee. Not part of a syllabus. This will be the last discussion about NRC. What is NRC? Nomination Remuneration Committee, which goes and selects a person whom they think is eligible to be appointed as a director, officer, KMP, employee. Everything will be taken care by NRC. Not only the director's level. Also they'll fix the remuneration, how to give promotions, how much incentive, how much bonus. Everything will be decided by NRC. If the company has NRC, NRC will do it. If the company doesn't have NRC, can I say if it is a director recommended by either board of directors or recommended by NRC, the logic of deposit does not apply. Any doubt? Majority part of the section is done. Are we comfortable here? Who made an application? The person who wants to be appointed as a director will go make an application to the, along with a deposit of rupees 1 lakh, which is not, but this will be refunded if he is appointed as a, or he has received votes in favor amounting to at least 25%, but the logic of 1 lakh deposit is not applicable if it is recommended, nominated by board of directors or NRC. Any doubt? This application can also be made by any other member of the company through section number 115. I am pretty sure you might have forgotten 115. Section 115 talks about a special notice. We as a member of a company have a right to send a special notice asking the company to appoint a person as a director. So section 115 links with section number 160 asking you to appoint a person as a director. So give me the one word. I don't want 115 here. I want a basic introduction. Who can make application to the company? Either a person who wants to be appointed or any of the member proposing me to be appointed as a. Got the logic? A member can propose another person to be appointed as a director, or I can propose myself to be acting as a. Any doubt? That's your 80% of the section done. Rest of the part is already known to you, so I'll go quick on it. I want this part to be revised properly on a flowed manner. Shall we? Quick, guys. Who is making application? Either the person who wants to be appointed as director, first option, or any other member proposing some such other person to be appointed as director will go deliver a notice to the ROC, deliver to the company at what place? Registered office containing all the particulars of the person to be appointed as a director under his signature. Along with this notice, we also have to deposit rupees 1 lakh as a deposit money, which is not refundable, but will be refunded if such person is appointed as director or received at least 25% of votes cast in favor. But this logic of deposit is not required. There is an exception if it is nominated by board of directors or. One little answer: when should this be submitted to company? Before AGM is tomorrow morning. It will not have enough time because the company should also send it to the shareholders. It will not have enough time. Then the law states that it has to be submitted as same as your section 151. How many days? How many days? 14 days before the AGM, the person has to go submit it to the company, deliver at its registered office. Then the company has to make efforts to send it to all the one shareholder, all the shareholders. It will be sent at least 7 days before the date of AGM. How many days? 7 days. The company will forward this notice to the shareholders either by post or send it through e-mode. Any of the electronic mode, not only email, any of the electronic modes. How many options are there? Post or e-mode. Any doubt as of now? But sending it to each and every shareholder just before the meeting, I should also make arrangements for the meeting. I'm already in a crunch of time. I'm managing my business activities. At the same point of time, I have to make sure that I'm making arrangements for an AGM. AGM is not a small thing. It happens once in a year. It has a lot of background processes, background activities that the company has to do to make sure that everything is done in a smooth manner. So because I'm not having enough time, sending notices to each person by his name separately, even sending a mail also, is a burden for me. There are lakhs of shareholders. For sending them separate mails individually, it will incur a lot of time for me. Forget about the cost. I'll incur a lot of time, and I'm not having enough time. I have to send these documents at least 7 days before. That means I have how much time in my hand? 7 days. The person will deposit at the registered office 14 days, and I have to send it out within at least 7 days before. I have only 7 days of gap in which I have to not only make arrangements for my AGM but also send notice to each and every shareholder either by post, that is a huge process, or e-mode, that is also a procedure for me. Then the law states that I'll give you an alternative. If you're not able to send it as a post, or if you're not able to send it as e-mode to the specific shareholder by name individually, go make an advertisement. Go make an advertisement. One thing, it will be satisfying everybody. But this advertisement should be made. How many days? Logic is same. I have to indirectly inform my shareholders at least how many days before? Either by sending it as post or by making a even an advertisement I should make how many days before? The logic is that the shareholders should know about this candidate at least 7 days before, either by sending them a mail or sending them a post or even making an. So advertisement shall also be made at least how many days before? 7 days before the AGM. And you know the advertisement. How many newspapers? English newspaper, vernacular newspaper, and this must be circulated. That's your section number 160. Any doubt? Shall we? Any doubt in the concept at least? Any doubt in the concept, guys? Will you guys remember it till tomorrow? Sure? Sure? Already started packing? Fine. Read section 160 from your material also. We'll draw a chart tomorrow, but make sure that you're completing the concept. Tomorrow we'll start with 160. So we are leaving early.